By 1988–89, the need to do so was compelling. Empowerment was on the agenda, even the spokesmen of governing parties were talking of giving representation to women in legislatures and local boards, while conversely women involved in mass movements were being forced into the political sphere to win any demands. But not only was conventional left politics useless for empowering women to deal with wider social and political issues, even the politics of the revolutionaries was becoming an obstacle to their needs. The heroism of guerrilla warriors, ready not only to kill but themselves to suffer torture and death in pursuit of their aims, retained a compelling quality, but it did not mean an ability to move beyond conventional left ways of thinking in other respects. Violence in revolutionary movements was correlated with the continuing subordination of women in 201. These movements. Further, the liberation struggles on India's periphery were associated with religious fundamentalism and with reversion to traditions of keeping women shielded. It was becoming unclear what the once popular image of the woman with a gun in her arms and a baby on her back really meant. Was it, after all, liberatory? The question was brought up at Bangalore in particular by the Sri Lanka representatives, both Tamils and Sinhalese. Their nation was currently being torn apart by the Indian Army, sent as a peacekeeping force but increasingly acting as an occupation army, and by the depredations of both Tamil and Sinhalese guerrillas in the Sri Lankan army. Some of the women taking part in the Bangalore workshop had been involved in both Tamil and Sinhalese liberation organizations, and the whole experience had been shattering. Questions were raised by, among others, Rajini Thirunagama, a Tamil then active in a Jaffna human rights group that was challenging not only Indian atrocities, but the violation of human rights, including rapes of women, by the Tamil guerrillas as well. Rajni was co-author of a just-published book, The Broken Palmyra, a powerful and heartbreaking account of the gloomy Sri Lankan situation, exposing the hypocrisy and casteism of the Indians, the morbid chauvinism of the Tigers, the dominant Tamil guerrilla force, and the brutality of the Sinhalese army. The Sri Lanka situation had a particular poignancy not only because of the problem of Indian hegemony but also because of the evident degradation of a national liberation movement that women had once admired as a basis for revolutionary change. Killings of comrades were justified so easily, remembered those who had been involved in such guerrilla groups, not having the correct line, being a danger to the movement. All kinds of human feelings could be considered betrayal. The Broken Palmyra had outlined how the association of women with these human weaknesses were linked with continual subordination even in guerrilla groups, which they joined in great numbers. Rajini felt that the turn to guerrilla warfare among the Tamil youth had cut off possibilities of open mass struggle and left the entire community demoralized and passive, unable to resist oppression. Women activists in Sri Lanka from the Tamil Mothers Front to joint peace efforts of Tamil and Sinhala women, continued to seek alternative forms of struggle. But their future was uncertain. The Bangalore workshop ended with the formulation of a series of position papers and vows to maintain a network. Rajni returned to Sri Lanka and then to London for a special medical course. But unlike most other Tamil Lankans of the time, she chose to return home in spite of her pessimism about the future of her country and fears for her friends and herself. On September 12, shortly before going back, she wrote to one of the workshop participants her gloomy feelings about the development of narrow nationalism and the apathy of the broader community in the face of a crescendo of mutual slaughter. Within this context, the question of armed struggle has taken for me a vicious turn. For a person who had always considered armed struggle the axis of a revolutionary struggle, this question is painful and overhauling. The enormous brutalization and deterioration that has been brought about by gun states that have militarized entire communities, narrow nationalist slogans that have sanctioned any killings is at a time when we can ask, organize for space for democratic mobilization, for letting children, our young boys, be free not to hold guns, but produce subsistence for the communities? Would the women of this nation come out and plead for life? 202. 9 days later, shortly after returning to Sri Lanka, Rajni was shot down on the university campus, only 100 yards from her home, by unidentified guerrillas. Many suspected the Tigers but were afraid to say so openly. There was a protest march and meetings, unusual events in a community dominated by fear, and representatives of the Indian and Pakistani groups who had been at the Bangalore meeting also attended in solidarity. But the event was a shock. Gabrielle Dietrich wrote, "We will affirm the preciousness of life, no more atrocities, not even our own. There must be an end to slaughter. They can bump off a few of us but not all. If we are many, you paid the price for nurturing fearlessness in all of us." The Bangalore workshop endorsed a perspective of alternative development, and its discussions deepened debate on issues of cultural religious identity and violence within movements for change. But for the moment, hopes for nonviolent, nurturing change seemed to be overwhelmed by the traumas of movement and state violence. Amravattai, 1989–1991, Women and the Mainstream. At the same time, though Sharad Joshi had claimed after Chandwad that women might become the mainstream, by 1989 hopes for this seemed to be fading in Maharashtra also. The two major campaigns announced at Chandwad, the mass march to Delhi and the district council election campaign, had both come to naught. Women instead seemed to be absorbed in the general campaigns of the Shetkari Sangatana, especially the large-scale rallies and anti-indebtedness campaign of 1988. When a meeting of the Mahila Agadi in January 1989 declared that there was little scope for struggle on women's issues, but rather women should independently take part in Sangatana campaigns, many feminists said "I told you so," that nothing real for women was coming out of it all. Yet women, especially those at the village level, continued to press forward. The representatives' meeting of the Women's Front might reject the possibility of separate women's struggles, but a subsequent regional meeting in Vidarbha, the strongest center of the movement, planned demonstrations symbolically to take control of government offices in every district in protest against the failure to hold elections, and they succeeded in pushing an anti-alcohol campaign on the organization. Alcoholism was a heartfelt issue of poor women everywhere, connected as it was with male irresponsibility toward the family and with wife beating. Left leaders had always opposed campaigns against it as divisive, and so did Sharad Joshi. But women pressed the issue, and the Shetkari Sangatana took up a campaign to close down liquor shops in villages that drew massive and enthusiastic participation. A series of district-level women's melavas of the Shetkari Sangatana were held in early 1989 to discuss issues of women's subordination and inaugurate the campaign to close down liquor shops. At the same time, women and men, this time at the village level, took another step forward. The district council elections were postponed, but a series of Gram Panchayat, village council, elections were held throughout the state. The Shetkari Sangatana gave an official call to fight party factionalism in such elections, with no mention of women's political power. But in 7 villages, one after another, and taking inspiration from hearing of similar attempts, peasants decided to put up all-women panels. Though the United 203 Women's political platform, the Samagram Mahila Agadi, had died a stillborn infant, the idea of women's political power was alive. 5 of these panels won, and in 2 others villagers succeeded in electing a majority of women on the panchayat. In a country where in most cases women could hardly go to the village square, where those who were supposed to be appointed as women members on the panchayats usually never went to meetings but simply gave their signature to whatever the men passed, this was an unprecedented achievement. Recognition of the issue of women's political power now began to come from the very top. Electoral politics require popular appeals to mobilize support. In the surge of farmers' movements in national-level politics, the opposition tried to consolidate its base by appealing to the non-party peasant organizations, and every political party gave support to remunerative prices and the write-off of peasant debts. Along with this, women's political representation was becoming an issue. The Rajiv Gandhi government had appointed in late 1987 a commission to formulate a national perspective plan for women. When this was finally released, along with the usual rhetoric of the need to incorporate women in the mainstream of development, it took up an old idea of giving political reservations for women. The NPP suggested 30% reservation in local self-government bodies, and when Gandhi attempted in 1989 to win popular support with New Turn to the Village's electoral promises, he incorporated the 30% suggestion. This new reality of a potential reservation of seats for women in local bodies now forced both traditional left parties and women's organizations to deal with the issue. But both feminist and left women were dealing with the issue of political power in a mainly reactive way, responding to this proposal of the NPP as they responded to other government initiatives. In contrast, the Shetkari Sangatana as an organization had never wasted much time in responding to government initiatives, and the women shared the same outlook. The question was to formulate policy for the movement and then to organize to achieve it, which might mean putting pressure on the state and might mean simply going ahead to implement a program on their own. The Sanghatana's annual conference had been held at Nand in March, now a second women's conference was being planned by the Sangatana for November. What was to be its theme? The growing violence of religious fundamentalism was becoming an issue for Shetkari Sangatana as well as all sections of the women's movement, and this meant fighting the BJP and Shiv Sena, currently moving toward a political alliance in the state, aiming for capturing power, provoking riots against Muslims and against Dalits. Sharad Joshi's strong attacks on the Shiv Sena were an important example of an issue where he could get support from women to override other leading activists who preferred a policy of compromise with the politically powerful Hindu fundamentalists. Basic women's issues were also coming to the fore. The Chandwad session itself had passed two other important resolutions about which nothing had been done. One was on property rights, which evoked a good deal of skepticism about the readiness of peasant proprietors to hand over land to women. No action was immediately taken, while Joshi reminded his critics that independence was not one in a day either. The other was that of women's work, as agricultural laborers and in peasant families, including not only domestic labor but agricultural processing work. This was unrecognized by official statistics, heavily uncounted in censuses, for example, not 204. Included in methodologies calculating the cost of cultivation of crops, and underpaid as wage work. Property rights became a central issue in a national debate in 1989, provoked mainly by Mainishi editor Madhu Kishwar. Madhu was an organizational iconoclast warring with both the Marxist and feminist trends of the women's movement, ready to explain in detail why she was not a feminist, skeptical of the claims for achievements of women in mass movements. But she had been an associate of the Shetkari Sangatana from the beginning. In 1988 she awakened a new controversy with an article, Rethinking Dowry Boycott, that critiqued women's movement practice in a way parallel to Sharad Joshi's Chandwad challenge to get away from the negative task of dealing only with atrocities and get down to basics. Madhu later explained, "My experience was that my boycotting dowry wedding did not bring any change in dowry practices in my social circle. By talking to and listening to numerous women, I found that women did not think that merely getting married without dowry, all else remaining the same, would alter their powerless position for the better. In the absence of any better option, many women I spoke to even perceived dowry of being of some limited benefit to them, given their dependent situation, lack of fundamental rights, overall disinheritance, and lack of control over assets." 13. Since most women's organizations, especially in cities like Delhi, had centered much of their activity on fighting dowry, and since the fiery blaze of dowry deaths was taken even at an international level as the major symbol of women's oppression in India, the article raised a storm. It was attacked as being in some way supportive of the dowry system. But Madhu's main point, of course, was that dowry was more an effect of women's powerlessness than a cause, and that it was not usually the main factor in the brutalization and murder of women after marriage. Property rights, she argued, had to be taken up if women were to go ahead at all. On this background, study camps, organizing meetings, and discussions were being held in preparation for the Amravati conference of the Shetkari Mahila Agadi. Fighting communalism, getting recompense for the exhausting work of rural women, and gaining property rights for women now became the new themes. The debates took place on a background of renewed turmoil in which women were playing a major organizational role. October 1989 saw women going en masse ticketless on the train to Delhi, in a climax of the post-1986 upsurge of the farmers' movement that ended in the split that took place during the Boat Club rally in Delhi on October 2, 1989. It was after this that the last of the preparatory camps for the Amra-Atai conference took place, with a broad-ranging discussion for a basic manifesto and for various resolutions. Out of a discussion on both women's work and property rights came a new suggestion. Eventually a basic resolution on the tangled question of inheritance rights would be formulated, but in the meantime, as a first step, members of Shetkari Sangatana itself should take the decision to give rights over land to the women of their families. This was to be called the Hingoli program after the name of the town where the meeting was held. Then, just before the conference, Rajiv Gandhi suddenly declared elections. In the midst of growing oppositional turmoil and growing communal riots in North India provoked by aggressive Hindu right forces, the Amra-Atai conference now took on directly political 205 overtones. What was Shetkari Sanghatana's election stand going to be? For the press and other representatives of the broader public, this, not women's rights, was the overriding issue. But Amra-Atai itself, held just 3 years after the Chandwad conference, showed the progress of women in the organization. There was much less media attention and practically no representation from other women's organizations, but women were much more in the forefront, and there was a significantly larger proportion of peasant women themselves in the mass rally. Resolutions covered issues not only of property and land rights, with Madhu Kishwar as a featured speaker, of political power, of agricultural laborers' wages, and of the anti-alcohol campaign, but also of communalism, with women resolving to bar the entry of communal organizations into the villages. The basic policy statement, beginning with the claim that a peasant organization that fights for the reward of our sweat should be basically a women's organization because the main sweat that falls on the fields is that of peasant women, was a development of the Chandwad position rewritten partially by the women themselves after their preparatory meetings. Reward for our sweat has been the slogan of the peasant movement. The drops of sweat that fall in the fields are primarily those of peasant women. From the time of the first surplus in agriculture, an era of looting began. The method of looting went on changing, the looting system endured. The loot that goes on today is with a minimum of weapons, but the reign of the Gundas in the villages and Dadas in the cities continues. The insecurity outside the household is today the greatest obstacle in the path of women. The struggle of women is not a struggle of women against men, but of a non-looting system against a looting system. But how to fight the looting system? The document reaffirmed its faith in mass movements, but for the present the farmers' movement itself, along with its women, was being forced into the electoral arena. Sharad Joshi took the occasion of the Amra-Atai conference to declare an 11-day fast as part of the implementation of the women's fight against communalism, but refrained from announcing the policy of the Sangatana toward the elections. The second mass conference of peasant women thus ended in ambiguity. On the one hand, women were taking up grassroots campaigns on fundamental issues of property and power, on the other, they were being dragged into the vortex of national politics in a year of transition and growing communalism and violence. Wittner, 1989–1991, toward freeing the goddess. Amra-Atai began a process of giving women fundamental rights that was to culminate in the Lakshmi Muddy campaign for freeing the goddess, but a period of intense and ultimately frustrating mainstream political participation had to intervene before this really took off. The dilemma of the Sangatana, in regard to the elections, was simple. As a mass organization antagonistic to parliamentary politics but unwilling to put its faith in revolutionary violence, it was basically against the ruling party and committed to supporting candidates in a way that would forward peasant interests. It was, at one level, the natural ally of the left democratic parties. But this meant that it was also liable to be taken for granted by them, and in the heady days of 1989, when the fall of Congress looked like more and more a reality, the parties were ready to take up issues of mass movements, but not to yield them any political space. 206. The crux was the issue of communalism. The Sangatana was threatening no support if parties allied with the BJP and Shiv Sena in Maharashtra. The left democratic parties were making an unadmitted alliance of seat adjustments. This meant, for instance, that even while Janata Dal leader Mrinal Gaur, the only state-level woman party leader, was railing against the Hindu right-wing, ex-socialist Madhu Dandavate, later to become finance minister, was calling a special meeting to agree to withdraw 2 candidates of the JD in favour of the Shiv Sena if they in turn would withdraw their candidate in his constituency. The fact that the JD candidates sacrificed were his wife and a young Muslim activist only added to the poignancy of the deal. Few found very much to question in it. These were the days in which the fall of the Congress seemed near, days of hard political realism, and even respectable Marxist journals were editorializing on the need for opposition unity. But unity with the BJP Shiv Sena was not acceptable to Sharad Joshi. In the middle of his fast, which women supported with a one-day mass fast in thousands of villages, a special executive meeting was held to decide policy, and over the opposition of most of his lieutenants, Joshi got his way. For the 1989 parliamentary elections, the Sangatana generally supported candidates of the left and democratic parties. But in 9 cases where seat adjustment deals had left only Congress or BJP Shiv Sena candidates to choose from, the Sangatana supported the Congress. This caused an uproar and distressed Sangatana activists who found themselves gleefully invited to campaign for the party that they had opposed for so many years. But Joshi had made his point: the battle against communalism was not to be sidelined. What to do next? Maharashtra State Assembly elections were scheduled for February 1990, and this time, the Hindu fundamentalists were aiming at state power, at waving the saffron flag over the Assembly Hall. In December, a massive 900-strong executive meeting of the Sangatana was held, and now long-standing pressures from activists to participate directly in elections were overwhelming. It was not simply a matter of individual political ambitions, it was also that they had for nearly 10 years worked for opposition parties that they saw as betrayers. If Congress is number one enemy, and Shiv Sena is the greatest danger, then Janata Dal is number 2 enemy. We should stand ourselves. In yielding to the pressure, Sharad Joshi broke a 10-year organizational policy against parliamentary participation. But he did so with a major condition, that the Sangatana, standing on Janata Dal tickets, should build up Progressive Democratic Front, PDF, of JD and the left parties to oppose both Congress and the BJP Shiv Sena alliance in Maharashtra, ensuring that the PDF had candidates in every constituency so that no bargains could be made with the Hindu parties. And 30% of candidates should be women. In entering the Janata Dal, Shetkari Sanathana thus solidified the PDF as an independent front of left and democratic parties with many more women candidates than previously. With left and democratic parties and mass movements, including the workers' movement under Data Samant coming together, a wave of enthusiasm was generated. A strong anti-communal link to the democratic anti-caste traditions of Maharashtra was given when the Sangatana organized a tour of 20 districts in January, not directly on the elections but on the thought of Phule and Ambedkar, propagating anti-caste ideology and attacking the Shiv Sena ferociously. Then men and women of the Sangatana plunged with fervor, if not funding, into the actual election campaign. Posters and speakers attacked both Congress gangsterism and Hindu communal Brahmanism, as Joshi vowed in campaign speeches that we will not let the state treasury fall into the hands of criminals. The Sangatana had 10 of its 35 official candidates from the women's wing, a higher percentage than any other organization in India and the only one that came close to matching the promises being hurled into the air. 207 of 30% or 25% tickets. Yet in the end the electoral experience proved dramatic. The Sangatana activists were, after all, political novices, buoyed by the glamour generated by their movement and with unreal expectations of victory. Reality showed that organizing powerful movements was different from winning elections. In an election campaign fought on a larger and more expensive scale than ever before, with massive advertising, videos, electric boards, cinema stars, constantly blaring campaign vehicles, the parties of the PDF, including the Shetkari Sangatana, were heavily underfinanced and overwhelmed by the muscle power, money, and electoral machinery available to both Congress and the Hindu rightists. Even worse, the PDF had no discipline, no program of its own, and there was mutual betrayal by member parties of the PDF in practically every constituency. Only 5 Shetkari candidates won, including one woman, who turned out to be the only woman MLA of the PDF. This was not, after all, so bad for a movement organization. It was comparable to IPF performance in Bihar and equal to both communist parties in Maharashtra itself, but it was much less than they had come to expect. A post-mortem meeting expressed a good amount of demoralization. "We had an awfully expensive training session in politics," as one activist put it, and the winning woman legislator, who had been a reluctant candidate to begin with, said, "I cried when I filed my nomination papers and I cried when I got elected." Joshi himself used grim analogies of the Shetkari Sanghatanas electoral participation as a kamikaze action, preventing a Shiv Sena-headed united opposition coming into control of the Maharashtra State Assembly, but at great cost. The Sanghatanas' participation in and influence on the PDF had been a major part of a broad national process in which the Janata Dal leadership was swinging away from compromise with Hindu rightists. But it had also been demoralizing, especially to women, who now began to doubt whether they could really do anything with 100% panels in district council elections. Activists, who had been involved in one campaign after another for nearly 2 years, were exhausted. The year 1990 turned out to be a year in which Sharad Joshi was involved in Delhi, in the work of formulating a document that was to be a hoped-for national agricultural policy of the government, but in which no mass campaigns of the Sanghatana itself could be organized in Maharashtra. "We need a new direction, a new beacon." New methods of struggle now became a theme in Sanghatana meetings. It was women, and men, at the base of the Sanghatana, in its far-flung village, who began the process of providing this. In Vitnar, a small village in Jalgaon district on the banks of the Tapi River, one of 5 that had elected an all-woman panchayat, an energetic local activist, Indirabai Patil, motivated villagers to go ahead in taking up the question of land rights for women, and 127 men of the village split their holdings to put legal shares in the name of women of their families. In the preparatory discussions at Amravati, there had been a debate about whether legal land ownership was really useful, and it was finally decided that the first step in giving women property rights would be to assign instead the income from a fixed share of the land. The Vitnar peasants intervened in giving women legal ownership, and this became the official policy of the Sanghatana. In 1990, in a period otherwise marked by lack of Sanghatana activity, the mass campaign of giving land rights to women was taken up under name of Lakshmi Mutti. Lakshmi is the goddess of wealth, and women are popularly described as the Lakshmi or wealth of the household. The Sanghatana's imagery implied that this represented an enslavement, the binding of women's power, and that peasants were to act collectively to lift these bonds. A village was to be regarded as having achieved Lakshmi Mutti if over 100 landholders, or over 2/3 in a very small village, turned 208 over land rights to women. By the middle of 1991, over 300 villages had done so. In most cases these were small, remote villages, off the main roads, easily ignored by the press and even feminists in the cities who tended to dismiss the whole campaign and the action of villagers in initiating it. Women were on their way not to entering the mainstream, perhaps not to become it as yet, but they were beginning to transform it. Calicut, 1991, creating space for women. A new perspective was emerging in the women's movement, which posed challenges to traditional Marxism and traditional feminism in ways that went beyond simple posings of class and caste or class and gender. Notions such as the feminine principle and Stree Shakti, which were increasingly being debated, had some profound implications. On one hand, the idea of the feminine principle challenged traditional Marxism by posing the nature-maintaining, subsistence-based rural peasant woman against the male industrial worker who embodied the proletarian vanguard. On the other, it questioned the feminist tendencies to locate violence in the family, in the relations of women against men, by stressing the feminine principle as something that men and women both could unite around. The notion of Stree Shakti similarly implied not so much a separate women's movement as the leading role of women in various popular movements, helping these movements to transcend some of their own limitations. As with the slogan "The liberation of women and men through the awakening of women's power," it was a significant departure from the tendency of both urban feminists and party women to depict women as primarily victims. By 1990, in the context of a traumatic political transformation in India, both slogans were beginning to have a new reality, as women moved toward acquiring political power and property at the grassroots level, affirming as they did so the life of their community, proclaiming a rejection of communalism but without overriding traditional cultural ethnic identities. As the Bangalore workshop showed, new perspectives were also emerging in discussions among feminist intellectuals in the region. But these did not immediately translate into overall strategy for the women's movement as such. As the summary of the Bangalore discussions had noted, the movement had been weakest in regard to mass mobilization. As was pointed out in the report on the feminist movement, it is not women's issues proper which bring women on the road but survival issues like land, water, forest, housing, work. There has been a gap between feminist campaigning on women's issues and such structures of mass organizations which emerge in survival struggles, especially struggles for control over basic resources of survival. Mass mobilizations and organization of women as seen in Shetkari Sangatana or in movements like Women's Voice or Penur Rime Yaksam, both movements of slum dwellers, or in the fish workers movement along the Kerala coast are therefore of wider significance. Linking up the insights of feminist theory with the demands, struggles and forms of organization of such movements will be vital in order to make any headway in strategizing which the present meeting failed to achieve. 14. The gap noted in the Bangalore discussions could not be resolved at meetings like 209. Bangalore itself because these were, after all, not movement conclaves, though almost those present both considered themselves feminists and had some organic linkage with mass movements. The problem was that the women's movement as such was giving no organized articulation to the new perspective. The movement was still dominated by traditional Marxists connected with the parties and traditional feminists in the urban-based organizations, and these were the most alienated from the new developments. The urban feminists, in particular, were in a period of gloom and frustration, feeling an organizational weakness that was far removed from the promises of women's power. They were planning a new national conference to be held in late 1990, but after the tensions and splits of the Putna Conference were doing so without any efforts to have coalitions with mass-based organizations and party women's wings. Contradictions between the feminist groups and the party-connected women seemed if anything to be growing. In 1989–90 the biggest communist party, the CPI-M, was itself implicated in some notorious rape cases. In Maharashtra, where peasant activists in a tribal region near Bombay had been engaged in over a decade of murderous infighting with an independent organization known as the Kashtakari Sangatana, a young Kashtakari woman was gang-raped by tribal men of the CPI-M. The CPI-M leaders stonewalled on the issue, though angry demonstrations in Bombay aroused wide support. Then in West Bengal itself the brutal rape and murder of 3 women social workers and the driver of their van in the CPI-M controlled area of Bangala caused a nationwide shock, evoking a symbol of the gangster-influenced degeneration of the left front government. A remark of the leader of the West Bengal women's organizations that such things have happened and do happen did not help matters. Feminists began to see even the women activists of the party as corrupted by partisanship and power. On top of this, the left parties themselves, which earlier had projected such an image of domination to the smaller feminist organizations, were now growing weaker in regard to patriarchal capitalist and communal forces. In the ferment of the 1989–1991 elections, most women's organizations were paralyzed. No specific overall demands were projected on the national level, in spite of localized efforts to do so, and parties were putting up fewer women candidates than ever before. The percentage of women MPs and MLAs was dropping, and those who were elected included such defenders of Hindu orthodoxy as Vijayamata Scindia, the aristocratic BJP leader who had the questionable distinction of being one of the major national defenders of Sati and Uma Bharati, the saffron-clad fanatic, famous for her diatribes against Muslims on videocassettes. In spite of the fact that women's liberation organizations, whether autonomous, party-linked, or mass organization-linked, opposed communalism as antagonistic to the interests of women. It appeared as if the Hindu religious fronts were doing better than the left parties at expressing themes of Stree Shakti and attracting teams of militant young activists and propagandists. The faces of screaming women at Ayodhya began to provide haunting photographic imagery. It was no wonder, then, that many urban women activists looked with cynicism on politics and the proposal for 30% reservations. They felt, according to one activist of Bombay's Forum, that the increase of women political representatives would simply go along with the marginalization of women's issues, which they continued to define in terms of domestic violence, rape, amniocentesis, etc., and they feared a growing authoritarianism of Indian politics. 210. The democratic space available for women to struggle has itself been shrinking not only in India but in the subcontinent as a whole. Fundamentalism and revivalism threaten to engulf our country. And linking themes of family planning and a call for a common civil code with the aim of attacking the Muslim community in a horrifying and fascistic perspective. This is the shape of the future, at least the immediate future, for our country. This is indeed the central question that faces the women's movement here today. 15. On this background of pessimism, planning went forward for the 4th National Conference to be held in Calicut, Kerala, at the end of December 1990. Initiative was taken by Bombay women, and there was no major attempt to involve mass women's organizations, even in Kerala. Not only were the CPI-M women thoroughly alienated, but the independent and feminist Coastal Women's Association, the biggest non-party women's organization in Kerala, was also attacked for its doubts about the conference. The Kashtakari Sangatana women, initially involved into conference organizing, fought with many of the Bombay organizers over what they considered a crude method of dealing with the rape issue. But organizing went ahead, on a larger scale than any earlier meetings, with a budget of Rs 150,000, and an orientation that focused on expressive activities. The main aim of coming together, stated the brochure for the conference, is to create space for women to express their ideas, experience, and feelings, by verbal expression or through songs, play acting, paintings, humor, tableaus or any other creative forms of expression. The argument behind this was that whereas the Patna conference had emphasized verbal dialogue, the Calicut conference in contrast was giving scope to more varied forms of expression. But in fact, in the context of the growing communal tensions in India, rising trends of violence, and the crisis affecting the parties of the left, many of India's feminists were feeling a need for space out of a mood of frustration and despondency. In spite of this beleaguered mood, the Calicut conference was a success. Over 2,000 women attended the 3-day program, and though the final rally was no bigger and the numbers were still small by the standards of mass movements, for most participants it was inspiring and invigorating. Women came in good numbers from NGOs in the south and states like Rajasthan and Gujarat, and while they sometimes complained of elite dominance, they found the openness of the meeting and its festival atmosphere a major achievement. As a Tamil participant put it, the country is seething with communal hatred. We in the women's movement have to establish the ethos of cultural pluralism, mutual respect, and promote sisterhood. Our singing, dancing and experience sharing is one such effort in this direction. 16. Calicut, however, did not bring any new perspective for the women's movement. Discussions on violence, the media, work, national planning policy, and ecology went over old themes. The especially volatile session on women and politics focused on the well-worn question of our troubled relation with the left, concluding with the stereotypical expression of a need for a common political program. While all endorsed the necessity of fighting communalism, many who had been the most active at the local levels disagreed with the organizers' arguments that a March 8 program on this it should be a woman-only affair. After all, said one, we've been taking the lead, but we need all the help we can get. Madhu Kishwar, who for some time had been arguing for fighting communalism by appealing to the Hindu religious tradition itself, joined to her critique of westernized feminism the comments that there was too much networking and too little work, that few were using the political space that really matters, that is, their own neighborhoods, for effective work against violence, whether at the domestic level or of the kind witnessed during riots and 211. Massacres. We need to have localized community-based work. We have not prepared the ground for such mobilization even in our own immediate neighborhoods, leave alone citywide. Yet we are constantly involved in holding national-level conferences and workshops. 17. But this stab at the urban feminist groups missed one point. Networking might be a supplementary activity, but some kind of linkages were needed to help the activists who were fighting communalism and other forms of oppression at local levels. This meant providing material and ideological resources as well as summing up and learning from the wide variety of ground-level experiences. What traditional radicals did through party and organization, the feminists called networks. The Calicut Conference began in isolation, but it was an important step in building these. The concern for networking that supplemented the rather negative orientation of creating space was more open to new issues and perspectives, less sectarian. The networks were getting broader, beginning to link more and more women from both the urban and rural mass women's organizations as well as those in different social movements. The toiling women who were becoming part. 230 Toward a New Vision, 1985–91. Of these networks were also increasingly coming from a position of strength, with struggles behind them, with a growing political and social sophistication, thinking on their own, learning forms of empowerment and achievement in small and large campaigns. As networking linked them not simply with middle-class activists and party organization leaders but also with each other, in increasing discussions, exchange of experiences, and participation in common campaigns, the dominance of a few well-placed individuals lessened, and the thrust of the women's movement itself deepened. Conclusion: the direction of women's power. The awakening of women's power was not a matter, as for traditional revolutionaries, of capturing state power. Nor could it be seen in parliamentary terms, though both rural women's organizations and middle-class activists got involved in national and parliamentary politics in the late 1980s. But the process that began with the Chandwad Women's Conference of Shetkari Sangatana did seem to be unleashing a new dynamic. Women in all kinds of mass movements were coming out, bringing their specific problems forward, and in helping to extend the concerns of the movements they were also broadening the range of issues they saw as their own concerns. By the end of the decade, women could no longer see themselves simply as participants in traditionally conceived revolutionary movements or as helpless victims who required only to be integrated into development. A new kind of movement, new methods of organizing, and a new direction of development were affirmed. What was the awakening of women's power? The period following Chandwad saw several interrelated developments. First, there was a growing seriousness among feminists generally about evolving effective political strategies, based on essentially nonviolent mass movements rather than on either electoral politics and lobbying or armed guerrilla struggle. This meant also that fundamental issues of women's subordination, such as property rights and political power, were being taken up in contrast to simply a negative effort to fight atrocities at the individual level. Second, a new attitude to religion/ethnicity/culture was developing, distinguished both from the pre-independence uncritical acceptance of the Siddha Savitri ideal. 212. Of Hindu tradition and from the full-scale rejection of religion as unilaterally patriarchal by many 1970s feminists, women were exploring alternatives and sources of strength within their culture. Third, there was a growing questioning of the nature of development itself and an evolution of a new model in which rural women were at the center. A Shetkari Sangatana story, that of the Siddha temple in the village Ravari in Yatmal district, can illustrate some trends. The temple itself was unique, even Rama temples are rare in Maharashtra villages. In its story, Sita, pregnant and cast off from Ayodhya by Rama, had settled in Ravari and after her childbirth had gone to beg wheat from the villagers. They refused to give it to a woman who had been abandoned by her husband, and in anger Sita cursed the villages that no wheat could be grown there. Indeed, said peasants, no wheat had grown in the village until the new hybrid varieties came in. Sita had to leave Ayodhya after Rama left her because she had no place of her own, the Laxmi Mudi campaign is one to give rights to all such siddhas was the way Sharad Joshi had promoted the campaign. Now the peasants of Ravari could redress the mistakes of their ancestors by giving legal land rights to women. 18. Siddha has been the most important symbol of Indian women, taken by traditionalists as the epitome of chastity and husband-worshipping loyalty. The fact that she was sent away by Rama on the merest suspicion made her also one of the original abandoned women, easily identified with by Indian women deserted or divorced by their husbands in the modem period for little or no cause. For that matter, the contemporary TV version showed a modem updating of patriarchy when it had Sita herself plead to Rama to send her away, feeling perhaps that his own action would appear too crude. But village women have had different traditions of Sita, ballads praising her as superior to Rama, or describing her as defying Rama, refusing to go back, raising her children on her own. Sharad Patil, interpreter of ancient myths and epics, argued that she was Bhumikanya Sita, the daughter of earth, symbol of the fertility goddess, that the last episode in the epic where she disappears into the earth was a return to her mother, and that the basic meaning of the Ramayana was the triumph of patriarchy over matriarchy. The Ravari story can be seen in this context, showing Sita as a goddess linked to agriculture, rejected by male peasants in an expression of patriarchy, but capable of levying a curse on subsistence crop production even when she is defeated and subordinated. Notably, Green Revolution production seems to have even defeated her power to curse. In this respect, the campaign for women's land rights, whose small but geographically widespread steps were first taken by the men and women of the Shetkari Sangatana, represented in the modem period a collective move toward the empowerment of women, toward reversing the ancient enslavement. By 1991 the connection of this with a new direction of development could be seen as Shetkari Sangatana adopted an official policy of farming with as little use as possible of expensive external inputs such as chemical fertilizers and pesticides. As part of this new direction, described by Sharad Joshi as the direction of the Kingdom of Bali, the lands held by women were to be called the Siddha lands and farmed in an updated traditional manner, with local inputs and with an orientation to providing the subsistence needs of the household. Women in the farmers' movement were thus linked with an important new ecological direction taken by the movement as a whole, as they had been linked with a growing push for alternative development in other social movements of the period. 213. 214. 10. The search for alternatives. The trend of women's power coming forward in mass movements was not only part of a growing challenge to the path of development represented by both the Indian elite and the models of socialism of the traditional left, it was also a challenge to the methods Marxists had come to think essential for revolutionary social change. Feminist activists were grappling with the question of revolutionary violence and its relation to the violence they confronted in all spheres of life, with the murder of Rajini Thirunagama exemplifying this dilemma. In the process, they were identifying with a model of nonviolent but militant mass popular action for change. In India, nonviolence had been associated with Mahatma Gandhi and through Gandhian influence had been largely inherited by the environmental movement, but in the Dalit movement also, Ambedkar had identified himself firmly with nonviolent action, linking it with his posing of Buddhism as an alternative to communism, while the farmers' movement, while disassociating itself from Gandhian religiosity, affirmed an allegiance to nonviolence as a strategy, not as a principle. All these movements used a wide variety of militant, law-defying strategies of action but distinguished themselves from strategies based on taking up the gun. Yet nonviolence was increasingly under pressure in India, and although the new social movements held to it as a movement method, more and more discontented youth seemed ready to take up the gun, and guerrilla struggles were becoming more pervasive than ever before in the country's history. In Kashmir, the long-existing Jammu and Kashmir Liberation Front, JKLF, found its general policy of independence and Islamic socialism being challenged by fundamentalist and pro-Pakistani guerrilla organizations as both grew in the face of state repression. In Assam, the nonviolent but militant Assam movement, having impotently come to power in the government, was superseded by the underground United Liberation Front of Assam, ULFA, which aimed at independence through armed struggle. In Tamil Nadu, the Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam, LTTE, were out fighting or at least standing off both the Sri Lanka government and the Indian peacekeeping force and slaughtering rival liberation groups in the process. In Punjab, the Khalistani guerrillas continued to hold sway in the countryside. In the northeast, Nagas, Mizos, Manipuris, Maityas, and others maintained an armed presence in coalition with similar groups in minority regions of Burma. The situation in India by the late 1980s seemed to have gone far beyond what journalist political scientist Selig Harrison had once described as India's most dangerous decades, but by this time the public had seemingly become inured, and the military machine of the state could keep resources flowing from turmoil-stricken areas. In the context of the growing crisis of socialism and the increasing fundamentalist tone to the movements, they also could not catch hold of the imagination of youth throughout India. There was one internal guerrilla struggle that did, however, project a different image, and that was the People's War Group, PWG. This was the biggest Naxalite group still clinging to an armed struggle orientation, and while IPF liberation was taking its Dale at landless laborer base in Bihar into the political sphere through the mediation of open political fronts, PWG 215 was mobilizing a similar base, though with a stronger tribal component in Andhra and the mainly tribal bordering areas of Maharashtra, Gadchirali, and Madhya Pradesh, Bastar district. Whereas the IPF was moving toward more conventional left politics not only in the electoral sense but also in its policies of concentrating a mass movement against price rise and for the right to work, the PWG continued to struggle for land as the central revolutionary goal. PWG heroism had a strong appeal to the youth of Andhra, and even its late 1980s tactics of fighting state repression through the kidnapping of low-level, and occasionally high-level, bureaucrats actually won some admiration from sections of the rural masses who normally experienced these as oppressors. By 1989 the PWG and its related mass organizations were forcibly banned from holding open meetings but had developed a solid base in the rural areas of many Telangana districts. During the elections they surreptitiously supported Congress against N.T. Rama Rao, who had stepped up policies of repression against them after originally praising them as patriots. When Congress came to power in the state, they were rewarded by a new policy of relaxed police pressure, and their mass fronts came strongly into the open with a series of mass demonstrations, rallies, cultural programs, land seizures for the rural poor, and bonds on issues of the peasantry, such as provision of electricity and remunerative prices, and the backward classes, support for the Mondal Commission. PWG, then, was on the upsurge by 1990. Its famed Dalit singer, Getter, was drawing crowds of hundreds of thousands in Andhra and impressive showings in other parts of India. Its village squads were asserting themselves, running people's courts, collecting money from businessmen, forcing government bureaucrats to register land. In the name of the landless, erecting impressive monuments to fallen martyrs. Yet the world had moved a long way from the new left upsurge of the original Naxit movement, and in the era of the fall of communism in Europe and the proclaimed triumph of liberalism and consumerism, even the rural masses in Andhra itself were putting a different stamp on the movement. The localized successes themselves were demonstrating the way in which new questions were being raised. Take the issue of land. Agrarian revolution, giving land to the landless, had always been the central plank of Naxalite and other communist programs, and the PWG had undoubtedly seen its sponsoring of struggles on issues of crop prices and reservations as secondary, tactical maneuvers. The land program was central, they had been organizing struggles around it on a low-key basis for decades, and now they took it up openly in thousands of villages. Problems immediately became apparent. First was that of availability of land. Taking land only from big landlords, leaving aside the rich peasants who might have had a few extra acres but were not to be antagonized at this time, yielded relatively few acres per village. Noting that a few thousand acres in 5 districts represented a modest overall achievement, PWG sympathizer Balagopal argued that the scare this has created among the exploiting classes is less a measure of the achievement than an indication of the impossibility of a peaceful solution of the land question. But this begged the question of the availability of the land, at a time when some scholars were wondering if, at least by normal farming methods, the possibilities of land reform were getting exhausted, that there was simply not enough land to satisfy all the landless. And the land question, in the era of environmentalism and the issue of farm prices, was revealing itself as more than that of giving land to people, it was also one of what was to be done with the land once it had been. 216. 1. For instance, a December 1990 Times of India article, Madiga Malaya inherits the earth, described the joy of an old Dalit when given an acre of land. Estimating at first that with a crop of groundnuts he could make Rs 5,000, his imagination begins to soar. The PWG had promised water and pump sets, in which case he could grow anything he wished. Chilies, tomatoes, cotton. Rs 30,000 a year. 2. Malaya's dreams of prosperity had many illusions behind them, but they showed the deep penetration of development ideology. The PWG armed squads seemed to be thinking along the same lines. To this can be added the fact that in contrast to the thousands of acres of excess land being taken over, in Kamen district tribals under PWG leadership had gained control of 80,000 acres of what was classified as forest lands. 3. This was simply an acceleration of what was happening throughout India's forest areas, as tribal peasants desperate to manage their livelihoods seized lands for cultivation, under the leadership of Naxalites, of groups such as Jharkhand Mukti Morcha, or on their own. But forest land seized or excess land given in small amounts to landless low castes raised immediately the issue of how the land was to be cultivated. In the late 1980s, in contrast to earlier periods, occupiers were confronted immediately with either getting absorbed into green revolution developmentalism and dependence on inputs and the market or formulating some really effective alternative. Traditional subsistence agriculture, without political and technological support, and measures to restore the environment that had made it possible in the past, was no longer a viable prospect, and both peasant awareness of the ambiguities of GR technology and the environmental critique were becoming widespread enough to make left programs of simply providing inputs look a bit dated. The PWG leadership may well have considered that this was not an immediate problem because of their expectations of a renewed state onslaught, but the logic of their movement was leading them in new directions. The logic of people's aspirations in a new era was operating at another level too, and that was among the boys joining the armed squads. It seems clear that throughout India at this time, village youth were becoming less and less enthusiastic about working the land at all. Even the Maharashtra Shetkari Sanghotana's 1990 election post-mortem brought forth many arguments that young people were simply not concerned about prices, that they wanted only to get away from the villages or get jobs. In Andhra too, while the aged Malaya got land, his grandsons were very likely getting guns. A frontline article argued that the Rambo culture is spreading, if not the easy money, the aura and power that a guntoting Naxalite has these days is perhaps too tempting for the young villagers, the unemployment problem being what it is. For this was undoubtedly too cynical, because for the low castes in particular, the question of power within the village was one of dignity and identity itself. Nevertheless, it pointed to problems, especially for the women who ordinarily claimed neither guns nor land. There were complaints that the armed squads were deciding many cases of family and sexual relations brought before them in quite conventional and male chauvinist ways. There was a frustration with the infighting among the various Naxalite groups, and there was some disgust with the violent retaliation used against suspected informers. Whether its new collective access to land and power was temporary or not, it is clear that the PWG, most fundamentalist of Naxalite groups, was by 1990 being confronted with the new dilemmas of development and changing aspirations of the rural poor. Take up the red-green flag. 217. Take the fantasy out of your daydreams. What will happen? From simply waving the red flag over the many colors of reality, in showing the way to violent revolution. Take care of your own existence. Comrade. Prabhakar Gang Erdi's poem, expressing a new Dalit self-confidence in challenging Naxalite claims to revolutionary purity, was also a critique of the monocolor character of Indian communism, its tendency to ignore non-class issues. Politics is strongly color-oriented in India. Banners, Flags, armbands, caps, often entire uniforms are used to express a political orientation. The rise of religious fundamentalism has been linked with saffron. The hegemony of Marxism over anti-systemic movements has been reflected in the predominance of red. Women at the Putna Conference expressed their specific identity with a purple banner, while historically the Dalit movement was the first to take up an alternative color, using a blue flag. Green came first to India not as the color of environmentalists but as a symbol of the peasantry. The Jharkhand Muddy Morcha had used a green flag. It was also used by most of the new peasant organizations as well as by politicians like Devi Lai of Haryana, aspiring for recognition as peasant spokesman. Attempts to combine colors also appeared but without much success. The early Jharkhand movement was marked by the mixture of red and green, but later Jharkhandis rejected this policy of alliance with workers and by implication with Marxists for green only. Conversely, there were proposals at IPF's second conference in Calcutta for a red-green flag to symbolize its worker-peasant base, but this was rejected for red only out of a fear of weakening proletarian vanguardism. The Shetkari Sangatana expressed a combined orientation in a red badge and a flag half green, half white with the red symbol at its center, and, as a woman activist said, the red represents the blood shed by those martyred during the movement, but this was never practically embodied in a worker-peasant alliance. The difficulty of color combination was indicative both of party sectarianism and the single-issue orientation of the new movements. But there was one organization that from the beginning consciously used a red-green flag, built worker-peasant unity, and by the late 1980s was moving to give a new meaning to green itself. This was the Chhattisgarh Muddy Morcha, CMM, based among low-caste and tribal peasants in Madhya Pradesh. Like the JMM, it represented a combination of mine workers and the surrounding peasantry articulated around a regional autonomy demand. It differed in being focused around the charismatic leadership of a single individual, Shankar Guhanayaji. In 1977 nearly 10,000 workers left a CPI-led union in the iron ore mines supplying the huge public sector Bhila steel plant in protest against the party's lack of militancy during the emergency and its refusal to protest the jailing of their leader, Nayaji. In the post-emergency tumult, militant strikes of their newly formed Chhattisgarh Mines Shramik San, CMSS 218. Resulted in 2 incidents of police firing that left numerous workers dead. But beyond militancy, CMSS also sought to be a kind of social movement union with efforts to fight drunkenness among workers, by, for instance, turning over their paychecks directly to their wives, and organizing a union-run hospital. Then in 1979 Nayaji and the worker activists made their major political thrust with the formation of the CMM, centered around the demand for a separate Chhattisgarhi state. This campaign will incorporate the programs of revolutionary trade union activities, boycott of alcoholism, the peasant and land questions, the question of the price of forest produce, the question of educational and health services, struggles against every type of oppression, especially against the oppression of women. 6. This was how Nayaji put it in 1982. And it already involved efforts to unify the working class movement with the women's movement and the price issues raised by farmers' organizations. Nayaji in fact joined rallies with Sharad Joshi and took part in the Kisan Coordinating Committee. A separate Chhattisgarh Mahila Muddy Morcha was formed in 1980, and although it apparently had only a shadowy existence after that, a number of strong working class women activists did develop with the CMSS. The movement also sought to project a new cultural identity for Chhattisgarh in the celebration of a 19th-century tribal chieftain freedom fighter, Veer Narayan Singh. Politically, it was becoming one of the few movement forces in this economically and politically backward central Indian state. By the late 1980s the peasant base of the CMM was pushing in even newer directions. Chhattisgarh, once considered a rice bowl of Madhya Pradesh, was becoming drought-prone, pushing migrant labor out to Nagpur and beyond. Fighting a series of splits and setbacks, the CMM organized a September 1989 workshop at Raipur that brought together 400 participants, mainly workers and peasants, to discuss the need to formulate and fight for alternatives in all areas: land, agriculture, water, forestry, Industry. And a 50,000-strong rally on October 2 put forward a wide-ranging program of concrete cultural and economic developmental measures, including the construction of small stop dams as opposed to large dam projects, repairing small ponds, stopping the mechanization of iron ore mines, raising the price of paddy, using local languages rather than Sanskritized Hindi in the schools, and opening hospitals and technical training institutions. 7. What has development meant to us? Bhila steel plant is a national showpiece and it has grabbed all the water from the peasants. This was a period in which alternative development was becoming a slogan in the environmental movement. The concrete experiences of Chhattisgarh workers and peasants were showing them the exploitation and marginalization created by the dominant model, and leading them to combine the insights of diverse social movements. An article on the Raipur rally in the Economic and Political Weekly tried to contrast its workers and peasants to the kulaks gathered in the Big Farmers Movement rally on the same day at Delhi, which had ended in a split. 8. But for the Chhattisgarhi poor, the prices of rice and forest produce were issues along with drought and the monopolization of water by industry. The accumulation of capital symbolized by Bhila was linked to the marginalization they were suffering. Alternative development from below was taking on new meaning and becoming a major organizational threat to the ruling elite of the backward state of Madhya Pradesh. Muddy Sangharsh, the whipcord of the peasants. The Chhattisgarh peasants had argued for small stop dams instead of large irrigation. 219 projects. But dams built by peasants themselves as a part of a movement to eradicate drought were a threat to state capitalist exploitation of people's labor and resources, as shown by the saga of a peasant struggle in Maharashtra that actually did center around the building of a small dam. The organization leading the struggle, Muddy Sangharsh, short for Shoshit Shetkari Kamgar Kashtakari Muddy Sangharsh, exploited peasants, workers, toilers' liberation struggle, had grown in southern Maharashtra following the 1982 textile strike. This region, Sangli, Satara, and Kolhapur districts had a history of radical democratic movements, ranging from Phule's early Satyashodak movement to a peasant uprising against Brahmins and landlords in 1920, to an underground parallel government formed during the climax of India's freedom fight from 1942 to 1946. After independence, its Krishna River Valley area became a center for Maharashtra's most famous cash crop, sugarcane, and for the impressive cooperative sugar factories that arose in the fields to process cane for peasants and accumulate power and wealth for local bosses. So strong was this base that the Shetkari Sangatana never managed to penetrate the region. Yet discontent gradually accumulated also, and it was channeled by drought and the textile strike. Muddy Sangharsh had two roots. One was in these struggles of the local peasantry, historically and directly in recent upsurges led by activists of the Peasants' and Workers' Party such as Raya Sahib Shinde and Sampatra Pawar, who had brought peasants with bullock carts full of cane to blockade roads in protest over the refusal of a local factory to process the cane. The textile strike and the decades of experience of peasant workers with Bombay life were part of this process. Indeed, this engaged them in the developmental ideology and its critique, for it was a habit of Bombay workers to invest in small projects in their home villages. Now, with their long sojourn at home during the strike, the continuing backwardness of the villages was impressed upon them. Another base of Muddy Sangharsh was the new questioning among young Marxist activists. In Maharashtra, reactions against Leninist centralism and party sectarianism had not taken the extreme anti-organizational form seen in Bengal. Rather, new organizations grew up that sought to reconcile a communist or socialist thrust with emphasis on new issues. Among these was the Shramik Muddy Dal, SMD, founded in 1980 partly as an offshoot of the Magawa group joined by activists of cultural and street theatre groups. The name, which means Workers' Liberation League, was conventional, and so was the firm class line of interpreting Indian society as capitalist-dominated. But added to this was a strong emphasis on patriarchy, caste, and culture. Very rapidly, SMD activists working in Bombay, Belgaum, and Sangli districts began to take ecological issues quite seriously, while a group of tribal activists from the old Shramik Sangatana in Dhul who joined it as a counterweight to CPI-M, added their own emphasis on Adivasi values and culture. From the beginning, significantly, the organization never built a functioning democratic centralist structure which gave it a laxness but at the same time helped prevent it from splitting as it began to experience the bufferings of changing perspectives and new experiences. "We're too loose to split," as activist Shri Harsh Kanhir put it. Bharat Patankar, a leading SMD activist, went from the Bombay textile areas to work in rural Sangli and played a leading role in the formation of Muddy Sangharsh. Relatives, including his mother Indumati, an old freedom fighter, cousin Jayant Nikam, and wife Gail Omvedt, also became active. But there were other important outsiders in the movement. There were Joy and Marty, one from a poor Kerala Christian family, the other from a Delhi-based family of 220. Government employees, social work graduates who transferred from an NGO to this resolutely anti-funding group. There was also Gauri, a woman activist from a poor Calcutta family, and her friend Jogan Sen Gupta, a wandering offspring of the 1960s Bengal upsurge who spent long periods in KCJN, recovering from psychological depression, studying medicine, reading anthropology and politics, developing an enthusiasm for hunter-gatherer societies, and discussing contemporary feminist revolution. Economic struggles of Muddy Sangharsh were centered around government work schemes, Maharashtra's famous rural job program, the Employment Guarantee Scheme, including demands to set up more projects as well as for providing facilities for women and child care. But from the beginning the perspective was not simply of drought relief, a common theme of popular struggles of the time, but eradicating drought, restoring the fertility of the soil, replenishing the land. Though many of the SMD-connected organizers started with the framework of class divisions among the peasantry that led them to try to build agricultural labor unions and only then form alliances with the middle peasantry, none of these took off, and the Muddy Sangharsh movement instead developed, after the textile strike, as an all-peasant movement, though with an emphasis on the poor and on issues of equality. The input of peasant experience pushed this process forward. In a 1984 Vidnyanatra, peasants and agricultural laborers argued with young urban science students about the earlier plentiful rainfall in their area. They joined in a Muddy Sangharsh campaign to survey rivers and wells in the Taluka, with findings, hundreds of dried-up wells, that made it clear that the then conventional development activity of digging wells to help farmers resist drought and share in green revolution benefits had inherent limitations as water tables fell, that only an alternative that restored groundwater could solve problems. Out of the survey came a booklet, Shetkaryaka Azad, Whipcord of the Peasants, named after Fuli's old polemic and putting forward proposals for numerous village-based reconstruction projects, small dams, percolation tanks, etc. and low water using cropping patterns. It was a kind of embryonic people's plan for the area and was used as the basis for an October 1985 conference on drought eradication. At the same time, SMD networks connected Sangli peasants with a wider political environment. Campaigns on the Bhopal issue, on the Mathura and other rape cases, an anti-caste Fuli Ambedkar Visharyatra organized in 1984, performances by Bombay street theatre groups, visits to Dhul, Chhattisgarh, and elsewhere were among many activities. In August 1985 a women's Sri Muddy Sangharsh was formed, and its policy of autonomy gradually began to be realized in practice as it expanded activities to cover talukas of Sangli and Satara districts that were outside the scope of Muddy Sangharsh itself. In October 1985 peasants proclaimed their new relationship to the world of knowledge when they demonstrated at the local university at Kolhapur with the demand that either the university do research on drought or we'll go into the library and do our own research. One of their songs on drought mocked the rock-breaking work of the government relief schemes, contrasting the glitter of city life and the useless store of academic knowledge. Pick and shovel, iron platter. We're paving the Taluka with roads. Drought is hanging on our backs. 221. The storage of knowledge at the university. The colors of disco are growing. And drought is hanging on our backs. It was on this background that Bharat Pattankar was writing his reassessments of the communist movement, looking at the issues raised by the new social movements and arguing for the generalization of Marx's recognition that the working class could not simply take over the existing state and use it for its own purposes but rather had to construct a new form of state. It was not only necessary to have collective ownership or working class control of the political system, the entire industrial system had to be reconstructed and not simply taken over for socialist development. This meant dealing with the full range of ecological insights. As a result of our experiences in movements, our discussions with men and women, our relationship with workers, the knowledge about new movements in America and Europe and our ideological orientation, certain basic perspectives have emerged. The existence of humans on this earth is neither one-sided nor is it isolated from the rest of nature. Humans share an interlinked and collective existence with the atmosphere, water, rain, trees, jungles, rivers, hills, other animals, birds, insects, worms, germs, the sun, the moon, the solar system and so on. Those components live in a symbiotic and harmonious balance existing in nature. At the same time, there are also relations which may prove mutually destructive. Human society can advance only on the basis of all these realities and the healthy development of the interrelationships. If development ignores this close relationship and instead destroys it, it will eventually serve to destroy humankind along with nature. 9. Eradicating drought thus led to a whole realm of what might otherwise be called socialist construction. The central slogan of the early days of the movement posed the radical goal of abolishing drought as such against the relief perspective embodied in the eggs work schemes, Kadi ami fodinar nahi, Rasta ami sandnar nahi, Dushkal gala flyashive ronar nahi, we will not break rocks, we will not lay roads, we will not stop without throwing away drought. It was in a sense a challenge to the traditional left practice of simply mobilizing people during drought for relief, and to the current slogan of right to work as a panacea for the poor. Strikingly, it was taken up most enthusiastically by the women of Srimati Sangharsh and generalized from their local anti-drought struggles to larger joint activines of the women's movement. If peasants build their own dams, what would the state have left to do? Balawadi and Tanjalwadi in 1986, two villages of drought-stricken Khanapur Taluk. 20 miles away, below the plateau, the Krishna River runs its course through lush fields of sugarcane in the center of Sangli district, foundation of the power and wealth of the sugar barons and the gaudy promises of green revolution development. But the fields of Balawadi and Tanjalwadi were cracked and barren, its river the Urala dry for 11 months of the year. Now the peasants of the villages had little to do but work on the rock-breaking egg schemes they despised or get occasional jobs such as working for the contractors who were mining sand from their dried-up river bed. 222. Mining sand. Now that was an irony, making profit out of drought. The peasants, who had been involved in the struggles and alternative planning efforts of Muddy Sangharsh, mulled this over in their late-night discussions. They were also becoming aware of what these changes were doing to village social life, replacing the normal rhythms of agriculture by flows of cash from meaningless labor, flows too easily convertible to drink rather than food. As some pointed out, mining the sand could itself have a negative effect on the soil's absorptive capacity. If we could get water for our fields, if we could build a dam, we, peasants and agricultural laborers themselves? This was unheard of. Who would design it? Who would provide expert help? Above all, where would the money come from? Then the two problems came together. Before them was the answer. The sand mining was but one instance of the way that wealth that rightfully belonged to the villages, from the products of peasant labor to the resources of the land, was extracted to serve the chain of contractors, businessmen, bureaucrats, and leaders who fattened on the misery of the poor. Why should sand belong to the state to let officials auction it to contractors at high profit? Why not to the people themselves? Give us the rights to the sand and we will build a dam. This was the beginning of a 4-year-long struggle. Finding expertise to design the dam was not so difficult, for K.R. Date, a noted engineer from Bombay, had already developed an association with projects based on local initiative. Nor was it difficult to convince the peasants about equal water distribution. The principal water from the dam should be used for ecologically sustainable agriculture and distributed on an equitable basis that included shares for women and landless labor. The obstacle, of course, was the state. On the one hand, there were the interests of contractors and bureaucrats, from irrigation department engineers to the main officials of the district, all those involved in tapping the flow of surplus. They stalled, either by raising technical objections or by simple government fiat, giving the sand out in auction rather than government permits, ignoring muddy Sangharsh agitations, moving to punish the peasants involved by various kinds of bureaucratic harassment. It was also clear that the very idea of peasants building their own dam as part of a people's movement went against something built into the very heart of the political system. It is reported that in the state cabinet discussion of the issue after a mass demonstration in which peasants brought their bullock carts to the heart of Sangli city, one minister said, "But if peasants build dams, then what will the state have left to do?" Another joked, "The peasants should build their dams, we can't afford it." Behind the joking was an element of seriousness. Development was something done by the experts and the state for the people. It is striking that objections raised by mainstream communists to such alternative movements was along the same lines: why should you get into building dams? That's the work of the government. The peasants chose as a name for their dam the Bali Raja Memorial Dam. Bali Raja, it may be recalled, was the king idealized in peasant culture who had been sent under the earth by the Brahmin boy woman. In southern states like Kerala, the major post-harvest festival, Onam, was celebrated supposedly to commemorate his returning to earth for a day of happiness and plenty, while Maharashtrian peasants still used the slogan Ida Padajavo, Balika Rajya Yeva, let troubles and sorrows go and the kingdom of Bali come. Bali had been taken as the major symbol of the oppressed Shudra Dalit peasantry in Fuli's interpretation of the Aryan Brahmin conquest. The story was given a thrust against the current exploitative stater-industrial society, and women of Sri Muddy Sangharsh took this up when, in 1987, they 223 held a ceremony as part of an agitation for drinking water for villages to hang woman in effigy as representing the deceptive, repressive state and its bureaucrats. In this way the effort of peasants to build a dam developed into a broad popular movement directed against the contemporary state. Indeed, the fact that a proposal for a small dam irrigating 900 acres in 2 villages had to be fought all the way up to the state government level showed how such issues were threatening some basic economic interests. Against these the Sangli peasants built alliances, with left and democratic parties in the district, with workers in Bombay, with middle-class sympathizers in Pune, with local students and professors who provided support committees and voluntary labor in National Service Scheme camps, even getting the help of Shetkari Sanghatanas Sharad Joshi to initiate government discussions. Characteristically, he expressed his support for the idea that peasants should control local resources like sand and forests and his skepticism about the viability of the plans for equal water distribution. When by 1990 the dam was nearly completed, Muddy Sangharsh moved to another level to confront a larger scheme already planned by the government with a people's alternative. A medium-scale irrigation project, worth Rs 300 crores, to lift water from the Krishna River to irrigate the drought-prone talukas of Sangli had been on the drawing board for years. Ironically, or perhaps not, this development proposed to give water to only 8 villages fully and 22 partially, out of 108 water-starved villages in Khanapur Taluka. Backed up by the Bali Raja experience and experiments they had carried out on ecologically sustainable, needs-oriented, biomass-based agriculture, Muddy Sangharsh made an alternative proposal that would provide minimum water to all families of 60 villages, enough to irrigate 3 acres each in a plan providing fodder, fuel, grain, vegetables, and fruit trees that could be used to earn some cash. And they organized consciousness-raising pediatras, poster exhibits, conferences, rostarakas, and other demonstrations over their demands. In spite of local harassments, the campaign went on. Muddy Sangharsh had from the beginning adopted the slogan of the textile workers, who says they won't give it. We won't stop without taking it, and for the Ganpati religious festival in 1990 they showed their feminism and emphasis on popular action with an exhibit on a Wardha woman who had single-handedly whipped the district collector during an Independence Day ceremony in protest against the refusal of the government to do anything about the grabbing of a small plot of land. The Sangli collector slapped a defamation case against them. Efforts to hold a people's court on the Takari scheme in May 1991 were banned on the excuse that it was whipping up tensions during elections. Leading activists were arrested. "How can we negotiate with them?" queried the collector, "they've got struggle in their name." Local Naxalites occasionally charged that the nonviolent mass struggle of such groups as Muddy Sangharsh, and of the environmental movement in general, was that of eunuchs. At one level their campaigns seemed all low-key compared to the murders, kidnappings, and armed defiance of the state going on in parts of Andhra, even in the forests of eastern Maharashtra, not to mention Punjab and Assam. But the struggles were confrontational mass struggles, and there was a growing confidence among activists that they were on the right path, even if it was taking them in directions that had earlier been stigmatized in the left movement as Gandhian. The kingdom of Bali, after all, was not necessarily to be won by the methods of Chanakya. The primary terrain of resistance. 224. Lying behind all of these new movements to formulate and practice alternatives was a process of popular assertion. By the late 1980s this was expressed not only in urges to be a part of the apparent prosperity and undeniable glitter of capitalist development, but also in a rejection of its marginalizing processes and a quest to transcend them. There was in fact, argued Jagan Sen Gupta, one of the people's theorists of the period, a primary terrain of resistance, the fundamental movement that was an effort by toiling people to build new forms of cooperation and new democratic control in the process of their daily lives. Jagan had been a participant in the 1960s Bengal upsurge, and like so many of this generation, he was alienated by the sectarianism and infighting of revolutionary left politics, which led to mutual murders as each organization tried to establish its hegemony, laying the whole movement open to state repression. Communist parties became fetishes. In 1972, I was already shattered by this problem. We joined the movement to help each other to live in anti-capitalist ways, to become more human, to struggle against the forces of dehumanization. In 1968–71, to my horror, I saw the opposite happening inside the movement. Manipulation, empowerment, utilization was dominating our behavior towards each other. And this made us so petty and blind that we managed to destroy the whole movement in Bengali soul too, as so many of us do now and then, turn to capital to FMD and explanation. I found nothing. Thus Marx not only fails to go to the roots of this fetish, but today most of the old Marxist-Leninist movements have become fossilized, fetishes in the world. Rather we are living in an era when people are successfully struggling against those. Only after I got a chance to learn from the insights of the new movements since 1960s could I understand how Marx relates to our needs. 10. Young activists of Logan's type stayed out of communist parties and organizations, but continued to take part in movements, in people's science in Bengal, in workers' and nationality struggles in Jharkhand, in rehabilitation efforts in Bhopal. Jagan wandered among them, a nomadic activist, participating in campaigns and holding endless discussions with activists. Like many, he discovered first feminism and then the new model of human history expressed in indigenous peoples' movements. These provided basic themes of his understanding. Search for alternatives. 245. My anti-history teachers tell me that capitalism is only the third counter-revolution that has hit humankind. After a few million years of free and egalitarian existence, the first, patriarchal counter-revolution hit us only 10 to 30,000 years ago. It is called the Neolithic Revolution by intellectuals conned by civilization. This dealt a crushing blow to the production for enjoyment mode of life, put women as the breeders, and started the ball rolling. This could not go far as the free people were too many and too strong then. Then came the second, the statist counter-revolution. Patriarchy took off with the state, and together they launched a powerful assault on the free people. Within 3,000 years they dominated the globe. Growth of private property was only another basic aspect of this process. It was neither the main nor central to the growth of civilization. On this soil started the industrial counter-revolution that made mincemeat of the world. It flew the flag of private property originally. It was a leap as well as a continuation of the civilization. In only 300 years its momentum has brought us today 10 minutes from a very real hell. Taking patriarchy as primary implied for Jagan, just as for feminists, the thesis that 225. Underlying all forms of domination and exploitation were oppressive relations of daily life, deeply hidden in the subterranean spaces of human relations and fossilized into perfect and normal conventions, as he put it. It implied also that the beginnings of the fight against oppression lay in practices of cooperation and resistance in daily life. Problems of human relations, man-woman relations, sexuality, family, relations with comrades were questions troubling not only Jagan but a large collection of diffuse left circles throughout the country. Sometimes their search was interpreted in terms of sexual freedom, often the fascination with feminism was quite compatible with ignoring the basic insights of feminism about such material realities of daily life as participation in housework. Sometimes the hatred of patriarchal organization led to a disturbing irresponsibility in organizational matters. But the broad process of rethinking was creating a new activist subculture in India, a widespread network of young men and women who continued to be involved in people's movements, who attempted to break through sectarian barriers, theorizing some of the new social movements from a basis of participation rather than that of an institutionally based elite trying to affect them. Their reflex reaction against discipline was frustrating to many, but their concern for change made them a part of the ferment of the period. To Jagan, the fate of communist societies in Eastern Europe, so disturbing to traditional Marxists, was a sign of hope. Vanguard parties, while proclaiming their effectivity, had in fact led the opposition movements into the trap of trying to oppose an exploitative system by creating organizations and societies in the image of the oppressor. That these were now getting shattered was a sign of a wide and deeply based popular upsurge, rooted in new processes of democratic assertion at the very base. It would have been really quite depressing if the free world was not getting a worse beating by the democracy movement from Africa to Latin America. Militarism is the worst form of plunder and domination. So the peace movement is a struggle for socialism. Autocracy, whatever be its color, stands for curbing the bottom people's right to associate, assert and build up their power. So a movement against authoritarianism, whatever be its color, is building up people's capacity for socialism. Thus, instead of the label, we look for the contents, and instead of looking for the pure and full-fledged form, we look for the ingredients and pieces, we FMD socialism emerging as a deep global tradition. Strangely, it was when the Black Sun, the rampaging monster of global militarism, was the highest, the 60-year-long relative defeat and paralysis of humanity started breaking up. Logan was insisting that the new movements were basically liberatory, and that their loose interconnections were much more fruitful than the traditional vanguard ways of organizing. In the 1960s, enormous areas of activism and their interconnections became visible, as women, tribals, blacks, colored, lower castes, peasants, gays, and lesbians fought their battles and found new ways of collaboration. Thus we had a world where African tribals were able to collaborate with Latin American tribal peasants and European workers, women, and peace movements. Alliance leading to strengths and wisdom never before available to the bottom peoples. The forms of its expression were of course as varied as the people: Christian socialism, feminism, pacifism, indigenous liberation, proletarian socialism, even scientific socialism. But all were collaborating in defending humanity, to build up respect and power and democracy of the oppressed. 226. The contemporary era was seen as one in which the non-vanguardist, predominant informal people's cooperation-based strivings have saved the world by breaking the nuclear Cold War tension center in Europe, by overthrowing the worst of the despotisms and militarisms in the Third World and the Socialist bloc. Not vanguardist tendencies, but informal networks, not armed liberation struggles, but popular upsurges, not the purely political, but the daily life-based cooperative practices were the keys to the future. This process of cooperation and democratic action by ordinary people in everyday life was, according to Logan, the primary social movement, the force behind the others. First and at the largest terrain of resistance was the ordinary people with their ordinary acts who started to claw onto the stage of history. The power of the global establishment lies in its ability to interconnect, intensify all different modes of inequalities, distorted cooperations between classes and communities, men and women, down to households and interpersonal relations. Similarly, the movement for communism consists of the opposite, the inter-support, cooperation, practically and in changing our desires, against all those toxic practices. In this view, the new era of the 1990s was one in which capitalism continued to survive, but its militarist forms had suffered a major setback. The new carrots of capitalist hegemony, the lure of consumerist democracy, continued to operate, but a major step forward had been taken by actions of the masses that outrun, and had barely been theorized by, the parties and organizations of the left that claimed to represent them. If the weapons of the state were the percolation of power and privilege and the stabilization of hierarchies to co-opt democratic initiatives, the movements in contrast should support people's actions to reduce the power of the state and of the control of resources by a small minority, and work at the same time to reduce unequal access to power and wealth among the people themselves. That this process was already going on, that it lay behind the upsurges that upset the traditional left, that were producing the new social movements and shaking established regimes, was one of Logan's major arguments. Alternative technological horizons. The masses clawing their way onto the stage of history, the leaping forward of women, Dalits, tribals, and peasants expressing their identities and fighting their exploitation in the new social movements were all phenomena of the 1970s and 1980s. Behind them, it could be argued, were some important technological changes, that is, changes in the very forces of production themselves. Technology has often been viewed in negative terms, as both patriarchal and oppressive, by many in the women's movement and the environmental movement. Yet there were ways in which some of the new technologies were providing the material base for the new movements. Communications technologies, for example, made possible a widespread awareness, reaching to even remote villages through radios and television, video, and cinema, of the kind of new consumer goods and lifestyle made possible in the cities and centers of civilization. Transportation technologies made it possible for people to do something about this, where villages had, say at the time of the Russian Revolution, been genuinely isolated and only the working class had a collective life in huge factories and urban centers. Now it was a realistic campaign for hundreds of thousands of peasants from all over a state or even the country, to crowd on trains or hire trucks to stage rallies in massive numbers. Guerrillas could ride on 227 bicycles or motorcycles and communicate with walkie-talkies. Liberation movements could circulate videocassettes. Village women getting Rs 50 to 200 a month as honoraria for nursery school teaching could go without ticket to Delhi to press their demands. Tribals could gather for popular festivals. People were planning their struggles as excursions also. "You want to organize women to fight communalism?" queried one peasant met on a train on his without ticket way to the big farmers' rally in Delhi. "Just plan huge rallies and let them travel all over the country." He himself was part of a group of 23 village men and women, mostly caste Hindus but including one or two Dalits and Muslims, that had taken off for Delhi with a detour through Varanasi, combining their struggle with sightseeing. Indeed, probably every mass agitational campaign in this period assumed that those involved in marches, demonstrations, suffering the discomforts and willing to endure even clashes with the police would also be taking the opportunity to do what they could of the low-caste Indians' version of tourism. Their ability to go long distances, as well as coordinate actions, was in crucial ways related to technological developments. One of those involved in practicing and theorizing technology at this time was K.R. Date, the Bombay engineer who had designed the Bali Raja Dam. Date, then in his 60s and working at the time as an independent consultant, had been interested in alternative development since the 1950s when he had had a fascination with the Gandhian Gramdan, village gift, movement and with Mao's cooperatives, but they didn't have the technology for decentralization then, we do. He had also been a sympathizer of the post-1960s rural movements in Maharashtra. Now, as these movements themselves began to be concerned with alternative development, he started to take a leading role in formulating its technological foundations. A number of younger ex-movement activists began to work in his organization, the Center for Applied Systems Analysis in Development, CASAD, including Suhas Paranjpai, the former Magao Shramik Sangatana activist who had authored the controversial Marathi version of Capital. CASAD began to carry on experiments in wasteland development, based on low water and chemical input using biomass production, and it began to formulate plans for the actual material production, crops, building materials, poultry, and animals, of tribal villages and gradually whole districts. The idea was to link an agriculture based on low external inputs, substituting organic matter and animal manure for chemical fertilizers, local seeds for HYVs, using only small amounts of water, to building and construction that could minimize the use of energy-expensive manufactures through the mixture of biomass inputs. In 1988, Date and his colleagues produced a document called Alternative Technological Horizons 11 that extended these principles to visualize an all-India economy based on low energy-using, sustainable agriculture but capable of supporting a population of 1,200 million. It noted, in setting up infrastructure, a complete or partial substitution of materials is feasible: steel by fibers, enhancement of cement strength by addition of colloidal silica from biomass sources, reinforced earth structures, replacement of petrochemicals from biomass sources, and so on. Through such replacements, both the material and energy inputs into the infrastructure building are drastically reduced and the use of locally produced, biomass, or locally available, earth, stone, materials is increased. The overall cost of infrastructure can be significantly 228 reduced, while increasing local employment. Thus bulk import and transport of materials like steel and cement is reduced. There is an inverse relationship between transportation needs and communication, so that as the level of communication increases, the need for transportation reduces. Urban commuting will reduce as services and even industrial work can operate through a communication network in the future. With these materials it is possible to build small dams, storages, ponds, tanks, buildings, roads, towers and so on, so that infrastructure building can be undertaken at a local level. This meant precisely that the type of village-centered and decentralized society being depicted as an alternative to traditional socialism by the new movements was not a backward-looking utopia that stood in opposition to modern technology. Rather, it could build on some of the most far-reaching technological developments themselves. It is simultaneously necessary to speculate about future lines of development. These point to an increasing use of polymers, carbon fibers from polymers, ceramic precursors from biomass materials, high-strength ceramics replacing iron, steel, and other materials and so on. It is our belief that a strong base of biomass production, renewable energy, and decentralized industrialization can pave the way for decongestion of cities, dismantling of centralized industries, productive and skilled rural employment along with an end to environmental destruction and a more benign and harmonious collective social life. Technology, after all, represents in the Marxist paradigm the new forces of production growing in the womb of the old society, held back by old relations of production. In fact, the new technology itself was pointing forward to a new model of socialism. In a follow-up paper, the CASAD group critiqued both capitalist systems and the planned societies where the inertia of large bureaucracies hampers improvement of physical and social infrastructure. More important, where traditional communists were simply asserting that the lessons of the fall were those of the necessity of democratizing socialism, that it was not a question of plan or market but of popular control or workers' control. What was being projected here was a different model of the production system that was to be controlled. The new technology, according to CASAD, made possible a socialist society far different from the large-scale collectivism of industrial-based traditional socialism. It was also one that converged with the generalization of property projected at some points by the farmers' movement, though it insisted more strongly on seeking ways to equalize the existing hierarchical village structures. The bulk of the population, in Daity's projected society of 1,200 billion, would live in dispersed habitats, producing mainly for local markets, with the basic needs of food, clothing, and shelter provided by local industries. There would be substantial property in common lands that produced wood, biofuel, fodder, and biofertilizers, and in common workplaces with tools and equipment, fish culture ponds, poultry, nurseries, and so forth, but the dominant mode of production, according to the paper, will be commodity production by small farmers and small industries. It was also asserted that for the Third World this was not only a realistic model but one made necessary by the degradations of current development. For the developing countries, the alternative technology paradigm offers the prospect of achieving reasonable consumption levels and rapidly creating adequate infrastructure within a time span of 20 years. This corresponds to energy availability of 1,330 kg/cr per capita. 229. Effectively, the consumption level would correspond to that of European society before the Second World War. Energy use in developed countries was then around 5,000 kg/cr per capita, but the energy efficiency was lower due to a lot of waste in transportation and defense industry production. How the developed world will achieve the transition to an equitable and sustainable society is another matter which is outside the purview of this paper, which addresses mainly the problems of the Third World. The paper did not address problems of political strategy, it continued to be a problem of the Kassad group, which tended to see its small groups of people employed in or connected with alternative development experiments as basic codders for change. Nor did it deal with the question of exploitation, the relation of surplus extraction to destructive over-centralized technology. But imposing the nature of technology in the way it did, it was providing a powerful weapon for people in the movement dedicated to alternative development. It was not simply a kind of middle way between the wholesale rejection of modem technology expressed by many of the neo-Gandhian environmentalists and its uncritical adoption by the traditional Marxist left in the name of strengthening the nation. Rather, it pointed to the future in offering a new kind of enrichment of human life, not just survival in the face of destructive development. Technology has the potential for creating the material basis that can sustain the struggle against oppression and exploitation, was its proclamation. Clawing onto the stage of history. At one end of the chain was the technological base of changes in daily life and organizational life, at the other end were new creations in community and culture. Jagan had written of new movements and new actors leaping onto the stage of history, clawing their way into positions of actors. For many of India's oppressed and low-caste poor, the aspiration and reality of becoming historical actors was something new in their lives. More than almost any other society, it seemed that the poor and downtrodden in India were represented by others, due to poverty, lack of education, and the rigid social hierarchy. Leaders of almost all movements tended to be both upper class and upper caste. Many were of people, whether communists or Gandhians or otherwise, who had sacrificed much for the revolution as they saw it, whose contribution to movements was irreplaceable. But it was very easy to slip into controlling movements, and people were beginning to be skeptical of leaders. A poem by a young tribal activist called Stage, referring to the rally platform on which leaders sit, captures the mood. We didn't go onto the stage, nor were we called with a wave of the hand, we were shown our place. They kept on telling us of our sorrows remained ours, they never became theirs. When we asked a question they told us to shut up. Or else. The author of Stage was Abhil, one of the largest of the groups classified as scheduled tribe in India, with nearly 5 million scattered through the adjoining districts of the states of Maharashtra, Gujarat, Rajasthan, and Madhya Pradesh, Waharasana frail and asthmatic, but a leader of the Shramik Sangatana movement in Dhule district since its beginning. By the 1980s he was emerging as a poet, writing in Marathi and Pilari and leading in the formation of a cultural group, the Adivasi Sahitya Samlan, Sahitya. 230. Samlan, or a literary gathering, was the common term for such cultural platforms. For Waharu, the problems of tribals ranged from their open exploitation as workers and agricultural laborers to the assaults on their original life as peasants and forest gatherers resulting from environmental destruction to the question of their very identity among the masses of Indian people. Scheduled tribes or tribals had by the 20th century become a clearly demarcated category, and they were becoming known in radical circles as Adivasis, meaning original inhabitants. Yet perhaps more than any other group, the question of who were tribals, who were Adivasis, what their place was in relation to the masses of toiling people, Dalits, Shudras or Bahujan Samaj, workers, peasants, etc., was enmeshed in dilemmas. These were complicated by the fact that in most of India, the groups classed as scheduled tribe had a much lower rate of education than any other, were much more removed from what was generally called the mainstream of national life. The inevitable consequence was that although throughout recent history they had revolted against exploitation many times, the radicals who led many of their movements, whether communists leading peasant revolts or, in more recent times, environmental activists protecting the destruction of tribal culture by big dam projects, were overwhelmingly non-tribals and upper castes. Who was an Adivasi? Clearly they were related to the indigenous peoples of the world, but when their first representative testified before a United Nations committee on this issue in the early 1980s, the Indian government delegate protested that the majority of people in his country, and not only those who were scheduled tribes, were indigenous. This obviously represented the self-interest of the ruling elites of India, but on the other hand, it was a fact that the Adivasi representative was a Maharashtrian Brahmin. It was also a fact that a large section of those classed as tribals preferred different names for themselves, thus the Nagas, Mizos, Kasis, Garos, and others of the northeast called themselves hill peoples, while leaders of the Jharkhand movement such as Ram Dayal Munda apparently preferred to talk of the Jharkhandis as inhabiting an area that had seen the mixture of the different races of India, Aryan, Dravidian, Austroasiatic. In both cases, people saw their movements in ethnic national terms more than as tribals. What, then, was the relation between Adivasis and the forests? It was true that these were groups who had historically inhabited the forested and hilly regions, but few were actually food gatherers and hunters. Most practiced some form of cultivation, usually shifting cultivation combined with other means of living off the forests. On the other hand, this was perhaps only a quantitative difference, since caste Hindu peasant communities also had in many areas a crucial social and economic reliance on the forests, and everywhere on grasslands or commons. And while tribals were prominent in environmentalist protests, there were also many who listened to the argument that their communities needed industrialization, that keeping them in the forests means keeping them in the Stone Age. Did Adivasis really have a special relation to the forests? Especially when so many of them seemed to be involved in cutting down trees, or moving into patches left deforested by the forest department itself, to get land for cultivation. One thing was clear, that Adivasis, like other peoples of India, wanted the right to decide themselves, that all movements invariably involved some demand for local control. Thus Waharu Sonavane had helped, with other Bhil and Pavara tribals of his area, with peasants from Sangli, and with working-class and middle-class activists from Bombay of the Shramik Muddy Dal, in organizing an Adivasi Jungle Parishad, or Adivasi Forest Conference, in 1986. 231. This passed a whole series of resolutions on deforestation, drought and water management, but the cutting edge, as far as the Indian state was concerned, stated: the monopoly held over the forests by the Forest Department, and the authority of its officials such as the rangers, should be abolished. Control over the entire forest should be distributed among the villages spread in the forest areas. The responsibility of maintaining and developing the forests should be given to these villages. The production of fruits, vegetables, herbal medicines etc., should be under collective ownership of these villages. Permission can be given to cut trees when they are the right age, but other trees should be left standing. The government should give all necessary help for planting trees. Primary economic aid should also be given. The government should merely check whether the maintenance and expansion of forests is going on. 12. These demands not only echoed all tribal area agitations for autonomy, they were basically equivalent to the suggestion put forward by environmentalists Anil Agrawal and Sunita Narain that villages as a general principle should have control over the commons. 13 And to the arguments of Muddy Sangharsh and Sangli that the primary control over water and resources such as sand should be at the village level. They presaged major statements that were to come from both the farmers' movement and the environmental movement in 1990, calling for village ownership, Oregon community control of lands, forests, and other natural resources. Were Adivasis then really so different from other peasants? By 1990 Wahara was giving an answer to this. Giving the presidential speech for the 5th Adivasi Sahitya Sammelan, he drew on the non-Aryan thesis of Jyotiba Phule, arguing that Adivasis were part of the original community of native inhabitants, enslaved by conquest, but added to this were insights arising from nearly 10 years of discussion on history and culture in Shramik Muddy Dal circles, drawing on a wide mixture that varied from insights on hunter-gatherer societies of wandering activists like Jagan Sen Gupta to the reading of India's most eminent historian, the Marxist D.D. Kozambi. Thus, where Phule had paid no specific attention to tribals, simply naming Phils along with other castes of the Bahujan Samaj as part of the oppressed section, Mahars, Mangs, Phils, Kalas, Kunbis, Danjars, Malas, the list might run, Wahara made an important distinction. The struggle between the original Adivasis, the tradition of the Indus civilization, and the tradition of Indo-European language speakers began to be transformed into a compromise. On the basis of violence and aggression, a strong alliance of Brahmins and a handful of Rajas took one after another Adivasi tribe under their control. They made them into slaves and disarmed toiling peasants paying taxes to Rajas, and settled them in villages for stable agriculture to increase their kingdoms. Between the 6th century BC, that is, the period of Buddha, and the 5th to 6th centuries AD, a defined Baludari, occupational, caste hierarchy was established. Most free Adivasi tribes became toiling castes giving surplus to Rajas and Brahmins and looking on each other as inferior. That was the Brahmin-dominated feudal society. This society had the capacity to slowly transform Adivasi tribes and communities into castes and absorb them in the hierarchy but at lower levels. We were those who faced all this but remained outside. We were those who remained free, this was Wahara's theme, and he went on to argue it was because of the resistance of the free Adivasi tribes that those absorbed in the caste hierarchy as exploited peasants and artisans could retain what limited autonomy traditional caste panchayats offered them. Theirs was a history of resistance and revolt, ignored by the cultural and social elites who had defeated them with violence and cunning. 232. Inspired by determination, Ekalavya made his guru out of an earthen statue and became more skilled in archery even than Arjun. Dronacharya himself could not endure the skill of Adivasis. By breaking Ekalavya's thumb under the name of Gurudakshina, that generation of Adivasis was suppressed. Adivasis history has been filled with blood. But that Dronacharya was a villain is not seen in literature, not found in history. To Wahara, therefore, Rama was simply the leader of the Aryan aggression of his time. He saw one of the deepest threats to Adivasi culture in the Rama culture of the day, promoted by TV and the cinema, and the active efforts of Hindu fundamentalists to impose Brahmanic marriages and lifestyles on tribals. Attacking all forms of Hinduization or Christianization, he argued for the uniqueness of Adivasi culture with its central values of community solidarity and relations of non-hierarchical friendship among all, young and old alike, contrasting with the tight kinship hierarchy of caste Hindu society. Laughing over the furor over love marriages, he stressed the natural and spontaneous nature of love relations among the Adivasis. 14. These themes left unanswered questions as to how Adivasis were to maintain their identity as a free people in an industrial age, in the face of the very power of the onslaught of environmental destruction, on the one hand, and the pull of the commercial culture and Hinduization/Christianization, on the other, when educated tribals were adopting middle-class lifestyles and imposing a Hindu/Christian style dominance over their women. Wahara's arguments also raised objections that they were romanticizing Adivasi life, just as Vandana Shiva could be accused of ignoring important differences, as well as hierarchies, inequalities, and exploitation, in pre-British Indian society, so the idealization of an Adivasi model ignored considerable differences within and between different tribal communities. But from another point of view, idealization is simply model creating, and Wahara was putting forward a model of Adivasi community life that was a powerfully argued assertion of community pride, of the argument that tribals were not simply objects to be brought into the mainstream or turned into proletarians, but that they had something of their own to contribute to the whole process. It was at cultural forums in particular that such issues were discussed. Cultural activity as a crucial part of all movements involved both conflict with the state and the important process of self-assertion, self-action by lower caste and specially oppressed sections. A wave of street theatre sprang up in the 1980s, with independent Dalit and women's groups intermingling with left party-connected groups. Some cultural activists became more famous than party leaders. Gurcharan Singh toured the Punjab with his Naxalite-linked group, a continuous voice opposing terrorism and communalism, trying to promote the unity of different Naxalite factions. Safdar Hezmai of a CPI-M connected group in Delhi became a famous martyr of the movement when a performance of his was attacked by thugs in 1988. A whole wave of resistance, relatively non-sectarian, arose in response to his murder. Finally, there was Gadar of the Andhra People's War Group, a magnificent performer out of the Dalit folk theatre tradition. His tours drew massive audiences throughout India once the PWG came out into the open in 1990, marked by revolutionary fervour and conflicts with the police when the state tried to ban his performances. But there were also problems, illustrated by the fact that independent, though left, artists and performers confronted party domination, that they criticized party-connected street theatre. 233. Performances as simply a dramatization of their party study groups, that a leading activist of the Andhra Dalit Mahasabha had complained about Gadar himself that the party won't let him sing songs of malice and Madagas, they only want him to sing red flag songs. These were old debates. The fact remained that for the large majority of Dalit, Adivasi, peasant, and women artists, cultural programs were not so much a means of spreading revolutionary culture as searching, debating, coming to grips with their own identities, their own history, and from this basis working out in a collective process their relations to one another, to the entity known as India, and to strategies for change. It was an often complex but exhilarating process. The Dalit movement in Maharashtra had not only grown out of the energies of young poets but had continued throughout the 2 decades to be nourished in its Sahitya Samlans, scenes of both expression and cultural debate. This had been true for all groups, from the broad but Brahmin-dominated Marathi Sahitya Samlan at one end of the political spectrum to the Revolutionary Writers' Association of Andhra, the first open mass organization of Naxalites, active since 1970. In all these cases, annual conferences or gatherings organized not only poetry reading, story reading, and drama performances, but also workshop discussions on the political and social issues facing the people. In many areas at least, such samlans could not be held to any kind of sectarian line, they were becoming platforms of debates among groups. What was the relation of Dalits and OBCs, for instance? What about women's liberation? How should religious fundamentalism be fought? These questions were discussed, not in political meetings only, but on cultural platforms. This had its own dynamic. Dalit literature, in Maharashtra, inspired not only Adivasi literature to assert its independent identity, it was also followed, spontaneously, by a trend of rural literature, mainly based among the non-Brahmin or Bahujan Samaj peasant masses. Young poets and writers of different trends intermingled, discussed their identities, their exploitation, their relationship with each other. By the late 1980s, a Dalit Adivasi Granun Sahitya Samlan or Dalit Adivasi Rural Literatures organization had emerged, the first concrete organizational platform bringing together the untouchables, tribes, and Sudras about whose unity Ambedkar had been so pessimistic. The first conference of this united group was held in a tribal area in Dhule district, the second in a Kunbai Maratha-dominated peasant area in southern Maharashtra under the auspices of a democratically run, about the only case of which this could be said, sugar factory, and with poetry reading and debates attended by 5,000 to 10,000 peasants at a time sitting through night and day sessions. The questions of Rama, communalism, the depiction of women in literature, women's liberation, and whether there was such a thing as a non-Brahmin aesthetics, i.e., was the caste contradiction real, or should one only speak of the aesthetics of the poor, or was aesthetics universal, were among the topics of debate. Boys and girls taking up the pen to write of their lives and their ideas for the first time, young people from the poor and oppressed gathering in the thousands to listen enthralled to their leaders and to each other on the vital issues of the day, a new song of freedom, a new self-confidence. This was the cultural movement. Like the rising force of Stree Shakti, it represented a creativity growing among the most exploited sections at the base of society, capable of transcending the gloom and stagnation of traditional forces for change, with a growing self-confidence. 234. Don't worry about me. Now I have awakened. 1 a.m. moving in blazing sunlight. Come. Whether women's power or Adivasi and Dalit identity, technological alternatives, or cultural assertion, the established powers dominating Indian society and its state had a tremendous ability to survive apparently unscathed. Yet the late 1980s saw even this survivability challenged, with the rise of an alternative politics that shook hitherto secure hegemonies even more than the Naxalite movement of the 1960s. Once more, even as traditional socialism was crashing in Eastern Europe, the new social movements of India were mounting their challenge, and a full account has finally to turn to the political sphere. 235. 11. The rise of alternative politics. Far from the villages and small towns where alternatives were being enacted, symbolizing the very opposite of the earth-linked processes of women's power, were the broad plazas, tree-lined avenues, and Mughal halls of Delhi, home of India's bureaucracy and centre of the aspirations of every politician. Delhi was the very symbol of corrupt and cynical game playing with the people's anguish, brutal and violent, wealthy, patriarchal, Brahmanical, India as opposed to Bharat and the terminology of the farmers' movement. For the new social movements, there was little so despised as this power centre and the parties that gathered around it. In return, Delhi repaid the movements by ignoring them, attacking them, or over-romanticizing and trivializing them. Yet, in the late 1980s, the new movements were irrevocably pulled into the political sphere. It was a period in which the world was going through the momentous changes leading to the fall of socialism and the swing to a market economy in countries that had for decades represented the only alternative to an exploitative capitalist system. In India itself, in the much modified version of state-controlled development that I have called Forana socialism, the political system went through parallel violence-marked convulsions climaxing in 1991 in the final loss of Congress political hegemony, the establishment of Hindu communalism as a political force, and the opening up to the international economy. The new social movements were drawn into this process. They played a major role in it, and in the end their failure to supplant the murderous developments with a different logic, and in turn, the failure of the left parties, traditional agents of change, to represent the movements left the way open for the return of establishment power after a period of popular upsurge. Not only did the process parallel in time the events in Eastern Europe, its dynamics were in many ways the same. Matters will have to be settled in the streets. It took only 2 years for Rajiv Gandhi's yuppie hopefuls of the 21st century to come into political crisis. A renewed imbroglio of violence and state repression in the Punjab, the ravages of drought, and unprincipled maneuvering in the Congress party itself awoke renewed political instability. Then came Bofors, the arrow that was to pierce the Achilles heel. In early May 1987, Swedish radio announced the discovery of a scandal involving the payment of millions of dollars in kickbacks by their Bofors company for a weapons contract to unnamed Indian middlemen who were high in Congress circles. It sent shock waves throughout the nation. Rajiv Gandhi immediately denied it. Sweden has confirmed that there was no middleman and no money was deposited in Swiss banks, he told an incredulous parliament, and the Congress issued a statement with its usual rhetoric blaming a sinister move by the forces of imperialism, through a calculated campaign of calumny aimed at the destabilization of our political system. 1. But this could not hold back the storm. With only a small band of companions, with no party machinery at his command, VP Singh, an ex-minister who had resigned some months earlier on the corruption issue, became the center of a gathering political whirlwind. A popular response, spontaneous and unprecedented, created a new opposition. In Singh's first 236 major 50,000 strong public rally in Muzaffarnagar in western UP, his procession over the 120-kilometer route from Delhi was mobbed by crowds shouting slogans of Gali Gali Main Shore Hai, Rajiv Gandhi Cha Hai, every alley shouts, Rajiv Gandhi is a thief, and VP Singh Sangharsh Karo, Ham Tumhare Sath Hain, VP Singh fight on, we are with you. The new leader was significantly different from Jayaprakash Narayan, leader of the pre-emergency opposition. Unlike J.P., a committed Gandhian socialist out of electoral politics for years, VP had been Pound-T lifelong congressman, with little political philosophy of his own, with a reputation for honesty but identified indeed with Rajiv Gandhi's liberalization program, and with no nationwide mass base. His later interviews show him constantly speaking for change but with little program for change, talking of his natural allies in the left though ready to make his own deals with the right, adopting the slogans of left parties and movements but above all thinking in terms of social forces and political constituencies and ways to mobilize these. Without a political machinery of his own, VP gravitated toward the new social movements, professing a non-political orientation that fit in well with the mood of cynicism toward politics as such. He set up the Jan Morcha, People's Front, as a professedly non-political, struggle-oriented body, with the Dalit politician as its convener, and began to associate himself with movement leaders like Sharad Joshi and Data Cement. The Morcha was not for elections, but for campaigning on issues of national importance, he said, we want to give organizational shape to the feelings agitating people today. 2. His speeches began to center on the problems of workers, farmers, social justice for low castes, meaning the implementation of reservations in government service as recommended by the Mandal Commission, and the fight against communalism, corruption, and the sellout to imperialist capital. VP projected an almost poetic image of uncertainty, insisting that he had no political ambitions, that he was consulting with friends about what to do, that he wanted issue-based politics and not hero worship. So what if his ideas were more utopian than practical? Sometimes some madness is needed in politics. Had I been practical, I would not have resigned. The ultimate goal is to find a way out of the impasse in which the country finds itself today. 3. In turn, the new movements and many of their leaders responded. The fact was that in spite of their hatred of politics and suspicion of the centralized state, the movements were pulled into the political sphere, simply because the Indian state was so powerful, so much at the center of the exploitative and oppressive machinery weighing on people's lives. Whether they were challenging big dams and development projects, the domination of the bureaucracy by high castes or low prices for agricultural products, activists had to confront the state. The plunge toward politics, however, took varying forms for the different movements. The farmers' movement had most consciously acted as a political pressure group for a long time. Now with VP emerging as a charismatic but in ways vulnerable leader, Sharad Joshi decided to associate with him. He was a last-minute speaker at the Muzaffarnagar rally, winning wide applause when he attacked the exploitation of peasants and concluded that they are looking for a new Mahatma Gandhi to lead a second independence struggle. Joshi later qualified his enthusiasm, arguing that he was getting access to masses in North India in exchange for bringing VP to farmers' rallies in West India, saying that VP was being supported to achieve a balance of power between thieves. Nevertheless, he was coming to feel in these days that a major upheaval was taking place in the political system, that all parties were splitting into Bharat and India factions, that some kind of turning point was it. 237. Environmental and women activists, on the other hand, had been resolutely outside of politics, antagonized by the very processes of large-scale mobilization, hierarchy, and strategy that seemed required to operate even as pressure groups. Except for the drive for local political power, the women's movement by and large remained so. But by the late 1980s the environmental movement was confronting the biggest development projects, such as the Narmada and Tehri dams, that were backed not only by local business and political interests but national-level ministries and international bodies such as the World Bank. Within the movement, the kind of moral and spiritual appeal represented by figures such as Baba Amte, with his letter writing to Indira Gandhi, began to give way to the organization-building methods and struggle orientation represented by Medha Patkar, new leader of the struggle against the Narmada dams and the first woman to head a mass movement in India. The anti-caste movement, finally, had always been directly political, placing the drive for political power at its center and concern to organize political parties representing the low castes. In the 1980s there was a brief rise to prominence of these parties, in particular Kanchi Ram's Bahujan Samaj Party and the Bharatiya Republican Party headed by the grandson of Ambedkar. But in the end, this political orientation only seemed to make the anti-caste movement the most co-optable, for it had no major mass leaders or organizations outside of politics itself to remain as independent pressure groups. As far as the politicians were concerned, co-optation remained the name of the game. With the political parties discredited, the new left-centrist opposition leaders moved to make a name for themselves by appearing as representatives and leaders of movement issues. Devi Lai, the Haryana patriarch, projected himself as a peasant leader, with his followers wearing green turbans. Maneka Gandhi, widow of Indira's younger son Sanjay, took up the cause of animal liberation to come into politics as a radical environmentalist, and while Dalit and backward caste politicians Ram Vilas Paswan and Sharad Yadav sought to be spokesmen for these constituencies at an all-India level, VP Singh himself began to take up the cause of the anti-caste movement, which was simmering in North India where he had his main popular base, making the slogan of social justice a shorthand for giving jobs and power to Dalits, Shudras, and Muslims. If this was in fact deflection and absorption of the movements, in the turmoil of 1987 it still promised a new kind of politics. It proved capable of attracting even the radical left. Vinod Mishra, leader of the CPI, ML-Liberation Group, wrote in an article entitled "Matters Will Have to Be Settled in the Streets" that the crisis we are witnessing in 1987 is different from that of the 1975–76 period in many ways, the most notable difference being that while the post-74 JP movement had an anti-working class overtone and looked at democracy merely as a structural phenomenon leaving the working class and left forces immobilized in the process, this time certain structural questions have been raised about our economy. Big capital is being identified as a major target, and as a result there are prospects of the working class and left forces playing a far greater role. 4. The influence of the farmers' movement and Shudra castes was not to the liking of the established left. The impending agitations of the Jan Morcha, wrote Inder Malhotra in the Times of India, were a sure recipe for unleashing economic chaos and discontent, since equal emphasis on more remunerative prices for farmers, higher wages for the workers, and 238 stringent curbs on inflation was inconsistent. Once more the spectre of the kulak was dangled. In reality it is the rich and middle peasant, the sole beneficiary of the Green Revolution and deeply conscious of his political clout, who is being wooed by every contending political group. 5. There was much editorializing about the rise to power of the affluent OBCs of North India, Yadavs and Kurmis of Bihar, Jats of Western UP and Haryana. Bhabani Sen Gupta described the elite's disdain for these social forces massing behind VP Singh. There is, to be sure, a lot of fear behind the sneer. There is fear that the so-called backward classes and Harijans will make a determined bid for power at the national level and thus put an end to the elitist rule that has prevailed since 1985. Jirilal Jain, editor of the Times of India, has gone to the length of suggesting that only Brahmins can hold India together, while one of his columnists finds in the cohorts of Devi Lai tribes and groups condemned by the British as criminals and therefore capable of criminalizing the political process, Devi Lai is nothing short of an apparition. He would bring the Jats, Gujars, Ahirs the Narods to power in Delhi. With them will come the mobilized peasants of the entire Hindi belt and the politically mobilized Dalits of Rajasthan and Maharashtra. They will rampage the imperial superstructure built in 40 years of independence, with the glitter of five-star hotels and the feisty social and political culture of the English-speaking elite. Sengupta concluded that those who ruled over the poor and humiliated them for centuries will sooner or later be ruled by them if India continues to be democratic. It is silly and dangerous to take an apparitional view of the vast majority of our people. 6. Yet the turmoil of 1987 gave way to a round of political party formation in 1988 that had the effect of sidelining the movements and ensuring that the rule of the poor would again be postponed. The Jan Morcha never did lead any agitations. Instead, VP Singh yielded to pressure from the left political parties and contested a by-election in Allahabad in July 1988. His victory confirmed his leadership over the political process at the expense of his movement orientation. Then came the period of party formation. In September the National Front, NF, was formed in Madras, bringing together the disparate regional parties and leaders, seeking in effect to give representation to the anti-North India, anti-Delhi regional autonomy sentiments growing in so many parts of India. And in October the core of the NF, the Janata Dal, was founded, bringing together old socialists in the Janata Party, the North India Peasant and Low Caste Lok Dal, the Congress, remnant and VP Singh's Jan Morcha. The program of the new Janata Dal combined old left and new movement issues. It promised for the movement's 60% party tickets to Dalits, OBCs, and minorities, implementation of the Mandal Commission recommendations, remunerative prices, and the increase in the share of agriculture in plan allocations to 50%. For the parties there was right to work and legislation for rural workers, and keeping the public sector as the anchor of development. The program ended with a kind of equivalent in Gandhian language to the promise that the proletarian dictatorship would lead to the withering away of the state, in an eloquent but incomprehensible formulation that we must move from the colonial heritage of being a state-centric nation-state to a community-oriented state system for becoming a communitarian democracy of the dreams of Gandhi. 7. Disillusionment was quickly expressed. A year ago, said Sharad Joshi, VP appeared to 239. Be the man who could have created a national movement offering us an alternative in the real sense. He was prepared to fight on issues. Instead, said the peasant leader, VP has regressed from offering a national alternative to a political one. 8 young activists of his organization had a more agricultural comparison. The new party, they wrote in an editorial in the biweekly Gyanba, is like a new hybrid seed come into the market to fool the peasants. Nevertheless, the ability of the politicians to co-opt and deflect the social movements was in part a result of the weaknesses of the movements themselves, particularly of the farmers' movement and environmental movement as they geared up agitations in 1988–89 to show their mass strength and challenge Delhi itself. The farmers' movement storms Delhi. The recovery of the farmers' movement after its 1984 setback began, following the Chandwad session, with the massive Shetkari Sangatana cotton growers' agitation in eastern Maharashtra that saw 30,000 to 40,000 arrested in Rasta Rakas and Rail Rakas and 4 killed in police firing. It ended with a quick compromise with the chief minister. At the same time, new areas of struggle emerged in Gujarat and western UP. Yet the latter brought unexpected difficulties. In Gujarat, a state swinging in a conservative direction throughout the 1980s, a BJP-led peasant front had won a strong base in drought-afflicted North Gujarat on demands for lower electricity charges and higher prices. Non-party organizations in South Gujarat, the Kejit Samaj and the Kisan Sangatana, contacted Sharad Joshi at the end of 1986 and built a coordinating committee in coalition with the BJP Peasant Front and then slowly and with some degree of success worked to outmaneuver it. I was horrified, reported Joshi, to see so many peasants wearing saffron. But the Gujarat organization remained relatively weak, and the problems of unity between middle caste farmers and low caste, often tribal laborers daunting. UP presented a different problem. This was Jat territory, dominated by the powerful clannish peasant caste that had traditionally been able to rally other middle and lower caste sections around it, but that had less of a history of social reform and stronger tensions with Dalit agricultural labourers, primarily Kamars, than was the case in Maharashtra or even Karnataka and Punjab. It had provided a base of support for the opposition to Congress ever since 1967 and had produced one peasant hero as a short-lived Prime Minister, Charan Singh. In January 1987, a police firing on peasants demonstrating against raised electricity rates killed 3 in the small town of Shamli, and a new clan leader, Mahendra Singh Tikait, emerged to revitalize the Bharatiya Kisan Union. Huge rallies and demonstrations were organized, a new show of strength in the highly strategic rural areas surrounding Delhi itself. Sharad Joshi attended the Shamli rally, and like the Gujarat peasant organizations, Tikait's BKU became part of the Interstate Coordinating Committee, ISCC. But there was trouble from the beginning. Part of it was at a personality level. Tikait was the very image of a peasant patriarch, hookah-smoking and whimsical, encouraging his followers to call him a Mahatma, but flanked by a cohort of armed bodyguards. Joshi, in contrast, a retired United Nations official concerned with ideology, capable of a sophisticated articulation and strategy. Tikait saw Joshi as a wily Brahmin infiltrating the peasant movement. Joshi saw Tikait as a crazy and casteist leader. Behind these were regional cultural differences. You have to talk 240 of Ram or Krishna in every breath. You can't speak scientifically as we do of surplus and exploitation, remarked Maharashtra peasant youth who had gone in a small group to one of Tikait's rallies, describing the cultural backwardness of the UP farmers as well as the greater prosperity of the region seen in the food supplied to the peasants occupying Meerut city. They are rich peasants. A struggle for leadership ensued. Tikait had the unshakable support of UP Jats, the section of the All India peasant movement that held the keys to Delhi. Joshi had the equally unchallengeable loyalty of Maharashtrian peasants. They struggled for the support of the leading activists of other state organizations. Tikait agreed to the ISCC decision to organize a massive united rally in Delhi in January 1988, heralded as bringing 5 million peasants to the capital, united around 4 central demands: higher prices, freedom from debt, a minimum 25 rupees wage for agricultural laborers, and protection from drought. It was to be a kind of peasants' Magna Carta, to be won by invading Delhi itself. Then in September 1987, Tikait walked out of an ISCC meeting on the grounds that Joshi was becoming political and supporting VP Singh. Joshi repeated his argument that the support was aimed only at maintaining a balance of power in which no government would be strong enough to repress the movement. Tikait in fact was playing his own games with politicians. But it made no difference. The projected Delhi rally was called off, and instead Tikait held a massive sit-in of his own, called a Kisan Panchayat, in Meerut from late January to early February 1988. Later in October he stormed Delhi itself, and 50,000 peasants occupied the Boat Club, the historic center of political rallies, forcing a planned Congress rally to shift, and emblazoning the peasant presence into the minds of the capital residents. You can begin to see why this community of farmers has managed to take a blast capital city by storm, wrote one correspondent in describing the sports and games, the peasant political discussions, and a new phenomenon in Delhi: streets around the Boat Club were safe for women. 9. Sharad Joshi initiated a campaign on indebtedness, justifying it as a focus to unite the struggles of peasants growing a wide variety of crops. Debt was in fact a major means of controlling peasant production and their integration into capitalist agriculture. The role of indebtedness to moneylenders in the formal subsumption of the peasantry to capitalism had been described for 19th-century India by Marxist scholars, but the progressives of the 20th century only talked of the need for making credit available to the rural poor. It took a German feminist, Veronica Benhold Thompson, to point out that just as peasant labor, like women's domestic labor, contributed to capitalist accumulation, debt to banks and credit societies helped keep them subordinated, in agriculture the subordination of small producers through credit mechanisms has become the predominant form throughout the world in the last 40 years. The profit realizes itself in the sphere of inputs and outputs and not in the actual production process. The living labor power of the peasant family is absorbed through repayment by working. 10. Peasants struggled against this subordination, but unequally, as many studies have noted. It was the rich peasants who most successfully managed to evade repaying their loans. Most left analyses took this as a sign of the exploitative nature of rich peasants, but the poor peasant repayment of debt was a sign not of their virtue but of their political weakness. Now the farmers' movement proposed to remedy this weakness by a collective campaign to refuse repayment. This was called Karsmudi or liberation from debt, and it was organized through mass bankruptcy petitions filed in the court backed up by refusal to pay when 241 government officials came around. The Shetkari Sanghatanas Karsmudi petitions were themselves political documents that argued that peasant bankruptcy was due to the fact that the state itself depends on a policy of holding prices down to keep agriculture at a loss. With the North India peasants taking their cause to Delhi, with the Shetkari Sangatana making the issue of debt into a major national campaign, the farmers' movement was on the upsurge. But its two most powerful leaders were at odds. THIRD argued for an all-India vanguard, armed organization, one flag, one leader. Joshi, in contrast, upheld the federal structure of the Interstate Coordinating Committee. After an inconclusive organizing tour throughout India, THIRD finally marched into Joshi's center at Omvedt in July 1989, his gun-bearing guard forced to remain outside, and agreed, once again, to a united Delhi rally. Initially planned for September, the long-awaited rally was postponed again at THIRD's insistence, and finally scheduled for October 2, Gandhi's birthday. There was little time for formal preparations, no postering, no campaign. But the word went out, and peasants from all over India massed in their hundreds of thousands on trains and buses to besiege the capital. At least 75,000 went from Maharashtra, which was also the state with the only sizable contingent of women. The Jhelum Express from Pune, filled with peasants from western Maharashtra, was so crowded that, as activist Chetna Gail reported, even in first class you could hardly find a place to put your feet, but we told people you were warned, don't travel at this time, peasants are going to Delhi. 5 times the ticket collector forced peasants off the train, and 5 times they sat on the tracks to enforce their right to ticketless travel. Here, only a month before, Devi Lai had held his birthday rally to demonstrate his political base among the peasantry. The October 2 farmers' movement demonstration was even larger, and this time locally mobilized trucks and ticketless travel in the trains replaced the fleets of centrally organized trucks sent out from Delhi. But it was to end in a final rupture in the farmers' movement that represented its second major defeat. By noon on October 2 the Joshi and other leaders reached the dais, but there was no sign of THIRD. When he finally did show up, he marched in with his armed guard and began shouting for the leaders to come down, "This is a panchayat, we shouldn't sit above the people." Though on other occasions he had no objections to rally platform, the rhetoric appealed to the non-hierarchical mood of the new movements and fit with the informal behavior cultivated by THIRD, sleeping, smoking the hookah at various places in the center of the crowds. Shetkari Sangatana women were the first to respond, surging forward with slogans of unity and arguing with THIRD, "We're ready to accept your leadership too, if people decide, but this is not the way." The call for unity began to affect some of the BKU men, enraging THIRD. One photographer caught a dramatic shot of him beating some of his own men. But others began shaking the platform. Joshi jumped down. Later news reports had it that he was pushed, and in the tension of the moment felt a minor heart attack coming on. He had been suffering an ongoing heart condition and bad health since an attack in 1985. He went off to a hospital, later explaining, "If I had had a heart attack there, it would have been bloodshed." As it was, the scene dissolved into chaos. The angry Shetkari Sangatana boys were confused. "We are disciplined," said their future president later, "whatever the insults to our leader, we don't move a hand unless the word comes." But with Joshi gone, the second-rank leadership was immobilized. Finally a call was given to withdraw to the other side of the huge grounds, and the Shetkari Sangatana did so, resulting in a divided rally and one in 242. Which large numbers of peasants simply walked away in frustration. In the aftermath, the reformed Kisan Coordinating Committee maintained the allegiance of most of the state units and voted to expel Tikite, but the damage had clearly been done. The split in the farmers' movement stood for all to see. Rumors in Shetkari Sangatana circles had it that Devi Lai, who had his own alignment with Tikite on caste grounds, had instigated Tikite to provoke a split. The end result in any case was clear. Peasant demands were placed in center stage, but the weakened and split peasant organizations themselves could not directly represent them. When the VP Singh government came to power after the 1989 elections, Sharad Joshi was named as head of a powerful standing advisory committee on agriculture assigned the task of formulating a new national agricultural policy. But Devi Lai, now the most visible peasant spokesman, became deputy prime minister. In this way the upsurge of the farmers' movement in 1987–89 broke upon the stones of the Delhi fortresses, yet as it did so, new directions blossoming within it began to be seen. At the top level there was a movement toward the formation of a total agricultural policy that was to be in fact a kind of manifesto for alternative development. At the grassroots, peasant women in Maharashtra took steps toward political power and property rights. Narmada activists declare war. While the farmers' movement was gearing itself to storm Delhi, the environmental movement was taking a major plunge into the political sphere with a challenge to the building of a series of big dams on the Narmada River. Up to this point, environmental struggles had been organized on a local basis, with all-party coalitions and committees linked to informally structured intellectual networks whose ideology of grassrootsism rejected mass politics as alien. Think globally, act locally was not itself an Indian slogan, but the spirit was there, in the orientation to locally rooted, small-scale alternatives. Yet it was the state and large capitalist forces, Indian and international, that were imposing environmental destruction. The way in which the very logic of their situation forced environmental activists into politics and into confrontation with the state was seen most clearly in the struggle over the Narmada project. In March 1986, a few months before the peasants of Sangli district began their struggle to build the Bali Raja Memorial Dam, and about the same time as Dhil tribals were organizing their Forestadavasi conference, two activists crossed the Narmada River dividing Madhya Pradesh and Maharashtra, their boat capsizing in the process, to contact tribals on the Maharashtra side whose villages were due to be submerged by the Sardar Sarovar Dam. Akyut Yagnik, a Gujarati heading an NGO in Ahmedabad working with Dalits and tribals, and his then colleague and employee Medha Patkar proceeded to organize the beginnings of village-level committees, then hiked over the hills to Shahada where they met Shramik Sangatana activist Wahara Sanavain, and finally went to Dhul to call social activists together to form an Narmada Dam Evictees Support Committee. In 1986 the Rajiv Gandhi image was only beginning to tarnish. He was at the time calling leading environmentalist Anil Agrawal to talk to his cabinet on ecological issues. In Maharashtra a left-led committee of Dam and Project Evictees organized, only 3 months later, a big demonstration in Bombay on the slogan first rehabilitation, then the dam. While most of its leaders were still supporting developmental projects, many were rethinking issues of environmental degradation and deforestation, and demands for justice in rehabilitation. 243 were in fact militant enough to halt many dams in this period. The early organizing over Narmada dams had also taken place from this perspective, whether among tribals in Maharashtra or in the Nimad Valley in Madhya Pradesh, where a Congress-backed agitation in 1979–80 had fought to lower the height of the dam. The new struggle against Narmada dams also began in this way. In April the Sardar Sarovar project received its environmental clearance from the central government. By this time Medha Patkar had broken away from Yagnik and begun to form the Narmada Bachao Andolan, NBA or Save Narmada movement, based on committees in the three states, Gujarat, Maharashtra and MP, where villages would be flooded by the dam, but also drawing in a large number of urban-based environmental organizations and activists. The NBA was strongest in Madhya Pradesh, where rural women were mobilized for the first time and Dalits, tribals, and caste Hindus brought together in a movement, though the fact that the Congress and the BJP were the only political parties in this part of the state made local support problematic. Then a new radicalism emerged. Through 1987 to 88, as the NBA began to mobilize agitations, attempt to organize workers on the dam site, and generate publicity, it gradually endorsed the perspective of not simply seeking justice for the evictees and workers but of opposing the dam as such, a full-scale, total radical environmentalist opposition to the Narmada project. This was linked to the rise to predominance of Gandhian social worker Baba Amte. In a July 1988 meeting of environmentalists in his Eastern Maharashtrian Leprosy Center, the Anand Wan Declaration against big dams was adopted, taking up the rhetoric of opposition to big dams as such. Shortly after this, Medha Patkar was won over to his position in a meeting in Bhopal. Then Baba himself staked a claim to leadership of the movement by first calling meetings in April and June 1989 in Anand Wan to issue a document projecting a green front, and then dramatically shifting to a small village in the area to be flooded by one of the dams, Narmada Sagar. He would never return to his Anand Wan home, he declared. From here he would not move, staying until his death if necessary by Jal Samadhi, suicide by water, a term with a religious ring to it. Soon he was being projected in the media as the heart of the struggle. In the words of an American correspondent, his name alone has become a singular war cry for grassroots environmental movements. 11. All of this involved problems. The Narmada Valley project was the biggest and most prestigious of the government's major irrigation projects. It was huge, including 30 big dams, the biggest being Sardar Sarovar in Gujarat and Narmada Sagar in MP, 135 medium projects, and over 3,000 minor projects on the river and its tributaries. Together these projects, it was estimated, would submerge 325 million acres and displace 300,000 people. The Sardar Sarovar project alone was estimated to cost Rs 9,000 crores, slightly over $5 billion. By 1990 this estimate had gone to Rs 14,000 crores, it had been planned from 1947, its foundation stone laid by Nehru in 1961, and it was expected to irrigate 1.8 million hectares in Gujarat plus 75,000 in Rajasthan and generate power for 3 states, giving irrigation to 2.5 million villagers and drinking water to 29.5 million. In turn it would submerge 37,000 hectares, displacing 100,000 villagers in 248 villages, the largest number of these in Madhya Pradesh. 12. The figures were dazzling, the promises bright, the numbers involved immense. So were the interests behind it. Power was of course crucial for industry, and Gujarat and 244. Maharashtra provided the strongest base for Indian capitalism, with much of MP industry also controlled by Gujarati businessmen. They had built up Narmada as a prestige project for Gujarat over 4 decades, using emotions heightened in the 1980s by the ravages of drought and the fight for survival of the rural poor. In one sense, every irrigation project involves a conflict of interest between those in the catchment area whose lands are to be submerged, and those in the command area who look forward to increased irrigation and prosperity. In the case of Sardar Sarovar, practically the whole of Gujarat was being projected as the command area, without much justification in actual plans for the distribution of water, which were inequalitarian and inefficient, and the dam was taken up as a national cause. Politicians began to grab onto Narmada as the pride of Gujarat. On the other hand, Narmada had become a worldwide environmental symbol, one of the biggest of the big dams ravaging the environment, destroying the culture and livelihood of indigenous peoples, and spearheading the tyranny of destructive industry. As the NBA began to oppose the dam as such, it could tap an impressive national and international network, drawing in groups like Lokayan and the Kothari family, getting regular access to newspaper publicity, tapping a reservoir of idealistic middle-class youth for activists. But even as this was happening, the potentialities of building a broad mass-based oppositional coalition were vanishing. Most of the activists connected with radical environmental platforms like those of Baba Amti were neo-Gandhian intellectuals or radicalized middle-class youth, without much experience or instinct for real organizing among the people. The groups they were linked to were funded NGOs, not organizations with a mass base. There were a significant number of the latter, many left-led, working on rehabilitation of project evictees. But none of these had a policy of full-scale opposition to dams, even when activists were convinced. The fact that they were dealing with masses who still had hopes in developmental projects, even immediate victims nearly always said, "We're not against the dam as such," led them to moderate their stand. NBA activists argued that their shift of perspective had grown out of their realization that a ecologically sustainable rehabilitation of all evictees was simply impossible. But many found this unconvincing, and even those who felt that the dam as such would have negative consequences disagreed with the rhetoric of the movement and felt that the romanticism of the opposition, linked with the projection of paternalistic Gandhians like Baba Amti, was no substitute for strategy. The total oppositionist perspective developing in the NBA was rejected not only by Gujarati activists like the Sangharsh Vahini group in Rajpipla, which was active in finding lands for rehabilitation, but also by Maharashtrian groups, not only by left party-dominated organizations like the Committee of Dam and Project Evictees, but also by ecologically oriented radical groups such as Shramik Muddy Dal. The SMD, with its work on environmental issues among middle-caste peasants in Sangli and tribals in Dhule, argued that the movement should unite both evictees and proposed peasant beneficiaries of the project and that to build a wide mass coalition capable of confronting the powerful interests behind the dam, it had to win the support of a significant section of Gujarati peasants. But this required going beyond rhetorical slogans to deal with the concrete issues of accountability, rehabilitation, and water distribution. SMD activists were also told, however, if you don't agree, don't work. The fact was, though, that a large number of mass rural-based organizations were opposed to NBA policy. In Gujarat, Gandhians working in tribal areas and the farmers' movement were 245. Enthusiastically supporting the dam. In Maharashtra, the Shetkari Sangatana remained uninterested in an issue dividing the peasantry, while Dalit activists saw environmentalist opposition to development as a romanticization of village life designed to keep low castes and tribals in their place. Peasant leaders criticized environmental activists as urbanites who don't understand anything of agriculture, and anti-caste organs attacked the movement as Brahmin-led. In turn, the rhetoric of the movement often seemed designed to alienate people, by posing the issue as one of victimizing tribals for the narrow self-interests of rich cash crop farmers and apartment dwellers of Gujarat. Little way was found to forge links between peasants and tribals on both sides of the issue, and at the time, only the women's movement, in both the Patna and Calicut conferences, seemed to be supporting anti-dam movements. As the movement was forced to show its mobilizing force in the growing political turmoil of 1989, it was doing so under the burden of a top-heavy leadership without mass organization, with a romantic image that could capture media attention but had little strategy to gain mass backing. Nevertheless, under the lead of the NBA, the first major mass rally of the environmental movement was planned at the MP town of Harsad, designed to be flooded by one of the dams. This brought together a coalition of over 100 environmental and tribal organizations, and promised an attendance of 100,000 to be the biggest environmental rally in history. The big day saw a gathering of public figures, film stars, Gandhian patriarchs like Amti and Sunderlal Bahuguna and the saffron-clad Swami Agnivsh, famous for his work with bonded labourers. Politicians, among them Maneka Gandhi, were barred from sitting on the stage, and tribal women danced in the streets at the final rally. But the Harsad rally was as much a crisis for the environmental movement as the Delhi Boat Club rally was for the farmers' movement. The 25,000 who came did in fact represent the largest crowd ever for such a gathering, and Harsad saw the founding of the first national movement-based environmental organization presenting some kind of total alternative perspective. The Jan Vikas Andolan, Movement for a People's Development. But for purposes of political power it was not enough. Politicians used to actual crowds of hundreds of thousands gave little weight to 25,000 and could well assess the situation as one in which environmentalism had some middle-class base, a lot of stars and strong localized support on some issues in some areas, but was otherwise a negative factor that could cost them votes among a majority still sold on development, on jobs to be had in polluting factories or prosperity to be gained through unhealthy green revolution technology. The moral image of Gandhian leaders such as Amty meant nothing to them, particularly when other well-known Gandhians of Gujarat were on their side and industrialists supporting the dam could finance huge rallies of their own evoking equally potent religious and political symbols. At the same time, the style of rapid organizational formation, media blitz, and dominance of stars, whether of the Gandhian or cinema tradition, alienated many who had been attracted to the grassroots orientation of environmentalism. Thus, Rajni Bakshi and Smito Kothari wrote in the Lokayan Bulletin that the rally left many disappointed, for it did not reflect our own limitations on breaking out of the more prevalent and conventional modes of expression. For 6 long hours it was dominated by speeches from a high-perched covered platform, more reminiscent of a party rally. Was this inevitable in a meeting of this scale? 13. The political outcome of Harsad had some similarities to that of the Fanners Boat Club rally. The new VP Singh regime appointed Maneka Gandhi as State Minister for Environment. 246. Perhaps one of the most radical people in the world to hold such a position. But she had little real power and was overshadowed by more powerful ministers committed to carrying through the Narmada project. Consequent agitations saw many visits to Delhi, meetings with VP Singh, and negotiations with all kinds of political leaders, but no change in policy on Narmada. Yet the Harsad rally did mark a kind of turning point for the anti-Narmada campaign. It was followed not only by increasing talk of people's development and alternative development in movements throughout India, but also a turn to grassroots struggle led by Medha Patkar. Narmada activists declare war. One newspaper headlined in late 1989 as a series of demonstrations and fasts were held. 14. These began in Maharashtra, then led to a march, or Jan Sangharsh Yatra, People's Struggle Campaign, into Gujarat that was stalled at the border by police and mobilized citizens. Baba Amty's van stood at the head of the march, and publicity first centered on him, until Patkar grabbed the initiative in early 1991 by going on a fast to death with 6 other activists, including 2 poor tribal women. This could win no concrete results and was called off, but only after 22 grueling days. Then NBA activists retreated into the villages scheduled to be flooded by the dam, declaring a boycott of elections and of all government officials, with a new slogan of political self-sufficiency and decentralization, "Our village, our rule." The Save Narmada movement had taken its first plunge into practical politics. Not with a perspective of building a political coalition and mobilizing a mass force behind it, but instead as a romantically depicted force linking oppressed tribals with an ideologically motivated middle class, united around the charismatic figure of Baba Amty, threatening Gandhian-type sacrificial immolations in the flooded villages, all without much effect. Even as its image of heroism grew, the mass social base supporting a challenge to the Narmada project seemed to be shrinking. Even as international pressure mounted, the large mass of opinion in Gujarat continued to support the dam. The war declared by environmental activists seemed lost. Yet by 1991 a change could be seen. Gradually, as the activists on the banks of the Narmada continued to take up one militant struggle campaign after another, the varying concrete possibilities of alternatives for Narmada irrigation and rehabilitation began to be more thoroughly discussed, and the process of dialogue began to pull in peasant organizations, engineers and technicians, even some party activists. Themes of struggle symbolized by Patkar, rather than the appeal to sentiment symbolized by Amty, began to take predominance. The fact of getting thoroughly based in a rural area, not just as securely paid NGO activists or city dwellers visiting in periods of agitation, was producing its own results. Along with this, new perspectives were getting expressed in the environmental movement, and environmental issues were gaining an increased cogency at the national level. One sign of the latter was that the Commissioner for Scheduled Castes and Scheduled Tribes, B.D. Sharma, centered his 1987-89 official report around the issue of eviction and human rights, focusing on Narmada. The report itself went much beyond the usual discussion of atrocities and the reiteration of the need for land reform to give a constitutional justification for basic rights: right to fief, right to entitlement, meaning not just right to work but work for proper remuneration, right to means of production and right over resources. It endorsed Sharad Joshi's division of Bharat and India and emphasized the linking of agricultural wages and prices, but it added that to the organized/unorganized sector division had to be added a third tier of the most exploited, comprising the bulk of scheduled castes and 247 scheduled tribes, which Sharma called, in an unfortunate choice of words, Hindustanva. About the Narmada struggle he wrote, "So far people's movements against displacement were sporadic and more or less isolated. Moreover, displacement itself was accepted as inevitable and the affected people would just beg for some relief. In the Narmada struggle, people from all parts of the country facing the backlash of development have come together and are raising, perhaps for the first time, the question of constitutional rights. And this issue has not been raised only at the conceptual level for the sake of an argument or debate, instead it is backed by people's own understanding and their resolve. That is not all. As the real nature of issues has become clearer, questions are being raised about the concept of development itself." 15. At the same time as Sharma was making these formulations for the environmentalist intellectuals and the government bureaucracy, from which he was shortly to resign to work on issues like Narmada, the activists involved in the Jan Vikas Andolan were moving to a new analysis in a working perspective adopted in early 1991. Whereas earlier statements on the politics of environment, such as that of the Second Citizens Report, 1984, had linked environmental destruction to the failure of centralized planning, the nature of modem industry and the consumption of the rich, the Andolan went a step further to make the question of control of resources central. Behind our exploitation of nature often lies our exploitation of each other. By taking away the traditional rights of millions of tribals and small and marginal farmers from subsistence use of natural resources, the benefits are derived at the cost of enormous suffering to the affected population and massive overuse and degradation of the surrounding resources. Community control of natural resources was projected as the linchpin of the solution. Thus, environmental activists, sparked by the NBA, were raising, along with the critique of industrialization and modem technology, the Marxist question of property rights. But in contrast to the traditional left, they were giving the green answer: decentralization. With the anti-Narmada campaign, the environmental movement had taken a giant leap onto a political terrain. Throughout the rise and fall of the VP Singh regime, in a period when the communist alternative was disintegrating, it was this campaign that posed the question of a new vision of development at the level of popular consciousness. The constant militancy of those engaged in direct battle on the banks of the Narmada was forcing a dialogue in which more concrete formulations of the nature of exploitation and environmental destruction, as well as the assertion of popular power from below as opposed to enlightened state intervention from above, began to replace the originally vague and romantic slogans. Out of this, backed up by new experiments in agricultural production and struggles such as that for the Bali Raja peasant-built dam, the themes of alternative development began to take shape in the oppositional movements in India. The Mandate of '89. Much of the Indian political elite had been inclined to see the social movements behind VP Singh as a kind of spectre. But the real demon was represented in the forces of Hindu communalism that were on the upsurge. More than the left, the Hinduist forces seemed able to identify issues that appealed to mass instinct and find innovative ways of campaigning on them. On the left, there was a clear movement party split, the movements organizing the masses on new issues and with new forms of struggle, but relatively disarmed in the realm of politics, while the parties continued to articulate traditional rhetoric but maintained their 248 electoral domination. On the right, however, a potent movement party combination seemed to be growing. Spearheading the Hinduist upsurge was the Vishva Hindu Parishad, which now began to step up its campaign for rebuilding the temple of Rama in Ayodhya. With sadhus and swamis in the forefront, a nationwide campaign for bringing consecrated bricks to the town from villages all over the country was organized to climax just before the scheduled elections. It was accompanied by vicious anti-Muslim rioting through much of north and central India, with some of the worst carnage seen since the riots at the time of independence, thousands killed, shops and businesses razed to the ground, and places of worship leveled to have the saffron flag of militant Hinduism placed on them. The worst massacre took place at Bhagalpur in UP, dead bodies inside walls, large patches of blood on the floor and walls of plundered homes, jagged ruins of houses which were torched, corpses in hyacinth-filled village ponds, twisted remnants of utensils and bicycles in the debris of fire, a red plastic doll in the rubble, refugees in relief camps. The haunting images of Bhagalpur inspire pessimism, hopelessness, desolation, and, admittedly, fear in the pit of the stomach. 16. The suave and sophisticated politicians of the BJP did not hesitate to identify their party with the VHP and with the rabid, Maharashtra-based Shiv Sena, proclaiming with new confidence an ideology of positive secularism that attacked the pseudo-secularism of the left and the Nehruvian Congress, claiming that only Hinduism represented India's ancient and liberal cultural traditions and that only a pride in Hinduism could provide a foundation for nationalism. The BJP moved into the 1989 elections with a growing confidence, and a skill in combining the tempo of mass agitations with the scheduling of elections. Feeling incapable of defeating the Congress on its own, the nervous National Front opposition, even to some extent the CPI-M, in Bengal cautiously moved to de facto alliances and opportunistic seat adjustments with it in constituencies throughout the country. The 1989 elections thus marked the ambiguity of the Indian political crisis. A new opposition was taking shape with the National Front, Janata Dal, and left parties, including even one Naxalite force, the EPF, and it was borrowing themes from the social movements, as talk of decentralization, of social justice for backward castes, and promises of remunerative prices and debt relief for peasants dominated political manifestos. The Congress itself attempted a turn to the villages in promising a new dynamism for village self-government and 30% reservation for women. But little of this was more than the politicians replaying their populist games in the 1980s context. It was haunted with the shadow of the rise of communal forces, the Hindu rightists making their claim for political power in North India and a resurgence of Sikh and Muslim separatist forces in the northwest. Electoral violence, shooting of candidates, booth capturing by gangsters who simply marked illegal ballots en masse became widespread phenomena. Even the advertising campaign of the Congress seemed to express the fears of the elite, with gruesome depictions of tom-apart dolls, snakes, and scorpions that professed to show an opposition aimed at breaking the country into fragments. On this background of fear, in an international context in which socialism was crashing to the ground, the voters of India cast their ballots for change in the 9th Lok Sabha elections. In what later commentators would call the Mandate of '89, they voted against the ruling party in almost every part of the country. They voted for the various opposition parties in the mostly Congress-ruled north, and for the Congress in the opposition-ruled south. The only states in which a ruling party got the majority of parliamentary seats in 1989 were 249. Maharashtra, Congress, and West Bengal, the Left Front, but the Left Front in turn lost to a Congress-led opposition in Kerala. The final result was that no party could claim a clear majority. Of 525 seats in Parliament, the Congress had 192 but few prospects for alliances, while the Janata Dal had 143, the BJP and its allies 92, and the Left Front 52, most of these from CPI-M, in West Bengal. Smaller progressive regional and movement parties like the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha, 3, the Bahujan Samaj Party, 3, and the pro-Khalistani faction of the Akali Dal, 11, also scored. A Naxalite was elected to parliament for the first time, from the IPF in Bihar. The Janata Dal/National Front was now the only acceptable political front to head the government, but it required the support of the Left Front on one side and the BJP on the other to maintain a majority. The support was offered by both, and accepted. VP Singh was chosen as the new Prime Minister, but though he was the only Janata Dal leader with a popular mandate, it took hectic manoeuvring and a deal with Devi Lai to defeat a last-minute challenge by Chandra Sekhar. The new government was thus a regime elected on a mandate of change and with social movement backing, but it was also a fragile coalition government marked by factionalism, maneuvering, and clashing political ambitions from the very beginning. As the new government began its work, riotous demonstrations shook many cities in northern India as high caste youth began a protest over the coming implementation of the Mandal Commission. It was a prelude of the storm to come. An alternative politics? The new government began, almost unexpectedly, in an atmosphere of hope. In spite of its lack of a majority, it took steps in new directions. There were signs of fulfilling promises made to peasants with the implementation of the promised debt relief up to Rs 10,000 and the appointment of the Committee for a New Agricultural Policy. There was Maneka Gandhi as a Minister of Environment. There was the prominent position of Dalit Minister Ram Vilas Paswan as well as the imminent implementation of the Mandal Commission. Fears aroused by BJP political gains, an illustrated weekly article had headlined them as the real victors, receded a bit when subsequent assembly elections produced a Janata Dal left victory in Bihar and a narrow Congress victory in Maharashtra. Then Mulayam Singh Yadav, one of the two new backward caste chief ministers in the north, arrested a Shankaracharya, one of 4 Hindu high priests, on his way to Ayodhya and announced he would do the same to any others who tried to destroy the mosque. Fragile as it was, this government was not only moving ahead in some new directions, but it also seemed more capable of taking firm stands against fundamentalism than the Congress with its massive majorities. But the real dissidence emerged in regard to programs for change. Measures for debt relief and higher agricultural prices were attacked consistently by the bureaucracy, the capitalist press, and many left intellectuals. There was a spreading fear about the reservations issue. While Maneka Gandhi's concern for animals and trees made good press copy, they aroused exasperation if not hostility among the main power holders. There was disagreement within the government itself on all these issues, and there was no single concerted policy put forward by the new movements or the left from outside the government. In the end, it was not so much the threat of communalism from the right, as the simple lack of perspective for change in the political leadership itself, that represented the real failure of the VP Singh regime. 250. The year 1989 was one in which alternatives were being put forward. At the grassroots level, the varying social movements headed toward the adoption of a totalistic perspective. The Kerala fish workers were spearheading a Protect Waters, Protect Life march in the middle of the year along the coasts of India, with women playing a major role, linking the sea with the water needs of the peasants and the people, confronting police repression to challenge nuclear power plants. Muddy Sangharsh was generalizing its campaign on the Bali Raja Dam in western Maharashtra to talk of an overall policy of equal water rights and ecologically sustainable water use in the context of a model of alternative development. Chhattisgarh Muddy Morcha was bringing peasants and workers together in central India to debate alternatives. Engineers and technicians were formulating concrete policies for housing and feeding the population through biomass-based production. The Narmada Bachao Andolan was condemning the destructiveness of current World Bank and state-banked policies and calling for a people's development, and moving to demands for local control. All of these were becoming political in the very general sense of representing a coalition of the poor and exploited that linked local issues to a wider perspective on international processes of exploitation and destruction, and the means of overcoming these. At the same time, much more financially and institutionally powerful, the trend toward economic liberalization was becoming increasingly prominent, with more and more businessmen and intellectuals calling for change, complaining of stagnation, of the corruption of officials, the weight of the bureaucracy. Their influence was reflected in a new industrial policy aired by the government. The traditional left parties had little to say in this situation. In a period of ideological battering, when the CPI-M governments in Kerala and West Bengal were themselves working to attract private investment, proposals for further nationalization were not on the agenda. Agrarian reform remained misty and empty slogan. The clearest direction the parts could formulate for change in the contemporary Indian context was the slogan "Right to Work." The Communists, the Socialists within Janata Dal, a large number of NGOs, and EPF once it settled down to becoming a new vanguard and not a platform for alternatives, all took right to work as a central theme for mobilizing the poor and as a strategy of development. The left had always used the slogan, and it seemed a good progressive counter to the growing appeal of fundamentalism and extremism for unemployed and disillusioned youth. Yet, from the perspective of even traditional socialism, let alone that of the new social movements, it had severe limitations. Right to work implied that the cause of Indian poverty was that people did not work when in fact, at least outside the offices, they normally worked too hard for miserable returns, and it identified work as wage earning. It had, in fact, somewhat of an industrial society image behind it, in contrast to the discourse of the peasant and environmental movements, which spoke instead of rebuilding villages, restoring the land and forests and providing the basis for a full human life in a rural, mostly non-wage-earning agro-industrial economy. It was statist, in committing the state to provide employment, without giving any indication of the structure of the economy that might do so. Worse, when planners or experts came down, in practice, to the brass tacks of how any guarantee of work would be implemented, they came to a vastly expanded version of the employment guarantee schemes that had indeed played a progressive role in states like Maharashtra but that were hardly socialist panaceas. Instead of a vision of a new economy or community life, of a truly liberating development, the slogan at best preserved a slender hope for a job in the organized sector and at worst condemned one to breaking rocks and building roads. 251. If right to work was what the traditional left was offering as an alternative, decentralization was a major theme of the new, neo-Gandhian socialists. These were given an opportunity when the government reconstituted the Planning Commission, bringing in neo-Gandhians Rajni Kothari and Ella Bhatt under L.C. Jain as deputy commissioner. With new energy, the planners adopted an approach paper entitled Toward Social Transformation that picked up the theme of right to work by arguing that the developmental process would be organized around the commitment to create employment for all, modifying this with the Gandhian environmentalist perspective of democratic decentralization and integrated local area planning to be carried out by local panchayats. But this turned out to be only a version of Forana socialism, a more Gandhian version of the usual radical rhetoric. While there was much talk of local panchayats, there was no recognition of local rights or powers, no economic basis projected for decentralization. Instead, constant references to transfer of resources to local bodies made it clear that surplus was to continue to flow to the center and then downward. Sections on agriculture stressed the expansion of irrigation, developing the productivity of agriculture in arid and semi-arid zones, and providing employment, all with hardly a mention of remunerative prices and within the overall perspective that the way to agricultural prosperity was to provide 50% of investment for rural development and make more efficient use of resources by reducing linkages and by better targeting and delivery. The agricultural program, in other words, was that of Devi Lai, not Sharad Joshi, that is, one that relied on the control over agriculture by bureaucratic forces. 17. The most radical alternatives were in fact put forward by Sharad Joshi's Standing Advisory Committee on Agriculture, SAC, representing the only direct intervention of new movement politics in the sphere of the government. If it was the Narmada Bachao Andolan that placed the slogan of people's development in public consciousness, the National Agricultural Policy could claim to be the most concrete high-level formulation of an alternative development. The policy, which was worked out over a period of 6 months and was designed to be an official policy of the government, began, like the 8th Plan Approach Paper, with an invocation of a Gandhian model of development. The Gandhian talisman would be the natural reference point. How do the most deprived and the most oppressed see things? What is their vocation? Why is it that despite long hours of back-breaking work they find it impossible to eke out a living? This brings us to the essence of all process of development: application of labor to land, in brief, policy as regards agriculture. 18. In contrast to the approach paper, the policy itself linked broad proposals for land regeneration, increases in productivity, and political decentralization to the issue of exploitation of labor in agriculture. The main instrument for a village-centered economic development was to use remunerative prices, in Joshi's terms, to leave the surplus generated in agriculture largely in the hands of the peasants. Prices were to be set high, and the major factor in achieving this was a high valuation of agricultural labor, both hired and peasant family labor. Up to now, the cost methodology of the government's Commission on Agricultural Costs and Prices had calculated prices by attributing a cost for hired labor at existing wage rates, which were low and varied regionally, and for male family labor at the level of an attached laborer, bonded laborer. In other words, in each region, female family labor was valued at only a small fraction of this, since official statistics and popular thinking consistently undercounted women's labor. This effectively made the state an exploiter of peasant labor directly, and 252. Agricultural labor indirectly, at the existing low wage rates. The SAC proposed to break with this completely by setting a minimum wage of 25 rupees, equivalent to the entering pay of a soldier, and evaluating all labor, hired, and male and female peasant family labor, at this rate. Along with this, a target rate of a 6% growth in agriculture was set, and it was proposed within 2 decades to raise the standard of living in agriculture to that of the lowest levels of the organized sector. Both assets and control of income were to be given to rural women. Specific goals were also proposed for broad changes in agrarian production. Within 2 decades, the proportion of those dependent on agriculture was to be reduced from 70% to 50%. 1/3 of land currently cultivated would be relieved from exhaustive plough cultivation and restored to grassland or forest. Finally, there would be a concerted effort to replace chemical by natural fertilizers, and fertilizer subsidies would be dropped. Arguing that subsidies for chemical fertilizers actually subsidized the fertilizer industry rather than the peasants, the SAC policy stated that any subsidies should be at the point of consumption and not that of production. Finally, in a section on Panchayat Raj, the SAC took up in very specific terms the theme of decentralization and popular control that was emerging from movements all over the country. The Panchayat would have the ownership of the entire land vested in them, as also specific lands allotted as common, grazing, forests or agricultural lands for their exploitation as such. In many tribal villages, shifting cultivation is a fairly common practice. If proper attention is paid for regeneration of the forests, shifting agriculture by itself is not an undesirable practice. While allocating the area of control to the tribal panchayats, the area allocated should be extensive enough to permit continuation of the practice. 19. The bureaucratic and press reactions to the various official policy proposals were revealing. The new industrial policy was attacked from a socialistic perspective by Chandra Sekhar and the left, but there was little real debate. The Planning Commission proposals were generally welcomed, though without great enthusiasm, while right-to-work issues brought forth some subdued debates, critiques, and expressions of support. The SAC proposals were by far the most controversial. There was strong and subtle resistance from the bureaucracy throughout, and as some themes were leaked out to the press, they were roundly denounced. Farm plan boon for kulaks, farmers gain at consumers' expense, and hike in food grain prices will check industrial growth were typical headlines of news stories. 20 left intellectuals were brought in to defend the policy of low crop prices, and the objections of an expert committee for review of the methodology of cost of production of crops, headed by C. Hapumantha Rao, who had been a prominent opponent of higher crop prices for decades, were used to mobilize intellectual resistance. The Hanumantha Rao Committee argued that costs should evaluate farm labor at actually existing wage rates instead of a legal minimum wage, on the grounds that the farmers did not normally pay their laborers the minimum wage, continuing to use the kulak spectre without ever mentioning that the labor rates included not only hired labor but peasant family labor as well. In addition, every expert testifying before the committee argued that it was impossible to replace more than 10% of NPK chemicals by biofertilizers. The bureaucrat attached to the committee, the member secretary, gave a dissenting note in 253. December 1990, using the rhetoric that the committee was neglecting the poorer sections of the farming community. The goals of reducing land under cultivation, reduction of the poor portion of population dependent on farming, and giving land and income to women were attacked as lofty views which can merely raise false hopes and damage government credibility. He also claimed that the cost of high support prices and other proposals would be an unbearable Rs 25,000 crores, about $10 billion, per year, a figure that, looked at a bit differently, could be taken as the amount of surplus extracted from agriculture through low pricing. 21 This dissension and a subsequent seminar of agricultural economists set up by the government paved the way for scuttling Sachs' proposal and putting forward a hastily drafted and thoroughly watered-down agricultural policy statement in March 1991. The latter was welcomed by the Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry and by most newspaper editorials, and denounced by Sharad Joshi as a meaningless collection of phrases. 22. The debate over agricultural policy was showing some strange lines of division. On one side were Sharad Joshi and the farmers' movement, calling for political and economic decentralization. On the other were those arguing for keeping prices low and promoting agriculture through government investment focusing on major irrigation projects and a green revolution technology including fertilizer subsidies. Devi Lai was the farmers' representative for this approach, but behind it stood the bureaucrats and capitalistic interests, and for that matter most of the presumably progressive planners and experts. If we decide to use the term colloq to describe a system of inequalitarian, ecologically destructive agriculture, then the debate posed the colloq lobby versus the farmers' movement. More important, though the SAC proposals were finally put to death under the Chandra Sekhar regime that succeeded the VP Singh government, neither VP Singh himself nor the peasant spokesman Devi Lai gave any particular attention to the actual alternatives being formulated for agricultural development by their official government committee, let alone any other movement alternative proposals. The new government had risen to power on the wave of the new movements and of general popular disgust with the Congress regime, but it seemed unable and unwilling to formulate serious alternatives. It fell, not in defending an alternative politics, but in the waves of corruption and factionalism and the murderous dialectics of what Indians were beginning to call the politics of Mandal and Mandir, that is, of the Mandal Report and the Rama Temple, Mandir, the tensions generated by drives for caste justice and religious fundamentalism. The flames of Mandal and Mandir. Factionalism in the VP Singh government came to a head in July and August. A hostile press focused on Devi Lai, who had succeeded in identifying farmers' issues not only with his plans for five-star hotels with village-style restaurants and calls for appointments of peasants' sons as ambassadors, but also with the corrupt dynasty of his family, with the politics of gangsterism and patronage. Demands for his resignation grew. Then, in a late July interview to Illustrated Weekly, he unloaded himself in earthy peasant language, including a reference to VP Singh as spineless. 23 This proved the final straw, and Singh asked for his resignation. Devi Lai gave it, but struck back by organizing a massive peasant rally in Delhi, trucking in hundreds of thousands of peasants, and winning the support not only of Singh's constant opponent Chandra Sekhar but also of such Jat Belt movement leaders as Mahendra Singh Tikait and even Kanchi Ram, responding to Devi Lai's appeals for Harijankas and unity. Tikait repeated his slogans that a peasant should be the one raising the flag at the Red Fort on Independence Day, i.e., as Prime Minister, and Kanchi Ram attacked the 254 Brahmanbania Thakur Combine. VP Singh's response to this challenge was to pick up the one social movement issue that did not require a major political reformulation of the process of development. He announced the implementation of the Mandal Commission report. This unleashed the storm. Urged on by their elders, by the press, professors, and parents, students took to the streets. A desperate campaign for the defense of a claim to organized sector jobs, its casteist character revealed when Delhi students protested by depicting their future as being only that of rickshaw drivers and flower and vegetable sellers, was painted as the defense of equalitarian values. Eminent upper caste social scientists who had made their scholarly reputations in studies of caste and community now found themselves trying to outdo Marxists in talking of economic realities and asserting that caste did not exist outside the political arena. M.N. Srinivas predicted the transformation of the brain drain into a flood if upper castes were barred from higher-level jobs. Arun Shourie used the front pages of Indian Express to write as if merit would be dead in India once a few percentage points in exams would no longer be the deciding criteria for jobs, and the newspapers and magazines day after day featured in full color the massive demonstrations in northern cities. VP Singh was attacked as never before, as a self-interested politician who was rendering the fabric of the country's existence to create caste vote banks for his political survival. The rhetoric of the anti-reservation movement used the language of building an egalitarian caste-free society, insisting that it was not against reservations for the really downtrodden and deserving, the scheduled castes and tribes, but that the rich peasants and affluent OBCs had no right to them. The term Mandalization came to mean splitting or fracturing the country, just as demands for regional autonomy or separate states for, say, the Jharkhundis or Gorkhas had been countered as anti-national and separatist. The whole propaganda against reservations for low castes illustrated the way the elite had come to see its position and power as dependent on a centralized, unitary, caste-blind bourgeois order. The real horror started when self-immolations began to occur. Many of the deaths may have been suicides that would have taken place anyway. But there was no denying that perhaps over 200 desperate upper caste boys and girls, often the children of lower middle-class families who had seen education and jobs as their way forward and now found a chasm appearing under their feet, were ready to commit the most painful form of suicide over the issue. There was also no denying that the deaths and the agitations in general were highly localized in cities and in northern India, and that the publicity given to them was provoking a contrary reaction from large sections of lower castes throughout the country. Many Bengalis, Tamils, and others also saw the uproar in terms of the Hindi belt elite trying to maintain their domination of the country. The Mandal Commission was not fragmenting the country, but it led directly to the fall of the government. The BJP, the party most threatened by the split in Hindu votes caused by caste divisions, decided it had to act to divert the issue in a kind of repetition of the way pro-reservation forces in Gujarat in 1985 had been diverted into Hindu-Muslim rioting. The centripetal forces of Hindu society would have received a body blow had Singh been allowed to implement the Mandal report. Till that stage, the BJP had decided not to place its campaign on the Ramjan Mabhumi issue on an aggressive mode. Certainly there was no 255 question of bringing down the National Front government on this issue. But Singh's overnight love for Mandal changed all that. Advani felt that his party had little option but to brazenly whip up Hindu emotions over the temple issue and remained undeterred by the trail of blood his campaign stirred up. He perceived that the very survival of Hindu society was sought to be challenged by Singh. 74. Advani thus organized a Rath Yatra or India tour in a van shaped like the chariot of Rama, urging a massive assault on Ayodhya on October 30 to demolish the mosque and build the temple through direct action. It provoked scores of riots, leaving over 500 Muslims dead, but dozens of Hindus killed firing by a police force instructed to protect the mosque no matter what. Advani himself and many other leaders were arrested, and the BJP carried out its threat and withdrew support for the VP Singh government. In the face of loss through a no-confidence vote, maneuvering began among the politicians. Chandra Sekhar and Devi Lai took the lead in organizing a small breakaway Janata Dal faction to form a new government, supported by the Congress party and many businessmen, who were much happier with a Chandra Sekhar Congress combination. Among those who joined Chandra Sekhar's Samajwadi Janata Party, Socialist People's Party, were Maneka Gandhi, irritated by Singh's lack of support for environmentalism, and Mulayam Singh Yadav, frantic to save his minority ministry in UP, which would have fallen without Congress support. So ended the second major attempt at a change from Congress rule in India. A wave of social movement agitations, particularly by peasants and tribals on environmental and farmers' movement issues, had played a major role in defining the issues confronted by the Indian people, they had begun to move toward concrete proposals for alternative development, and they had, in 1989, forced some of their demands into the manifestos of parties. But the movements were sidelined by the politicians. By the late 1990s, communal and anti-caste issues were dominating Indian politics. On the one hand loomed the rising aggressiveness of the BJP. On the other, peasant issues along with the environment and women, let alone any socialist program of the traditional left, were now ignored, and while VP Singh was adopting the major issue that had been brought forward by the anti-caste movement in the last decade, he was doing so in the absence of a program for structural change. In taking up the issue of the Mandal Commission proposals for reservations, VP Singh was emphasizing that it was not simply a matter of employment but of bringing low castes to power. The greater debate is not about government jobs. The point is of share in the decision-making and share in the power structure. In fashioning the country's destiny, do you have a share? Even after half a century virtually, the deprived sections have not received the benefits flowing from the government unless they become a party to decision-making in the power structure, they remain deprived. 25. This was adopting a major theme of the anti-caste movement, that we must become the rulers of the land. But the earlier revolutionary leaders of this movement Phule, Ambedkar, Periyar had called for low caste power in the context of an all-around socio-economic vision of change, though their visions varied. In the new uncertainties of the 1980s, VP made no effort to adopt any concrete overall program. Perhaps the North Indian context he was familiar with encouraged a limitation of vision. Bihar and UP had little of the revolutionary. 256. Democratic trend of an anti-caste movement among the middle castes, such as had been seen in the southern non-Brahmin movements. In any case, VP's social justice was an anti-caste movement from a politician's perspective. But it was still radical enough to upset the elite. It had a major progressive feature in posing the need for the unity of Dalits, backward castes, and minorities. It also produced some immediate political gains. Independent Dalit politicians such as Kanshi Ram or Prakash Ambedkar lost much of their prestige for their hesitancy in supporting the government. Through the Mandal Commission issue, VP Singh was capturing a powerful Dalit and backward caste base. By the end of 1990, he was touring India, usually in the company of the fiery Ram Vilas Paswan, drawing unprecedented crowds in Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, and Kerala. A reporter described a massive pun rally on the death centenary of Jyotiba Phule. Thandaba, a backward caste farmer from Sangli who had waited in the blazing sun for 4 hours to hear VP speak, angrily told this correspondent, "For centuries we have been dehumanized and oppressed. When VP Singh announced one little step in our favor, it could not be tolerated by the Brahmanical parties. VP Singh has sacrificed his Gadi for our sake, now we must stand by him." 75-year-old Savitri Bai of Pune was attending the meeting. Why had she, despite failing vision, ill health, and arthritis, made it a point to come? Savitri Bai answered, "I have come to see and hear VP Singh. He belongs to the same caste as me. I am a Dalit and I consider VP Singh a man of my caste because he has stood up for us, spoken of social justice for us." 26. An alliance between left and democratic forces now had a different and more hollow core. VP Singh continued to assert the firmness of his solidarity with the communist parties, whose cadre networks seemed indispensable in light of the Janata Dal's own disastrously fragmented party machinery. The CPI and CPI-M, in turn, endorsed his leadership out of fear of Congress and the fundamentalists, and in the hopes of making a challenge for power in Delhi, rallying behind the National Front regardless of its lack of overall program, regardless of their own reluctance on Mandal Commission proposals. But radical communists and movement leaders were now becoming totally alienated from the developing National Front/Left Front alliance. The IPF, the only major section of Naxalites participating in the electoral process, decided to go on its own in Bihar, arguing that without an emphatic qualitative improvement in the well-being and social standing of the overwhelming majority of working people, reservations were meaningless and would result in only a readjustment of the ruling class's social base. 27. In Maharashtra, Shetkari Sangatana withdrew from its linkage with the Janata Dal to insist only on the defeat of communalism. In Karnataka, the Rayata San, already alienated from Janata forces, proclaimed itself as an independent party, setting up candidates on its own in many constituencies, often fighting for the same base as the Janata Dal. In UP, Mahendra Singh Tikait flirted with the BJP. Women and environmental activists found even less than before to attract them to the NF/Left alliance. Thus, when the Chandrasekhar government fell in March 1991, and parties geared themselves up for new elections, they did so not only amid a general popular atmosphere of cynicism and exhaustion, but also with the major forces for change in India sidelined. Impasse. 257. In spite of VP Singh's claims that the National Front's slogan of social justice could mobilize the forces for change, the dominant features in Indian politics by 1991 seemed to be the growing violence and forces of disintegration. In the Udying regions, armed underground fighters in Punjab, Kashmir, Assam, and other parts of the northeast were on the offensive, and in the rest of the country it was militant Hinduism that appeared to be the fresh, if dangerous, political force. Far Eastern Economic Review journalist James Cladd was only one of many who saw India as heading toward a Hindu Raj, commenting that the BJP is riding a surge in support that shows no sign of slowing. Most of all, the BJP gives the impression of knowing what it wants and how to get it. 23. The BJP's ideology was gaining increasing respectability among the elite throughout the country, even in left strongholds such as Kerala and West Bengal. Prominent recruits came into the party, retired high-level bureaucrats and military men, ex-Maharajas, sportsmen, and film stars, and more funding than ever was available as a large section of India's capitalists were ready to see it as an effective alternative ruling party to a discredited Congress. In the meantime, out on the streets and dusty roads, the troops of militant Hinduism were keeping the issue of the temple alive, proclaiming ceremonies for the martyrs killed at Ayodhya, circulating inflammatory, hate-filled cassettes, organizing tours of vitriolic speakers on Hinduism. A huge rally of the VHP in Delhi in late March flooded the massive lawns of the Boat Club with saffron and was proclaimed to be the largest in history. Fears expressed by feminist activists that the democratic space was shrinking were shared by a large section of India's progressives. As the reluctant cadres of political parties geared themselves up for the second major parliamentary election campaign in less than a year and a half, trying to find a way to mobilize funds and voter enthusiasm, the voters themselves faced a historically new situation. Previously, the Congress, with its socialist rhetoric and conservative practice, had been the centre of India's dominant party system, facing an opposition comprising those to both the right and left of it, partly united and partly at odds. Now, for the first tenye, three clearly defined political fronts, each with a distinct central slogan, appeared in the political arena. The Congress offered stability, hoping frustration with the factionalized efforts at change in the last 2 years would turn people back to it. The BJP laid its hopes on militant Hinduism and on the backing of a growing army of sadhus and Swami Maharajas and bureaucrats, and the VP Singh-led alliance of the National Front and left parties made a claim for the support of the exploited and low castes with the slogan of social justice. With communists, socialists, Dalits, regional parties, and anti-corruption Democrats, the National Front-Left alliance should have been able to mobilize a popular appeal. There is a new alignment of forces taking place, claimed VP Singh in an interview to Frontline. Now the National Front and the left axis are the forces of change. 29. The Dalit-OBC combination was in fact disturbing the high caste elite and promising a realignment of social forces, especially in North India. The NF Left Front alliance was consistently underrated by the press, as election results were to show, see Table 11.1, and underfunded by the bourgeoisie, who much preferred either the Congress or the BJP. Yet in spite of its low caste and working class base, its popular appeal was now lackluster. Singh's crowds during the election campaign were noticeably less enthusiastic than before. Even Rajiv Gandhi, newly mingling with the masses, was winning more popular acclaim. The basic problem remained that no matter how much they claimed to represent working class and popular forces, none of the parties or political leaders of the NF Left Alliance had any vision of the real dynamics of the new capitalist era. There was little difference between their manifestos and those of their opponents, no radical new economic program. This revamped left and democratic alliance was a force for change without a direction for change, other than seeking to bring the traditional toilers of the VMA system, or some of them, into the existing arenas of power and prosperity. While this was enough to thoroughly alarm India's holders of bureaucratic power, without a new socialist vision it was unable to overcome the cynicism and indifference now pervading the Indian electorate. And as the grueling summer went on, campaigning for the election that no one really wanted was again marked by growing violence, especially in UP and Bihar, where this time almost all political parties not only were hiring gangsters to back up their candidates and capture voting booths but were even sponsoring them as candidates. In Punjab, where elections were ultimately postponed, Khalistani terrorists were murdering candidates. In Andhra the People's War Group was attacking or threatening attacks on campaigning parties, and the ULFA boycott appeared to herald the same threat for Assam. Then came the shocking climax. On May 21 evening, after the first round of voting, Rajiv Gandhi, campaigning in a town near Madras, was brutally murdered along with a dozen bystanders, his body torn apart in a suicide bomb tied to the body of a young woman linked. 259. With the LTTE or Tamil Tigers. Indira Gandhi had been assassinated by Sikh bodyguards as revenge for the massacres caused by the attack she had ordered on the Golden Temple to checkmate Bhindranwale, whom her party had in the very beginning helped to build up. Now her son was murdered by killers who had been given training in India by the Gandhi-led governments themselves from 1983 through 1987. Rajani Thiranagama and the co-authors of The Broken Palmyra had noted that the LTTE is the product of a brutal world, a world where great leaders, men whose education and maturity entitle them to know far better, routinely use deceit and mass murder as legitimate forms of action. The RA cannot claim moral superiority over the Tamil militant groups. The fight against terrorism will be futile as long as the world's leaders play with terror when it suits them. The impressionable young minds of the LTTE were molded by the cynicism and duplicity they encountered in their dealings with the TULF, the Tamil elite, and the Sri Lankan and Indian authorities. 30. The grown-up tiger, offspring of power holders in South Asia, had turned to devour its parents. The Congress, which had interfered and maneuvered in neighboring countries even while shouting national integration and raising the bogey of the foreign hand for every challenge to its own dominance, now found itself orphaned. So strong had the habits of dynastic rule become that the inside men of the party, the high-level clique around Rajiv, who came to be described in the press as the coterie, proposed the name of his Italian-born widow Sonia Gandhi as Congress president. It was even clear that had his daughter Priyanka been 3 years older and eligible for electoral office, she would have been tapped. But Sonia, quite wisely, refused, and instead P.V. Narasimha Rao, an old guard Brahmin from Andhra, was settled on as party leader. The final rounds of elections were postponed until June 12 and 15. When they were over, an apathetic electorate, a 51% turnout was the lowest since the early 1950s, had rendered a mixed verdict. Congress, with 224 seats of 541, was the biggest party, though without a parliamentary majority. But in spite of a considerable sympathy vote, made clear in the much better performance of the Congress in the constituencies that had gone to the polls after the assassination, it could only get 37.3% of the vote, lowest since 1977. The BJP had made significant gains, with 119 seats and 23% of the vote, but 50 of its seats had come from UP, the state most affected by the Ayodhya confrontation and the politics of defection. Outside of this, it received a setback in the 3 states where it had ruled the assemblies for 2 years and in Maharashtra, where it had been hoping with its Shiv Sena ally to grab for power. The politics of Mandal had been salient only in Bihar and UP, and partly in Orissa, where the anti-Mandal faction of JD Chief Minister Biju Patnaik lost out. In the rest of the country the Janata Dal could barely establish its existence. In several cases this was linked to its new distance from large sections of peasants, the BKU was alienated due to the exclusion of Jats from the Mandal Commission and its confrontations with the UP state government, and Shetkari. Sanghan Tana and the rest of the Kisan Coordinating Committee were alienated due to Singh's failure to support the new agricultural policy or to give peasant issues any significant role in the campaign. 260. The Communists won in West Bengal but lost in Kerala once again, while the regional parties fared at best moderately. The Telugu Desam recovered partially. The DMK, tarred with its association of the Tigers, was thoroughly rejected in Tamil Nadu. The Assam Gana Parishad also made a poor showing, even by Jyope Maik, the Janata Dal leader who had grabbed headlines prior to the elections with demands for state autonomy and praise of Naxalites, was rejected. Yet the alliance of Janata Dal, the left parties, and the regional parties as a whole got 135 seats, making it second as a political front only to Congress, letting some analysts find hope in the fact that those who had stayed with the mandate of 89 were by and large endorsed by the voters. 31 Further, the sympathy wave had given the Congress around 9 to 10% of the vote. Without the assassination, the party would have had its lowest vote in history. Indeed, a region Bayergian assessment of the effects of the assassination argued that the National Front/Left Combine would actually have come out on top, with a total of 181 seats, while the INC and its allies would have gotten 174 and the BJP would have been only around 129. 32 The suicide bomber Danu and her Tiger colleagues appear, in the end, to have done a significant favour for the Indian ruling elite, which still found the Congress the best party to represent its interests. The overall result was what the Indian press called a hung parliament, no party with a clear majority. With the government facing a growing balance of payments crisis and unpopular belt-tightening economic decisions in the air, a new era of instability seemed inevitable. But none of the opposition parties trusted the mood of the voters to shake up the political scene. The last election had been unpopular enough and none had an effective alternative economic program to offer. Power was again in the hands of a fragile but ever-ready Congress. Narasimha Rao became Prime Minister and an economist favourable to international finance circles. Dr. Manmohan Singh was picked as Finance Minister. He immediately announced devaluation of the rupee and the seeking of a new IMF loan. Thus, after an election characterized by slogans emphasizing caste and religious issues, and accompanied by growing violence linked to regional national separatist movements, India plunged into a process of radical economic change similar to the new capitalist orientation of all the ex-socialist countries. A prime minister and a finance minister who had never been elected, heading a party that could claim support of only about 18% of the electorate, were implementing economic measures never discussed during the campaign. But there was little popular resistance. In spite of Narasimha Rao's obeisances to the Nehru tradition as the only alternative to fascism, in spite of the continued attempts of the elite to cling to the Nehru dynasty, the Nehru model was as discredited in India and being discarded as surely as state socialism was crashing. In Europe, foreign socialism was coming to an end, but with the social movements still politically sidelined and the left democratic opposition unable to find a substitute vision, Indian politics had come to an impasse. Demise of the Nehru model. Arguing that the dividing line between politicians and criminals has disappeared, Mainishi editor Madhu Kishwar wrote following Rajiv Gandhi's assassination, 40 years after independence, the peoples of India have no illusions left about this system's capacity to deliver social justice. Disaffection against the government is universal. It has hardly any defenders left. This disaffection is spread across all classes, segments, and regions of 261. Society. Whether in a village showpal or in urban elite drawing rooms, the theme that dominates conversation is the incompetence, corruption, and tyranny of the bloated government machinery. 33. This assessment of the current political bureaucratic system was indeed shared by all sections, from the man in the street to the woman in the fields, from flashy news magazines like India Today to the leftist commentators writing in serious journals like Economic and Political Weekly. Sordid, bloated, corrupt, tyrannous, parasitical, gangster-ridden, sanctimonious were only a few terms used for the existing political bureaucratic system. All agreed that it had ruined the economy and done nothing to fulfill its continual promises to the poor. Nearly all also agreed that the current changes were radical, if not revolutionary, in spite of Narasimha Rao's efforts to assert that the Nehru model was not being forsaken. But Marxist and Gandhian intellectuals were still inclined to defend what Rajni Kothari had called the liberatory role of the original independent Indian state, what socialist H.K. Paranjape described as an effort to build up India as an independent, self-reliant, socialist, decentralized, and people-oriented economy. Leftist defenders of Forana socialism were now arguing that if it had gone wrong, it was because it had somehow been taken over by the small privileged section who had used electoral office and bureaucratic privilege only to gain power and wealth, and it was these who were now attempting a final coup by jumping into the world economy. They viewed the whole prospect with gloom, expecting the complete domination of capitalism and consumerism, and predicting that it would be the poor who would pay. 34. But to activists of the new social movements, the system had been not simply flawed but exploitative and destructive in its very beginnings. There was nothing of genuine self-reliance or decentralization in it. Rather than people's power, it had been based on elite domination, with paternalism the central characteristic of even the Gandhian saint figures who talked of village traditions. Its bloated bureaucracies were inefficient and parasitical. Its scientists, engineers, and technicians were living off the people rather than trying to create anything new or engage themselves in renovating the dusty world of village life. Socialism was only its legitimizing myth. They saw its demise as having been forced on the elite, not chosen by it, and saw in this demise certain kinds of new openings. There was no denying that the left was in a mood of gloom and that large sections of the working class, including the urban poor, were feeling new pressures as jobs and state-supported welfare schemes were threatened. Yet others welcomed the cracking of the bureaucracy. There were Dalit intellectuals to argue that Ambedkar would have welcomed devaluation, while environmental activists pointed out that the World Bank would now put pressure against many big dam projects, because it had no concern to finance top-heavy, bureaucratically bloated projects that were also politically costly, and because the Indian government no longer had any leverage to force it to do so. Finally, Sharad Joshi hailed the new era of efficiency and competition involved in the free market and argued that the peasants' fight for remunerative prices was to a large degree won, mainly because the state no longer had power to hold prices down. So what if the new liberalization meant that food prices would rise as primary products became India's most successful exports? So what if much of India's outmoded and inefficient industry could not compete at all? So what if organized sector jobs were endangered? Such industry and employment had been bought off the sweat of peasants and laborers who had gotten only misery, drought, and displacement in 262. Return for the surpluses they produced. The changes just might provide new opportunities to the majority of the exploited who had had precious few opportunities in the previous regime. What exactly was going on? Long-term political trends could be clearly traced. The irrevocable decline of Congress hegemony, the rise of a party representing the forces of militant Hinduism to a position as largest single opposition party, the increasing predominance of regional parties based in different states, and the stabilization/stagnation of socialist-communist votes, see Table 11.2, these were some of the changes that climaxed in the 1989-91 period. There was also a significant, though fragile, coming together of socialists, communists, and regional parties in a left and democratic front opposing both the Congress and the BJP-led Hindu rightists, an alliance that posed the possibility, if not the reality, of a political platform for a democratic socialist vision. Beyond these were other significant features not seen in the electoral statistics: the cynicism of the population about their political leaders, the growing salience of armed struggle politics, not only in peripheral states but also in central India where youthful Naxalite guerrillas were beginning to roam more and more at will, and new demands for radical decentralization, autonomy, and alternative development that the political forces were reluctant to articulate. Immense changes had taken place in a country that had given the world Gandhian non-violence and that had had a mass independence struggle led by one of the most deeply based of any non-communist Third World ruling party. But the crisis of Congress rule in India and of the political economic system it represented was not simply a ploy of a bourgeoisie and middle class grown aggressive and powerful enough to junk the system that had tried to provide for development for the poor. It was primarily a result of the contradictions of that system and the social opposition it aroused. Capitalism in the contemporary era was a massive machine of accumulation utilizing surplus accumulated from non-wage, small production, subsistence production, even surviving unfree forms, as well as wage labor and benefiting from the low pricing of natural resources and raw materials. During colonial rule, the Indian subcontinent had occupied a central place in this machine of capital accumulation, while imperial traditions dating back to Mughal times and earlier provided an indigenous framework for the colonial state which administered the empire. Both this state and the imperial framework as a whole provided opportunities for the Indian bureaucratic and commercial elites to spread through much of the Third World during the colonial period. 35 Thus, the Indian national movement fought the imperial state, but its leaders also saw themselves, consciously or not, as its heirs, and with independence they took it over. The Nehru model, with its socialist rhetoric and elitist practice, was attractive to so many for this reason, and in spite of themes of Gandhian decentralization, neither the Gandhians nor the Marxists working in the bureaucracy or in political parties had any methods or vision for really generating popular power from below. With independence, the high caste Indian elite and bourgeoisie put itself at the head of an essentially exploitative system, seeking to control its surpluses, justifying this with the 264 ideology that these were being used for development, and adding a heavy element of statism to the effort to promote fossil fuel-based centralized industrialization. This suited bureaucrats and businessmen alike, but it could not lead to an egalitarian society. With a democratic framework, one major gain of India's history and the nature of its independence struggle, explosions were bound to come. Ambedkar had threatened these explosions at the time of independence itself. The state was not hijacked by new middle classes or greedy capitalists seeking to expand into the world market, it was eaten away from within by internal contradictions and so forced to yield to the pressures from without. There was no socialist revolution taking place, but what was happening in 1991 was also not a capitalist consolidation. It took 4 decades for the processes to work themselves through. Indian mechanisms of political rule used not only considerable resources of police suppression but also an upgraded Brahmanic ideology and a sophisticated party mechanism of patronage and co-optation for managing discontent. The state defined itself as secular and socialist, certainly not as capitalist or Brahmanic. But secularism was interpreted not as the separation of the state from religion, but as the equality of all religions, and state patronage to religion meant a heavy bias in favor of Brahmanic Hinduism, in the media, in school texts, in the continuing patronage of swamis and godmen by leading politicians. The process was designed to stifle but if necessary incorporate low-caste discontent. It succeeded in projecting the image of a Hindu majority that was benign and secular for some time, but lay the ground for its fundamentalist shadow. Socialism, in its turn, meant not the rule of the toiling masses, but a large state sector coupled with benefits and schemes for the poor, all managed by the upper castes and coexisting comfortably with a rapacious bourgeoisie and an increasingly affluent upper middle class, a forerunner socialism, linked to caste domination. Political parties helped to preserve this system. They served not as platforms to represent the masses but as collections of leaders or bosses who mobilized their constituencies by the dispensing of patronage through all the projects, schemes, and benefits. At the center, the Congress effectively managed, for 3 decades, a hegemony based on populist appeals to the very poor combined with the solid backing of the upper caste intelligentsia and support of business interests. Opposition parties also worked within the same framework, managing it only with a little more initial honesty when they came to power. The dispensing of patronage functioned mainly to demobilize the oppressed, those who weren't rendered quiescent could be repressed. The system remained intact and its inequalities grew. Divide and rule was an important aspect of ruling, Dalits versus the poor of other backward castes, different ethnic groups posed against each other, peasants versus agricultural laborers, peasants in command areas of dams versus peasants in catchment areas of dams, workers dependent for jobs on polluting factories versus the rural poor seeing these as sucking out resources, all could be set against each other. Central to this strategy was dividing wage workers from peasant and other commodity producers, with left intellectuals taking a lead in convincing the youth who provided cauders for all parties and organizations that wage workers were the only really socialistic and democratic force. For Anna, socialism meant a fundamentally negative attitude toward the largest section of the exploited, the peasants. An unreal picture of the countryside was fostered by Marxist and Marxist-influenced intellectuals, whether it was a Cambridge seminar arguing that political democracy was no good for India because it allowed the domination of the minuscule rich landowning kulaks with hundreds of thousands of small farmers in their thrall, or the Rudolphs characterizing 265. 2.5-15-acre landholders as bullock capitalists who could only have a centrist politics, or an andro-leftist analyzing the consolidation of Congress dominance as a result of the persistence of the large strata of landowning poor peasants that weakened the communist base. 36. This assumption that the politics of the largest section of exploited Indian toilers was at worst feudalistic and at best that of a capitalist status quo helped to keep the countryside demobilized by leading the young activists of the left parties and organizations to ignore the grievances of the peasantry. The discourse on caste, which accepted the oppression of Harijans but focused on all caste Hindus as perpetrating this, also helped to blunt any real mobilization of the oppressed castes. Communists have never gone to the rural areas became the constant and largely valid theme of both the Dalit and peasant movements. And when revolutionary youth in the late 1960s under the name of Naxalism turned to the rural poor and began to talk in new ways of people's power, they did so with a militarism that left them open to brutal state repression. More importantly, their ideology left them with few major differences in perspective and demands from the revisionist parties they criticized. Naxalite organizations survived and even grew, but they attracted fervent cadre and mass support, not so much because they offered an alternative vision of development, but because they offered alternative and apocalyptic methods. Large sections of activists and organizations shown in the example of IPF continued to retrace their steps to try to become a renewed left vanguard. The difference between the remaining Naxalite groups and the liberation fronts in places like Punjab and Kashmir with their ideologies of religious fundamentalism became increasingly one only of degree. Those left out of radical organizing attempts found their own way, in regional nationalist upsurges that increasingly took on the garments of religious identity, and in the new social movements. It is not surprising that a bitter hostility to all political parties pervaded these, if parties were bourgeois or revisionist to Naxalites. 268. Those who took part in the social movements they were representatives of a Brahmanic, patriarchal, urban, ecologically destructive system. Movements thus worked primarily as agitational pressure groups, seeking to organize the protests of hitherto ignored sections. But by the mid-1980s the limitations of being simply pressure groups were clear. Social movement activists were enticed into politics, and as the Congress system hit its second major period of crisis, the parties appealed to the issues of the movements for support. This climaxed with an increased salience of movement issues in the 1989-91 period, promises of implementation of reservations for backward castes, of remunerative prices, of 30% reservation for women in local governing bodies. The movements made a turn toward Delhi, and VP Singh emerged as an opposition leader largely in association with them. The National Front/Left Alliance, however, did not have the vision to become a political platform of alternative politics. Quite aside from the factors of institutionalized socio-economic interest that made the politicians what they were, the framework of traditional left thinking made it impossible for them to adopt an alternative vision. The left democratic political leadership appeared fossilized. Even in methods of organizing, the parties of the alliance could not match the cleverly worked-out campaigns of the Hindu right, let alone the innovative agitations and struggles of the new movements. Their revamped slogans had little appeal. How, after all, Could socialism appeal to a peasant majority when it was identified with policies that kept food prices, and peasant incomes, below world market prices, when the liberalization the leftists feared had its initial impact in the raising of crop prices? How could it appeal to environmentalists when it was linked to defense of an ecologically destructive industrial development? Or to Dalits and OBCs when it was so evidently designed to be under the management of an upper caste intelligentsia? There were inherent and unresolved contradictions between the socialist visions the Indian left had represented, their heritage of sacrifice and struggle for the interests of the exploited, and their political ideological framework, yet few of their leadership and cadres seemed ready to do any serious rethinking of that framework. By late 1990, under pressure from factional leaders in his own government and growing dissidents, the best VP Singh could do was adopt the least structurally disturbing of the new movement issues, the Mandal Commission demand for representation of the low caste majority in public services and educational institutions. This proved sufficient to arouse a ferocious backlash from the educated children of the high caste elite, but it could not build a firm alliance of the exploited. The National Front/Left Alliance not only failed to become a platform of a new, alternative socialism comprising issues represented by the movements, it did not even try. The result left the political system in a condition of seemingly the rise of alternative politics 295. Permanent instability, in which a surviving Congress now headed the turn to a more liberal economy and a Hindu rightist party waited in the wings, stirring up the communal cauldron, dipping into movement issues, preparing to govern while the communist parties became more and more demoralized and the Janata socialist centers seemed to go on splitting. The new social movements could not go ahead with the political parties as they existed, and they were not capable of replacing them. By 1991 the movements were also experiencing a political impasse and seeking new directions. In the direction of the Kingdom of Bali. 269. The Dalit movement faced the 1990s in a state of confusion. Political leaders were never so discredited, including the leaders of the new movement organizations who had gone into politics. There seemed by 1991 to be a renewed wave of atrocities, many centered around the vicious backlash by the poor of middle and low castes against the limited signs of Dalit advance, and quite often in reaction to village relations between Dalit and caste Hindu young men and women. Many questioned if justice would ever be won and doubted the very possibility of unity between Dalits and OBCs. Yet the other side of atrocities was the ever-widening circle of Dalit and low-caste militancy and claims for equal honor as human beings, as well as the readiness of youth of all castes to step outside the boundaries of an outmoded social system, at personal levels as well as political. There was increasing discussion and ferment of thinking among grassroots activists as well as the growing low-caste intelligentsia, and the growing salience of Ambedkarism rediscovering his political strategies and economic thinking, which talked of limited state intervention and ownership in the framework of political democracy possibly provided greater flexibility for Dalit activists in adjusting to the new complexities of world capitalism. The women's movement was showing more concern than ever about effective political strategies, although this was not yet matched by an increase in political capacity. Yet in spite of contradictory visions and often sectarian quarrels, both community-based work and national conferences and networks, which had been posed against each other by Madhu Kishwar, were going on with vigor, while signs of new trends in sexual mores, quite outside of feminist circles, in all sections of Indian society, indicated both possibilities and ambivalences of breaking through patriarchal/caste bondages. In rural areas, new themes of women's power represented an assertion at the grassroots. Within the environmental movement, the slogan of "Our Village, Our Rule" given by the Narmada Bachao Andolan and the calls for community control of natural resources represented a new turn to the village. At the same time, the increasing international visibility of the movement was shown when it won the prestigious Right Livelihood Award, sometimes called the Alternative Nobel. 296 Toward a New Vision, 1985–91. Prize, in 1991. Medhapatkar announced that the money would be used not for anti-ITAM organizing but for funding searches for development alternatives, and when questioned about the propriety of taking foreign funds, she replied that it was Manmohan Singh who was making the biggest attempts to do so. 37. Between world fame and village roots were victories being won? The Gujarat government was still stonewalling on Narmada, but the Narmada Project Authority itself was forced to finance a prestigious international seminar on big dams, and K.R. Daithi, invited to give a paper for it, gave a considered argument for the total revision of the project, scaling down the dam height, taking up new forms of water distribution and energy generation, and concluding that since restructuring of the economic system is on the agenda of the nation, there was no reason not to consider stopping construction of projects. 38. A concurrent campaign organized by Anil Agrawal and Sunita Narain of the Centre for Study of the Environment seemed on the verge of getting government approval for a total revision of rural development schemes. The bourgeois state had hardly vanished, but options seemed to be opening up. Vandana Shiva, writing of the dangers of corporate and state globalism, at the same time posed the 270 possibility of taking the next step, moving to democratizing the global, linked to the reassertion of people's power at the local level. Every local community, equipped with rights and obligations, constitutes a new global order for environmental care. 39. Finally, while the major organizations of the farmers' movement remained split after the assault on Delhi, apparently unable to mobilize as in the past and even more alienated from the political parties, its activists were not disheartened. Sharad Joshi, who had always opposed subsidies and was scornful of all the statist programs for development of Indian agriculture, was moving in a new direction. The Shetkari Sangatana, the leading ideological organization of the farmers' movement, was now taking a stand for carrying on agriculture with as little use of destructive chemicals and fertilizers as possible. There was no need, its leaders agreed, to focus energies on political agitation for the present because the government no longer had the power to hold down prices. Prices would rise and farm products could become India's most successful exports because they were much more competitive than the inefficient, high import content manufactured goods. Peasants could even save the nation by earning foreign exchange, but only if they could produce without high import content petroleum-based industrial inputs and do much of the primary processing themselves. Joshi described this turn toward a modified form of natural farming as the economic struggle, and he put it in terms of a new developmental path, the direction of the Kingdom of Bali. With his abhorrence of fixed ideal utopias, Joshi redefined the ancient peasant utopia, the Kingdom of Bali, or Bali land, as a direction and not a system, a direction in which human labor used the means of production gathered from nature and energy to produce more day by day, but in such a way that the wealth of tomorrow would not be destroyed by the production of today and that the growth of human freedom would be assured. Rejecting the idea that a society completely free from exploitation and injustice could ever descend on the earth, he stated instead that neither caste nor class nor gender should be a cause for being deprived of a share in economic development. 40. It was of course a utopia, but a very cautious one with a strong ecological overtone, as well as specific references to women. Those most victimized by over-centralized industrial development and women were central to these new programs of Shetkari Sangatana, with the campaigns for getting land continuing and women in the new village councils now being linked to programs for collective, sustainable development, turning ancient Indian traditions against the Hindu fundamentalists. The Sangatana and its Women's Front proclaimed that the lands given in women's name in the Lakshmi Mudi campaign to symbolically free the goddess would be called Siddha lands and would be farmed for household consumptions, with natural, local, and low-cost inputs. Women would also contribute to the building of a self-reliant Siddha temple in the village of Ravari. This was only part of the way in which many women's organizations were turning to programs of alternative agriculture, and it represented the material base of a growing eco-feminist trend in the women's movement. In one form or another, the movements were focusing their energies on trying to build concrete alternatives of their own making, beginning from the villages, testing the possibilities of a transformed economic and political arena. There were political uncertainties and the continuing threat of religious fundamentalism and gangster state violence, there were fears of new economic insecurities due to the IMF-induced liberalization and the specter of the license permit Raj being replaced simply by backward capitalist profiteers. The brutal murder of Chhattisgarh Humudi Morcha leader and alternative development pioneer Shankar. 271. Guhanayaji in September 1991 symbolized these fears for many. But overall, while the left parties and intellectuals gloomily saw the period as one of retreat, the movements saw new openings. Ida Padajavo, Balika Rajya Yerva had been the saying of the Maharashtrian peasants, echoed in its movements a term for the search for a liberated, socialist society. The 1990s represented a new stage in the search, as the false alternatives of the past were being cleared away. 272. Conclusion. The new social movements, particularly when they show some mass power, have been seen in largely negative terms by most of the Delhi left intellectual elite. For example, Utsa Patnaik, an expert on class differentiation among the peasantry, says, "The ideology of the capitalist landlords, moreover, forms a hegemonic ideology in rural areas, particularly where democratic mass movements have been weak. The ideology expresses itself in anti-industrialism, against state intervention, in an assertion of the traditional values of pristine Bharat against the modernizing efforts of the centralized state in industrializing India, and carries with it both anarchist and reactionary elements, bears a family resemblance to the agrarian radicalism in interwar Japan. It carries within it the potential for fascisation of the Indian policy." 1. A spectre is indeed haunting Delhi. It has been doing so for some time, in the form of the peasant as Kolak, the peasant as OBC, and the peasant as obstacle to development. It has been seen in the subdued but unrelenting intellectual opposition to the demands for leaving the surplus in the villages raised in the form of the new agricultural policy, in the hysteria unleashed over the declaration of implementation of the Mondal Commission report, in the refusal of left intellectuals to see a critique of industrialism as anything other than backward-looking. The object of Utsa Patnaik's anger in the above passage is the farmers or new peasant movement, and I have been using the term farmer rather than peasant for convenience, to emphasize that their demands have to do with the marketplace and state. There are as yet no distinctions between farmer and peasant in Indian languages, and most cultivators are to some extent involved in the market. But Patnaik cannot use either term, because they would require from a Marxist at least some favorable consideration, and so she denotes what? Exclusion. She describes as capitalist landlord. The most interesting fact, however, is not simply that peasant radicalism is seen in such negative terms, but that it is now seen as radicalism. Earlier, for Barrington Moore and as recently as the Rudolphs, peasants were seen as a source of stability, of centrist politics. Now, by political theorists such as Utsa Patnaik or Achin Vinaik, too, they are increasingly looked upon as destabilizing and radical, even though the biases of these scholars lead them to see this agrarian radicalism as right-wing and reactionary. While Patnaik is writing about the farmers' movement, the critique could have been even more clearly directed at the environmental movement, equally a peasant movement. I have argued for it is more explicitly anti-industrial, hostile to the central state, expressing itself in terms of traditional values. For that matter, it would be appropriately directed at Gandhi himself. The fact is that both the farmers' movement and environmental movement have positive assessments of many aspects of modern technology. Their radicalizing use of traditional symbolism looks not backward but forward to a less exploitative as well as sustainable community, and they have been as strongly opposed as the left parties to the only force in the country that can legitimately be called fascistic, Hindu fundamentalism. 273. It is true that there is a broad opposition to the type of industrialism that has taken place, and that the movements do indeed direct themselves against the modernizing effects of the centralized state. They are in a sense anarchistic, as Anjan Ghosh has put it. The rhetoric of the new social movements is laden with the vocabulary of decentralization, plurality, autonomy, and participation. 3. This is true even for the farmers' movement, which he does not consider, while sections of the anti-caste movement are also increasingly talking of decentralization and autonomy for communities in India. It is also true that the new movements tend to use what might be called traditional or populist symbols drawn from Indian tradition perhaps more than the old working class movement has done. But the point is that it is only from a centralist and statist perspective that a decentralizing thrust is seen as reactionary and anarchist in a stigmatizing sense, and it is only from a particular interpretation of secularism that any reference to community identity is seen as traditionalism. Finally, it is only from a particular interpretation of class and economic exploitation that the farmers' movement is seen as rich peasant, or capitalist landlord, and that the women's movement, anti-caste movement, and environmental movement are seen as dealing with non-class issues. The political crisis in India is also a crisis in comprehension and articulation of the struggles that are going on. Politics remains at an impasse because as yet there is no political formation that is expressing the direction that is implied in the thrust of the new social movements. In spite of aspirations to represent the forces of change, the National Front/Janata Dal/Left Combine led by VP Singh represents quite standard politics, with no clear program aside from the social justice plank. The political parties, notably the parties of the left, are still. Conclusion 301. Responding to the themes of the new movements, co-opting and displacing rather than representing them. Nor have the new social movements themselves as yet presented an effective alternative program or a new powerful political platform. And so, in spite of the astounding political change involved in the end of Congress hegemony, the country is drifting. Yet beyond the single-point programs, dialogue is growing, and there are clear trends toward a new ideological political formulation of a decentralized, ecologically sustainable form of socialism. If to many this is a specter or a dreamlike wraith, to others it is the reinvention of revolution. On the ruins of earlier anti-systemic movements, we stand on the shoulders of giants has been taken to be a paradigm of how science moves forward. In regard to the anti-systemic movements, however, it almost seems as if the relationship between old left and new left can be better characterized in terms of clambering over ruins, slipping and sliding over rocks. In the words of Anjan Ghosh again, the new social movements are built on the ruins of earlier anti-systemic movements. These are harsh words, and incomplete, for the new movements have also in many ways grown out of the old. But the growth has been at times a painful one. There has indeed been tension and hostility, as shown in the way a left intellectual like Utsa Patnaik can characterize the rural situation, so much that it has frequently seemed that the new movements and Marxism are at odds. Indeed, there are common features behind the crisis of socialism in the post-revolutionary societies and the relationship of the Marxist left in India to the new movements, so that if one accurately understands why the first has happened, one can then understand and in a sense compensate for the hostility in the relations of the latter. Then 1. 274. Will be in a position to understand the deep interlinkages that do in fact exist between old and new movements, Marxism, and the ideologies that often seem to be put forth in contradiction to Marxism. In any case, there is a good deal of debris of conventional interpretations to be cleared away before an analysis of the new social movements begins. What has hampered analyses of India's new social movements is a lack of detailed and accurate research, a lack of studies of the relations of exploitation against which they protest, and a serious inbuilt bias in the Indian, and much of the foreign, intellectual world regarding both. Characterizations of the farmers' movement, for example, as kulak or capitalist landlord seem to be made in a vacuum, from libraries in Delhi or Bombay, or for that matter Berkeley, without live contact with the movements, with little experiential knowledge of the rural areas that have generated these movements or the stance that the movements have taken over a period of time. In an opposite but equally devastating fashion, many environmental movements are romanticized as protests of victimized tribals without having the basic issues they are raising taken seriously. Both responses stand as barriers to understanding by intellectuals just as they have raised barriers to communication and joint action among activists. This study, while based on fairly extensive experience and familiarity with the literature, obviously has its limitations. My direct experience is uneven, and in particular I know more about movements in Maharashtra than elsewhere. Still, I will outline some major issues and try to make some generalizations about the new movements that can at least serve as a basis for carrying forward our understanding. First, there is the question of definition. I have argued, for reasons given in the introduction, that the concept of new social movement does delimit a genuine empirical phenomenon. While many would now agree with this, few would include the particular movements I have taken here. This question of which movements are new social movements is not an innocent one. Part of the debate is political. Since among progressives new social movements are now a phenomenon admitted to have insights to contribute to a movement towards socialism, excluding some movements, e.g., the farmers' movement, and defining others in particular ways, e.g., seeing the anti-caste movement as only a Dalit movement, has the function of allowing the excluded sections to continue to be depicted as part of the enemy camp. For there are more direct questions of analysis. For instance, the seminar issue on new social movements takes up 5 movements: women, ecology, science, health, and civil liberties, along with almost all other recent discussions. Its editor Ramchandra Guha excludes the farmers' movement and anti-caste movement and then goes on to criticize the position of Frank and Fuentes that the movements mobilize hundreds of millions of people throughout the world. This is emphatically not the case in India. Compared to class-based struggles, the trade union movement, peasant movements of the Sharad Joshi/Mahendra Tikite variety, and Naxalite-led movements of landless laborers and tribals, the popular support enjoyed by the new social movements is negligible. Where the latter score, perhaps, is in their incisive analysis of those aspects of poverty and oppression, ecological degradation, subordination of women and so on that are given short shrift by the class-based movements. Some observers have optimistically suggested that the new social movements are on the verge of replacing classical movements as the major force for social change in the modern world. 275. However, given their limited social base, perhaps a more appropriate role would be one complementary to the more powerful class-based movements. The moral vision of the new movements may be compelling, yet they are by no means a substitute for the existing organizations of peasants and workers. For in India, struggles in the factory and overland and its produce are as important today as at any time in the pack. 5. First, the farmers' movement and anti-caste movement, both of which mobilize as massively in India as any of the traditional old class movements and now have provided the major themes for equally big mobilizations of politicians, are excluded from the category, and then the new movements are contrasted with the old in terms of moral versus economic, small scale versus mass. In the process, the anti-caste movement is left in a vacuum, and the way in which a Marxist perspective considers the farmers' movement, which struggles over the produce of land, as a class movement is not theoretically confronted. The new movements are shown their place, complementary but by no means a substitute. In contrast to this position, I would assert following Chaya Datar's thesis on the women's movement, that all the new movements are involved in redefining exploitation, that all have clear economic aspects. Similarly, the movements are obviously political, though in different ways than traditional parties, and though the political sphere is a problem for all of them, not just the small women's and environmental movements. They all are putting forward what Guha calls a moral vision, and they are not complementary but are confronting the guiding vision of the old movements head-on. So I begin by defining the movements as being those against particular forms of exploitation not recognized in traditional class analysis. These movements are coming to the fore now. It appears, on the one hand, these forms of exploitation have intensified, in varying ways, with the particular development of modern capitalism, and on the other because the traditional left has been able to give no solution to them or has offered no real understanding of their situation. It is on this basis that I have distinguished 4 major movements. This is not to say that there are not others. We must obviously distinguish organizations from movements and note that while there are some organizations that are clearly organizations of a particular movement, e.g., most of the groups classified as autonomous women's groups, the Dalit Panthers, there are many others that are involved in struggles around issues representing different movements, e.g., the Jharkhand Muddy Morcha, Chhattisgarh Muddy Morcha, while some organizations by definition overlap movements, e.g., the Shetkari Mahila Agadi. There are some problems of classification. In particular, there is the question of classifying what are often called nationality movements, essentially movements of peasant-based ethnic groups for varying degrees of autonomy, since so many of them express and organize struggles over themes of the movements, in particular ecological destruction and looting of the peasantry, are related to the caste dynamic of Indian society, and certainly are part of an overall push for decentralization. There is also a question that might be raised regarding Adivasi movements. There is certainly an Adivasi identity, but it is perhaps premature to speak of a movement. What scholars have talked of tribal movements are more often seen by their protagonists as ethnic nationality movements. Much of the emerging Adivasi identity issues also can be looked at as part of the anti-caste movement, Adivasis plus Dalits plus Bahujan castes. In the future, Adivasis will themselves give a clearer answer to this. 276. Question. In spite of these questions, the classification given is adequate to allow some preliminary generalizations about the movements, their mass base, leadership and organizational forms, their economic and political aspects and perspectives, their involvement with Indian history of identity issues, and their dialogue with Marxism. India's new social movements. The movements described here all had their origins in the early 1970s. Strikingly, 1972 represents a founding date for many of their important organizations, the Dalit Panthers, the first farmers' organizations in Punjab and Tamil Nadu, SUA, the Jharkhand Muddy Morcha, the All Assam Students' Union. Why 1972? The mid-1960s had seen the major crisis around the world of post-war capitalist development. It resulted everywhere in a new left upsurge. If one looks more closely, one might see not only the crisis of the old model, but also the development of the material and human base for new movements, new forces of production, new transportation and communication technologies, the reorganization of the world division of labor bringing peasants to the cities, and often to the cities of the European North American center, and the cities to the peasants. The primary terrain of resistance in daily life of people would also show new capacities for assertion and new forms of resistance and struggle. In the initial period, traditional Marxism remained hegemonic, at any rate among the intellectuals who analyzed the upsurges and the educated middle classes who provided so many of their cadre. In India the crisis was reflected first in the Naxalite movement, which combined orthodox Marxist-Leninist language with what many saw, with a good deal of validity, as ruralist anarchism and took the form of armed struggle as the revolutionary means of breaking through the stultifying parliamentarianism of the mainstream communists. After this challenge was crushed, the Indira Gandhi-led Congress returned to power in 1971 on a renewed program of socialist rhetoric. The anti-systemic thrust of the toiling people was then expressed in the form of new social movements and of regionalist, sometimes separatist, linguistic national movements. While the ethnic nationality movements tended toward armed struggle and aimed at the seizure of political power, the new movements as such were single-issue, oriented toward nonviolent action, posing themselves primarily as pressure groups, and above all suspicious of all political parties and the male/high caste/urban elites who guided them. The movements drew on much of the same mass base, and the same base as earlier anti-systemic movements in India had, that is, a wide section of rural and urban toilers. This was a divided, pluralistic, diverse, hierarchized section. So, for that matter, was the working class movement in the 19th century, and today at a world level, wage laborers in manufacturing have encompassed a wide range of people, hierarchized and divided in race, language, gender, and nationality. Those who have been most active in organizing have quite often represented a better-off section compared to non-wage laborers, slaves and serfs in the early period, subsistence producers, commodity producers whose labor has also contributed to the accumulation of capital. The movements are sometimes described as multi-class because of this, but the term does not capture the complexity of their divisions. Sharp polarizations are not to be found, even in caste terms. It is frequently difficult to pinpoint who is OBC, and who is scheduled caste, who is tribal, in economic or class terms, the majority of toiling families. 277. Combine wage labor, petty commodity production, and subsistence production in varying mixes. There were differences in the bases of different movements, but less than might be expected. The anti-caste movement began with a more Dalit and urban base but spread to the rural poor and, as OBCs began to get more involved, to wider sections of the rural poor, to encompass many of the same sections involved in other cases in the farmers' movement. The farmers' movement was of course more rural, but even this had its share of small town, or even city, educated boys and girls from village origins. If not Bombay, it could have a presence in Nasik, Amravati, or even Pune. In the villages the anti-caste movement had its center in the Dalit areas, the farmers' movement in the caste Hindu village. Dalits were on the whole poorer, but many rural middle castes were as poor, and the greater role played by upper middle caste and richer villagers in the farmers' movement was perhaps matched by the greater participation of low-caste employees, students, and teachers in the anti-caste movement. The environmental movement, in turn, was more heavily based on tribal and peasants in more backward egalitarian regions, but it also had its share of caste Hindus, and more commercialized regions, and better-off peasants threatened by development projects were also involved in resistance movements. What I am arguing here is that conventional ways of looking at the movements in class terms have to be considerably rethought, and that they all are essentially movements of exploited sections in the same way that the working class movement has been a movement of the exploited. To take the most contentious example, the farmers' movement as such mobilizes a slightly better off section than is involved in agricultural laborers' organizations, and there is, just as obviously, a conflict of interest, which takes varying degrees of intensity in different areas of India, between laborers and wage-paying peasants. But agricultural laborers do not represent a movement, but a section of the working class movement, the poorest, least organized, and most exploited section. The section of non-agricultural unorganized workers is economically comparable to the mass of those mobilized in peasant movements. Statistically their incomes are higher, while organized industrial workers as a whole are significantly better off. Such workers, the Bombay textile workers or workers at the Patalganga area in the Konkan awaiting expected campaigns of the Shetkari Sangatana, have always spontaneously expressed their urge for a worker-peasant unity. Finally, the farmers' movement does include participants, sympathizers, and mobilizers who are much better off than this poor majority, who can be classed as capitalist farmers or rich peasants, or non-agriculturalists, and the like, but even this section, excluding perhaps 2 to 3% of farming households, are worse off economically than the office workers, bank employees, government employees, who are normally considered part of the working class movement, and who certainly are encompassed in the slogan Ham Sabek Hai, we are all one. In this sense, it is not true that the farmers' movement mobilizes a richer section. Of course, the farmers' movement can be clearly differentiated from the working class movement and classed as non-proletarian or petty bourgeoisie from a particular class perspective. But there are many who argue that this perspective represents an analysis not in the interest of the proletariat, industrial working class, as such but of the last groups within what I have above depicted as the working class movement, white-collar workers and the highest section among them, the intelligentsia, or what some have described as a coordinator class. 6:1 I am not yet prepared to argue this point of view, but I am prepared to argue that a preliminary for determining these class questions is to have a firm grip on the empirical facts on which to test them, and so far beginning with a conventional class perspective has 278 prevented this. What about the leadership of the movements? With a caveat about the difficulties of separating leadership from base in fairly informally organized movements, some generalizations, again, can be made. The leadership, in all cases, is more urban, higher in class and caste terms, certainly more educated. Of course there are obvious differences. The Dalit movement has Dalit male, urban, educated leaders, women activists are overwhelmingly upper caste, urban, educated women, and so on. But aside from this there is little difference, and there is also little difference between this leadership cadre and that of traditional left organizations. Put another way, just from looking at who sits on the stage, one can find little to distinguish the leaders at an IPF conference from those at a farmers' rally. They are both predominantly male, upper and middle caste, and physically taller and healthier than the masses mobilized. It is not obvious qualities but a framework of analysis that says one is proletarian and the other is not. Indeed, what the movements have been bringing forward is the central question of who is really proletarian in the sense of being the most oppressed, and being at the advance point of efforts to change the system of exploitation. Finally, let me note some aspects of the way the movements are organized. The movements I have discussed here are not localized grassroots organizations, but movements that have an all-India reach and regional/national organizational forms. Yet these have some unique features. In all cases, there are indeed very localized groups, functioning at the village or neighborhood level, which operate usually on an informal basis, though there may be imposed hierarchical structures, e.g., government-registered Mahila mandals or unions. These are coordinated or articulated in different ways. In the case of the anti-caste movement there are both statewide organizations of various types and two political parties, the Bahujan Samaj Party and the Republican Party factions, and one semi-political organization, the Dalit Panthers, that claim all India status and that do have organizational links beyond the state level. The women's movement has had two national coordinations, the loose but still very real networks that link the feminist groups, and the united platforms that link the women's wings of the left, Communist and Janata Dal Socialist, political parties. More recently, growing networking has begun to link both groups and the mass movement-connected women's groups. The farmers' movement has a clear structure, regional associations linked in a national federation, and even though it has gone through two splits, this makes it still fairly united by Indian standards. Finally, the environmental movement has had the loosest structure, local committees with state-level or national organizations so far provided only in loose networks. Only in the last 2 years have organizations like the Jan Vikas Andolan emerged to try to provide a more formalized wider coordination or serve as political platforms. Economics of the movements. The main difference between the new movements and the most typical of what one might think of as old social movements, that is, the working class movement, is that organization on wage issues and conflicts of toilers with those who exploit them directly as owners of property play a relatively small role. It is largely for this reason that their characterization as social frequently is interpreted as being non-economic or non-class. Wage struggles have gone on, and the movements have related to them, accepting them. 279. Trying to organize them, but not taken them as central. For example, agricultural labor organizing has been related to the Dalit movement. It was central to Naxalite organizing in Bihar and Andhra, for instance, although these organizations do not define themselves as Dalit or anti-caste movements, but the movement as such has been more oriented toward gaining entry into better paid organized sector jobs, that is, to the demand for reservations. Similarly, the women's movement has quite often made the demand for equal wages for equal work, especially for women agricultural laborers, but there has been no direct organizing on the issue. The farmers' movement has also come to include a fairly high demand for legal minimum wages for agricultural laborers, while many of its individual participants continue to come into conflict with their own laborers over that issue, and in doing so at least serves to legitimize laborers' demands and perhaps weaken resistance, but it has not taken up this as an organizing issue. Again, environmental movements such as the Narmada Bachao Andolan have been involved with attempts at workplace organizing of contract laborers on the dams, but this has been relatively rare. To put all this another way, the movements have not been trade union movements in any basic sense. In fact, many of their activist theorists would argue that taking working class organizing on wage issues as a basis for socialist transformation has had little to show in the way of results. The organized working class in the West is solidly incorporated in the system. Indeed, winning of union gains is normally analyzed even by classical Marxists as a factor pushing capitalist development forward, by forcing accumulation through development of the forces of production rather than simply increasing the rate of labor exploitation. Clearly, wage organizing can bring limited, though important, gains in standards of living for the workforce, but it does not change the system, as was recognized even before the new social movements came along. There are obviously other forms of economic struggle, and these have been much more important, even central, to the movements. The most important economic struggle for the traditional left understanding of a peasant movement is land reform, gaining and maintaining control of individual means of production. But strikingly, in India, after the tenants' movements of the pre-independence period, this has not taken place so much in the sense of taking excess land from big private landowners. Dalits, Adivasis, and other landless have most frequently gained land by encroaching on forest or wastelands and fighting the government for rights to maintain it. This has gone on even without organizations to support it, at what I have referred to as the primary terrain of resistance, part of daily life struggles, but they have been taken up by local agricultural laborer unions, organizations calling themselves peasant or toilers organizations, Dalit or Adivasi organizations as such, often communist or socialist, but also often within the framework of environmental, anti-caste, and other movements. At times, Dalit claims to village commons have come into conflict with dominant caste peasants' claim to it, but more frequently both have attempted to gain control of land belonging to the state. At the same time, the main thrust of all mass-based environmental movements is to assert the community's control over local resources and to resist the state's appropriation of their property. That is, in regard to property, the movements have most frequently centered around individual and community efforts to reappropriate property from the state. The basic economic demand of the anti-caste movement has been for reservations for jobs in government service, and while most Marxists see this as essentially middle class and hence are uncomfortable about supporting it, to the extent that community caste membership is a real factor in determining access to resources, even lower class members of excluded 280 communities benefit economically. The central economic issues for the women's movement have been those of breaking the monopoly of control over property by male family members, whether these are bourgeois, peasant, or worker, and of gaining rights to maintenance, alimony, in the case of divorce. Much more than the wage issues, these issues of inheritance and divorce rights have provided themes for action by women's groups. Finally, the basic economic demand of the farmers' movement has been for higher prices for agricultural products. This demand implies that the relations between peasants as petty commodity producers and the buyers/appropriators of their products are relations of production and exploitation. But its direction against the state reveals the centrality of the political sphere in Third World societies, in all capitalist societies, in managing exploitation and even in imposing itself as a direct exploiter. All of these areas of economic struggles, in fact, force one to widen the analysis of relations of production and exploitation. The most common theme is that their economic struggles are directed against the state, rather than against the holders of private property, that is, the decentralizing or anti-statist thrust, is economic as much as political. One recent theorist of world capitalism who understands this is Emanuel Wallerstein. He sees a link between a decentralist political thrust, emphasizing democratic participation, resisting the power of the central state, emphasizing eroding the state rather than attempting to take state power, etc., and a decentralist economic thrust, which involves retaining local control over surpluses. I am thinking rather of attacking the flows of surplus at another point, at the point of their production. Suppose that anti-systemic movements concentrated their energies everywhere, on efforts defined as retaining most of the surplus created. One obvious way would be to seek to increase the price of labor, or the price of sale by the direct producers capitalists spend a considerable amount of their worldwide political energy on the politics of pricing. The movements cannot afford their close links to the states, even to the regimes they have struggled to bring to power. Their concern must be how at each point on very long commodity chains a greater percentage of the surplus can be retained. Such a strategy would tend over time to overload the system, reducing global rates of profit significantly and evening out distribution. Such a strategy might also be able to mobilize the efforts of all the many varieties of new social movements, all of which are oriented in one way or another more to equality than to growth. An emphasis on surplus retention by the product. The that is an emphasis on greater equality and democratic participation, far from being utopian, could be devastatingly effective. 7. Wallerstein is putting his arguments in terms of prescriptions, yet it can be argued that in fact it is a description of much of what the movements have been doing, with peasants fighting for retention of the surplus through higher crop prices or debt relief, or resisting the ongoing extraction of their land and forest resources for state-sponsored development programs. Working-class demands also gain a place in this perspective, so in a sense do daily life oppositions to sacrifice for distant goals. The anti-statist orientation so attacked by Jutsa Patnaik finds its strategic justification here. But if Wallerstein's point defines the implicit thrust of the economic and not in my backyard struggles, the overall vision, ideology, direction, and model of a new society have not yet attained a political articulation. 281. Eroding the state. This is not easy. Since, even in economic terms, the movements are directed more against the state than against the holders of private property, they have of necessity been led to become political in the more narrow sense of dealing with the questions of state policy and electoral politics. Yet they have not been political in the conventional sense. When they operate politically, they have done so in different ways from the traditional political parties with more informal structures, more charismatic leadership, a one-point program stress. Their focus of organizing has been quite different from efforts to capture political power, the direct assault on the state made by earlier anti-systemic movements. The anti-state thrust of the new movements, with its inherent distrust of electoral politics and political parties, has not meant an anti-political essence, but rather an effort to redefine political action, to find ways of reconstructing politics. These efforts have not yet been strikingly successful, and politics has remained an extremely problematic sphere for all the movements. The Dalit and anti-caste movement, with its stress on gaining a share in political power, has been the most highly political in the conventional sense. From beginning to end it has thrown up political parties that have generally been part of the left democratic, anti-Congress, anti-Hindu rightist spectrum. Yet the most interesting organizations in the recent period, the Dalit Panthers, the Dalit Sangharsh Samitai, the Andhra Dalit Mahasabha, have been more non-political. At the same time, the most effective political party of the last decade, the Bahujan Samaj Party, is almost more of a movement than a party, organized around one charismatic leader and with no political program in the normal sense except for that of Dalits, OBCs, and minorities coming together to take power. BSP saw its foundational organization, BAMSEF, undergoing a split on grounds that it was premature to form a political party. The women's movement has in many ways concentrated on making demands of the state, for laws against amniocentesis or sati, giving welfare benefits to poor women, or in dealing with the state in regard to atrocities against women. Yet politics has remained a problematic sphere. Networks of feminists, on one hand, and the party-connected women's organizations on the other still dominate the national coordination of the women's movement. As yet the newer mass organization-linked women's groups have achieved no separate coordination or national reach. Of these, the feminists have tended to be anti-political. The party women have been constantly urging that women must take part in politics but only under the leadership of the party, thus leaving women's organizations as such non-political. Thus, until recently, in regard to electoral politics, feminist activists or women's groups have simply supported a left democratic opposition or tried to exert an independent presence by separate campaigning, charters of demands, and so on. Outside of these traditional feminists and traditional Marxists, there has been a broad trend from below and from outside of the existing organizations of women going directly into politics. This has been seen in the fights for village and district council representation, begun on a spontaneous basis and earned on most vigorously by the Shetkari Mahila Agadi. But there has also been for some time a growing sentiment among women at all levels that, if it were at all possible, a women's party would be a nice thing. The announcement in Delhi of such a party, or Mahila Dal, at the time of the 1991 elections, though not a very serious effort, is an indication of the sentiments involved. 8. The farmers' movement has been more directly involved from its beginning in political life than has been the women's movement or the environmental movement, in the sense of 282. Attempting to have an effective strategy to influence the policies and holders of state power and being in a position to do so, at the same time it has been suspicious of all political parties. Its experiences exemplify the political dilemmas of the new social movements. Its power as a mass movement has led to direct political polls, aspiring politicians have sought its support, and ambitious activists have been attracted to politics. Yet attempts to participate directly in electoral politics, formation of political parties by the Tamil leaders and later the Karnataka leaders, have had little success. Movement strength does not easily translate into electoral political strength. Sharad Joshi, the dominant theorist of the movement, thus argued that the Shetkari Sangathana should remain as a pressure group or movement and act in elections to maintain the political conditions, balance of power, that would make pressure group politics effective. This was the justification given for opposing Congress steadily for nearly a decade while maintaining the position that all political parties are those of India, i.e., anti-peasant. This strategy was broken in 1989 under intense pressure from activists to stand directly for elections. The Shetkari Sangatana chose to do so not by contesting as a party on its own but by taking tickets of the Janata Dal. Shetkari Sangatana Malays of Janata Dal functioned after the election as an effectively autonomous group, but the result as a whole was unsatisfactory. It not only tied Shetkari Sangatana to Janata Dal, but it was demoralizing to the organization when far fewer candidates won than the enthusiastic activists had expected. The dilemma exists for all of the new movements described here. The environmental movement has also found the results of trying to act as a pressure group unsatisfactory, and the 1989 and 1991 national elections saw first an independent environmental candidate and second a renewed thrust at trying to exert influence from without and organizing specifically environmental electoral platforms on a modest scale. 9. In other words, there is a logic of political involvement that is acting in the same way for all the movements, with unsolved dilemmas. The fact is that the movements, whether the Shetkari Sangatana, women's organizations, environmental organizations, or whatever, find their natural political place with the left and democratic opposition, that is, the National Front/Left Combine. Fighting both Congress and the Hindu rightists as clear enemies. But it seems that this very fact limits their ability to exert pressure and leads the NF left to take their support for granted, giving only nominal concessions to their demands while maintaining a conventional form of politics. At the same time, as ties with the Left Democratic Front become clear, their autonomous status, which is important to their mass following, is compromised. As a result, the movements finally seem to be forced into the position where they have to have a political front of their own even to exert pressure within the Democratic left opposition. But, aside from all the other questions of electoral fundraising, compromise of movement demands, etc., direct politics, which requires an overall perspective, necessitates a transcendence of their existence so far as single-issue movements. In other words, the movements now seem to be faced more and more with the need to generalize and coordinate their demands as part of an overall political perspective for the transformation of society, and this requires a truly integrated unification of the insights and political programs of the various social movements. This has as yet barely begun. Reimagining the community, reinterpreting history. At one level, much of the focus of the new movements is on community rather than 283. Class, even when their demands are economic, and it is in their relation to traditional symbols of the Indian community/nation that their differences from both the dominant nationalism and the left and working class movements stand out. Their radicalism with regard to the traditional symbols of India is one of the things that makes them new. Here the Dalit movement has been, in some ways, in the vanguard, setting the tone for looking at Indian history as beginning not with the Aryan invasion but with Mohenjo-Daro and even its early tribal inhabitants. Rama is not simply ignored, as even Fuli had done, but strongly attacked. Rakshasas such as Bali Raja and Ravana are looked to as representatives of their own powerful past. Shambuk and Ekalavya, figures of the defeated tribals and Dalits in the epics, are taken as heroes. The women's movement also is new in this sense compared to the main women's organizations of the colonial period. Then the dominant organizations like the AIWC functioned within a framework of accepting idealized interpretations of the Vedic, Aryan, Hindu past. Now the movement rejects an identification with the Sita/Savitri symbolism of the loyal Hindu wife. Many feminists reject religion altogether as inherently patriarchal, while most of those who do look to religious cultural traditions are seeking the more counter-cultural themes. A swing to identification with one's own cultural tradition, especially by the Manishi group in the last few years. The 10th anniversary number of Manishi in 1989 focused on women Bhakta saints, has been controversial among feminists. But even this identification, which reflects some of the realities of a North Indian localization, specifically rejects values like Pativrata and has focused on contesting the meaning of Rama put forward by the fundamentalist organizations, criticizing the militaristic and aggressive interpretation given by the Hindu fundamentalists. The farmers' movement also looks to a large extent to counter tradition symbols. There are again important regional differences, with organizations in more Hinduistic states such as Gujarat and UP reflecting greater traditionalism in their rhetoric, but the Shetkari Sangatana identifies with Fuli and Bali Raja, very anti-Hindu heroes, and it has strongly contested the Brahmanic and anti-Muslim interpretation given to Shivaji by the Hindu rightist tradition. A similar thrust appears to exist in the case of the farmers' organizations in Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. The environmental movement in many ways has the strongest Gandhian element in it and thus tendencies to idealize pre-British history, and sometimes Hindu symbolism. Here also, however, such themes as Bali Raja, for the Muddy Sangharsh movement in Maharashtra, Ekalavya, for a movement for water rights in Bihar, and other tribal symbols provide important points of identification. Again, where traditional Hindu symbolism is used, it is more often that of the mother goddess/Prakriti symbolism, which has, arguably, pre-Sanskritic and non-Brahmanic roots. There is an inherent pluralism in this symbolization of the traditional community and community heroes/heroines of the various social movements. But it would be inaccurate to say that it is a return to an essentially Hindu pluralism. It works within a new framework that is, more than ever, being defined by the activities of castes and communities that have been traditionally low in Thai hierarchy and on the peripheries of the country. In the process of their 284 assertion on the cultural as well as political and economic spheres, two identifiable trends can be discerned operating in all the movements. One, a liberal Gandhian or Lohayate one that continues to define itself as Hindu but stresses the pluralistic, open, even feminine aspects of Hinduism, the other deriving ultimately from Fuli, which attacks Hinduism as such. Gradually the second trend seems to be gaining predominance. What is going on can be said to be a process of reinterpreting Indian history, redefining the communities, reimagining the country itself. It is a new, as yet incomplete, cultural dynamic in which the center of gravity is shifting to anti-Brahmanic and non-Hindu identifications. To many who are uncomfortable with the battlefield of cultural symbolism, or who see in it nothing but the identity politics pervading the social movements of many Western countries, the use of traditional symbolism is a sign of backwardness. Thus to Utsa Patnaik the posing of Bharat versus India can only be anti-modem. In part this is a reflection of the traditional Marxist idea that the proletariat is a naked class, stripped of any of its social history, created out of the wreckage of the old society and totally immiserated, with nothing to lose but its chains, nowhere to go but forward. From this point of view, communalism can only be opposed through a secularism that stands in opposition to community identity. If these preconceptions are rejected, then we can understand why the movements can refer both to the past, let the kingdom of Bali come, and to modem class-type slogans of struggle, we don't want alms but the reward of our sweat, who says they won't give it? We won't stop without taking it. It is a mixture that was expressed in a song, actually written decades back, by a woman activist of a fairly traditional communist party, the Lion Party of Maharashtra. The song ends. The final class war has not yet come to Bharat, when it does it will be neither the Kauravas nor Pandavas but the long-neglected Ekalavya who will take up bow and arrow to establish his state. 10. Rethinking Marxism. The new movements have attacked Marxism on so many points that it may seem out of order, or, conversely, an act of intellectual imperialism, to describe them as having an effect of restructuring Marxism. For example, Sharad Joshi's occasional claims of being a Marxist in spite of rejection of class struggle, the labor theory of value and the proletariat as vanguard has been taken as simply a gimmick, with many quite reasonably likely to ask, what's left? What is left? All the movements have been concerned to stress exploitation and contradiction, some sections of society living off the labor and benefiting from the enslavement or poverty of the rest. They have all seen this as historically created, they have all projected the possibility of the establishment of a non-exploitative casteless, non-patriarchal, non-looting sustainable society. They have all seen themselves as somehow fighting to create this. Along with this, many of their activists and leaders have described themselves as Marxists, as the true Marxists or the real proletariat, however much orthodox Marxists may reject this as unscientific. Among the masses mobilized in the movements, Marxism, communism, and comrade represent identities that for all their ambivalence still carry the heritage of the militant resistance to oppression. This is why, for instance, angry youngsters 285 of the Dalit Panthers could rail against communists for not being really communist, i.e., they have not reached the villages, they perform pujas, they give dowries for their daughters' weddings. This is why, again, an older peasant of the Shetkari Sangatana could say, when explaining why threats against Sharad Joshi's Life BY Congress boss had helped them mobilize more people for their demonstration, we can take him on, we've got a lot of Naxalites among us. In other words, the statement that the movements are arising on the ruin of earlier anti-systemic movements reflects only a part truth, they are arising out of them, and they are not yet forgetting this history. This adds up to a good deal, particularly considered in terms of the explicitly pro-STEM characteristics of many pressure group movements elsewhere, or in contrast to the mobilization in terms of religious identities expressed by current fundamentalist revivals. This is not to say that there are not anti-communist trends in the movements, or that they do not include many quite conservative elements which, if they had their way, would lead to reincorporation in the system. This after all was also true of old social movements. But on the whole, the movements have taken Marxism not as an enemy to be destroyed, but as a fallen entity to be reformed, and they have carried on often angry dialogues with it. Once this is understood, the fallacy of an end-of-history perspective shows itself not only as an ideological claim, but as a desperate attempt to recoup a situation that is not as bad as many of those still within traditional left frameworks believe. The dialogue, however, has to be taken more seriously by larger sections of those following the Marxist tradition than it has been. The movements, in this ongoing dialogue, critique various, often quite different aspects of traditional Marxism. The anti-caste movement until recently has taken much of the economic analysis of Marxism for granted, while simply arguing for the necessity of considering the separate reality of caste. This has frequently led to the oversimplifications of the various additive formulas of caste and class, economic and social struggles, and so forth. With these, caste is given a superstructural or idealistic interpretation, so that ideological tendencies in the anti-caste movement have sometimes veered to idealism or racism, as in the stress on non-Aryan or Dravidian black racial identities. Yet the main trend in the movement, going back to Ambedkar, Fule's economic analysis has not yet been much taken up, has stressed economic factors also, in taking the fight to be against both Brahmanism and capitalism, for instance. As the impulse to an overall perspective analyzing exploitation grows, the economic factor itself is beginning to be re-examined, and activists coming out of a broad communist movement, such as Sharad Patel and Bharat Patankar of Maharashtra, Dev Nathan of Bihar, and Kancha Ilaya of Andhra, have begun to put forward new analyses, stressing the material reality of caste and linking with analysis of other factors such as gender. The women's movement for some time, like the anti-caste movement, has put its theoretical stress in additive terms, that is, class and patriarchy, without questioning very much the conventional interpretation of class relations. Most women activists in both the autonomous feminist groups and the party women's wings still seem to function within this framework. Yet the problem of dealing with women's work, in particular unpaid domestic labor, forced some new thinking quite early, and this has now been articulated with the emergence of an eco-feminist trend involving a wide number of women activists from Chaya Dater and Gabrielle Dietrich to the most well-known, Vandana Shiva. At the same time, Shiva's 286 articulation of the feminist principle that sees the united action by women and men to transform society in a feminist, ecological, participatory direction finds its echo in themes of Stree Shakti within the women's movement connected with the Shetkari Sangatana and other rural organizations. Here one finds a groping toward a genuine historical materialism for women. The two directly peasant-based movements have more explicitly challenged the economic conceptualizations of traditional Marxism. This has been done differently by the farmers' movement and the environmental movement. The farmers' movement, most notably as articulated by Sharad Joshi, has announced itself as economistic but not a class movement, has argued that the accumulation of capital takes place not primarily through the control of private property and the exploitation of the wage labor of factory workers but through the looting of the peasantry backed up by force. Its central demand for higher prices for agricultural products is seen as linked to the abolition of poverty because it will keep the surplus in the villages and prevent centralized accumulation of capital. Communities or systems rather than classes defined in terms of private property are seen as objects of exploitation. This calls either for a drastic reinterpretation of the concept of class or dropping it to talk only of economically exploited group, and gives a different basis for analyzing the role of force and violence, and indirectly, the state, than simply seeing it as protecting a system of production based on private property. At the same time, the nature of a different kind of economic development from this centralized form of capital accumulation has rarely been addinned. Conversely, the environmental movement has spoken more of environmental destruction rather than exploitation in conceptualizing the type of development and system it is fighting, and has tended to see consumerism rather than a particular material production system as its cause. The question of capital accumulation has hardly been considered. But this is the movement that has most clearly expressed the need for an alternative development that would be decentralized, ecologically sustainable, based on renewable resources, and clearly different in its organization of production from that of industrial capitalist or statist society. Obviously there are other gaps in all of these. The anti-caste and women's movements have not addressed each other's issues, and neither has yet gone very far, collectively, to analyze the problems of the peasantry and nature. In the farmers' movement, the issue of women's exploitation has recently been taken up, but the question of caste remains neglected, except in the traditional Marxist sense of fighting it as a form of division of the peasantry, while, in general, ways of overcoming inequality within the village are neglected. The environmental movement has also remained single issue, not dealing with the question of caste community exploitation, reflecting the ambiguity of much of its relations with Hinduism, or confronting the economic issues that trouble the peasantry or the working class for that matter. And in spite of the new eco-feminist trend, the movement as such has rarely confronted theoretically or practically, the oppression of women. The lifespan of all of these movements, in fact, as movements conscious of a separate identity, stressing their autonomy in theory and action, has for the most part been quite short. Only the anti-caste movement, arguably going back to Ambedkar, Phule, and others, has a long history. Indeed, in many ways the crisis of Marxism at a theoretical and practical level may be the key factor in opening new doors. The habits of dependence, of taking theoretical frameworks for granted, are strong. Few are ready or able to question radically or think anew at a fundamental level unless forced to do so. Now world events themselves are forcing. 287. Rethinking, while at the same time the gradual spread of education to wider and wider sections of the exploited populations the world over, the expansion of the reach of communication create the possibilities for new people to come forward. If nations and peoples can avoid major disasters, the future decades promise to be interesting ones, ideologically and politically. Reinventing revolution. Finally, are the new movements revolutionary? The term has been taking something of a beating lately. The movements, which started in a period that seemed only a partial setback for orthodox revolutionary movements, indeed, one in which the Vietnam War was being won and revolutions did emerge in new countries of Latin America, have come to a climax in a very different period, marked by Tiananmen Square, the loss of electoral power by the Sandinistas, the shockingly rapid fall of communist parties in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union, and the drift of these countries to an unabashed capitalism. For many it is a period not only of the crisis of Marxism but the crisis of socialism itself. Leftists in much of Europe and North America appear to be in gloom, and bourgeois ideologists are proclaiming the end of history. Yet it is worth remembering that there were others for whom the nature of the socialist or post-revolutionary regimes itself represented a foreclosure of real revolutionary possibilities. For example, James Scott argued in 1985, in his widely admired study of the Malaysian peasantry, Weapons of the Weak, that peasant revolutions have only brought to power, in a more coercive and hegemonic state apparatus, new ruling groups whose plans for industrialization, taxation, and collectivization are very much at odds with the goals for which peasants had imagined they were fighting. Scott concluded grimly that this is true of workers as well, that neither peasants nor workers are able to envision any new plan for the reorganization of society, and that if revolution were a rare event before the creation of such states, it now seems but foreclosed. Within this context, the incredibly rapid fall of what seemed such effectively hegemonic states has opened many doors that were closed and brought a renewal of history for the masses of exploited people of the world. The new movements described here have, it is true, been focused on single 318 conclusion issues. They have frequently refused to describe themselves as socialist and have very often been resistant to grandiose terms such as revolution. They also, like movements throughout history, contain diverse elements, conservative as well as radical, self-seeking as well as idealistic, and, it may be said, a seething variety of non-antagonistic contradictions that are not always pleasant. Yet they have been explicitly anti-systemic in their ideologies, looking towards a casteless, non-patriarchal, non-looting, sustainable society. They are involved, in their own view, in inherent conflict with the current social order. They are analyzing the current situation and causes of exploitation and oppression in new ways, rethinking Marxism, constituting a new interpretation of Indian society and history, reimagining the community, and seeking new modes of action to effect change. In the process of organizing, their songs still echo the aspirations for the creation of a new 288 society of equality and freedom, traditionally known as socialism. They proclaim the resurgence of the oppressed and historically defeated. Ekalavya will rise again, the reign of Bali Raja will come, Kali Mata will rise. They proclaim the rule of the poor, the liberation of peasants and workers. Caution and pessimism coexist with aspiration and hope. Thus Sharad Joshi will in one moment repeat his claims that there is no utopia, we only move from one flawed society to another, and in the next moment proclaim the year of independence of the peasantry, while the annual conference of Shetkari Sangatana takes as its slogan Ida Pada Talnar, Balika Raja Yenar, changing the verb form of the Marathi slogan to read sorrows and troubles will go, the kingdom of Bali will come. Is there a process of revolutionary change going on? Listen to those who are disturbed by the process. A recent article by India's best-known establishment Socialist, a strong opponent throughout of reservations for lower castes as represented in the Mandal Commission, concluded that overall India is living in time of revolution. For M.N. Srinivas, this includes a caste revolution of shifting dominance, lower castes challenging the higher ones at all levels, a feminist revolution that is leading to DIST integration of the traditional family, and a revolution of runaway ethnicity challenging the nation-state as it has been known. It is not understood that what the country is undergoing today is not a crisis in one of its distant comers but several kinds of crises, all structural, and all occurring simultaneously. And which are, let us be clear about it, threatening India's very existence as a single political entity. The situation is qualitatively different from the previous crises, and this fact should be grasped firmly. 12. The gloom and negativity with which Srinivas interprets this has to be itself reinterpreted, in particular, his stress on the violence of the current situation, that India has moved from a period in which many important changes occurred by and large non-violently in its polity, economy, law, and society, to a period of extremely rapid and violent change. 13 is overdone. The poor have always experienced a good deal of violence, and the violence that is publicized in the press, categorized in official statistics, and perceived by the middle classes is not a good indicator of the actual situation. Against the gloom of the intellectuals stands what so often seems the amazing, undefeatable optimism of the poor and exploited, coupled with an ironic message to the left intellectuals, as expressed in the poem of the Dalit writer Prabhakar Ganguly. Now I have awakened. I am moving in blazing sunlight. Come. You one tea, come with me, you one tea, embrace me. I have tiger claws scattered all over my body, they won't pierce you. If they pierce you, it is certainly not for your sacrifice, comrade. 289.